About 20 riders pre-registered. May had a couple day of. They're ready to absolutely inflict pain on each other. Cycling is entirely refreshing in that you are legally allowed to inflict pain on your fellow human beings in a loving and edifying way. In that, look, you can let the wheel go, but if you hold it, I'm going to help build you into your best self. Our lead Mustang, the Shelby Cobra, coming through. Here, no free rides. Cyclists will hold a grudge. You rub the wrong person the wrong way, your draft may have vacated the premises like Elvis and left the building, leaving you out in the wind to suffer. We touched on it earlier, but cycling requires you to go all in, full gas, whenever the most motivated rider decides to ride hard. Swimming, running, other endurance sports, you can push the pace as it fits you. But because of the nature of drafting, once you let the wheel go in cycling, you just added a half hour limping back to your car, parked up at the meetup spot. Saves you 25 to 35% riding with other riders. And in that way, it's a very beautiful sport in that riders with different levels of fitness can ride together. 25% is a huge amount of fitness difference. So a couple can ride together, friends, someone that's just starting out can suffer on the wheel at 29 miles per hour, doing the equivalent of 23 miles per hour. Now 25%, divide that into 29, talking some big numbers. It's also a good calculator. So what I like to do when I was upgrading, coming through the categories, had a triathlon background, kind of like Marlena. Went from Cat 4 to Cat 1 in 3 months. And what I would do is I was creeping on the pros, creeping on the Cat 2s and 3s. I would look at the average speed of the race and know that if they were doing 25 miles per hour, that if I could do 25 miles per hour by myself, then I would be a hitter to be able to be off the front solo in that race. You can also calculate if the average speed is 25 miles per hour, you need to be able to do probably 20 to 21 in a solo time trial to be able to hang in the draft at that speed. Our men's 4-5, go ahead and make your way to the start-finish line for our instructions from our USAC officials. I want to give a gracious thank you to our race director, Pat Caro of Go Fast Andiamo. Make a little space, riders, so we can get our lead Shelby Mustang. Lead you guys out. I'm not sure if we're going to do a neutral lap, but USAC official will have your instructions momentarily. Sounds like we are going to give you guys a neutral lap so you can scope on the course if you didn't get a chance in warm up. It'll find out exactly what line is ideal. I'm guessing an anticipated average speed during this race of 24 to 26 miles per hour. See who brought their legs, who's been doing their homework, who's about to get their bluff called. Cycling, weightlifting, and cage fight are the last honest metrics for men and women, where you have either done your homework or you're about to get your legs ripped off. If that sentence makes you nervous as a racer, probably means you should have been doing a little bit more intervals. I'm going to give you guys a freebie. One of my favorite workouts. If you're limited for time, you're strapped for time with work, 40-20s, full gas, 40 seconds. Your recovery is only 20 seconds, meaning by 12 seconds, 15 seconds, you're just barely catching your breath. But absolute full gas for 40 seconds, 20-second recovery. Something I always did for mental strength. The last interval, I would do 10. So 10 minutes, 40-20s. The last one is always a full minute to give you mental strength. That one is on the house. Don't you go sliding in my DMs, ask for free workouts. We're dropping on you right here. 40-20s, that's a bread and butter. Half hour, you'll have crushed yourself. Momentarily, we will have race instructions from our USAC official.
All right, we are off and underway. Our men's category 4-5s. We do, yes, indeed, we do have merchandise, glory, bragging rights on offer for a 40-minute race.
First lap is going to be a neutral lap. And just getting a tour, finding out exactly which line to take to the corners. Being let out are Mustang Shelby Cobra, racing stripes included, no extra charge.
Wow, they put the cherry in the red of that GT500. Like Saul Davila is in this race, the winner earlier in the men's Cat 5, getting his upgrade points. Saul Davila riding for Go Fast, the host race team. Okay.
This is going to be a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, first lap, preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap. First lap is indeed a preem lap, and immediately we see Team Tactics playing a role. Go Fast. Going off the front, teammate immediately sitting up, letting a gap go. This is going to be an SSB
Wow, yeah,
pack.
Wow, this crit has been ignited as they launch like Polaris missiles. Those top three riders sprinting at the line. That was Joshua Cagney, rider number position 3 in that green, riding for Cal Poly Triathlon.
Like Go Fast on the front, not quite with a gap. Riders on the wheel. We are strung out single file with gaps opening already. This is a preem lap at the line. Who's going to take it? This is a preem lap.
Looks like Cagney on the inside in that green kit. Joshua Cagney with Cal Poly. If I'm not mistaken, that was a photo finish, but I got Cagney on the outside in the green kit.
Cagney with a little bit of a gap. See if he can solidify it, or even better yet, get someone else to join him. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and 3 becomes set free from the peloton, making the breakaway stick. Our race is completely animated, lit up, single file with pretty much gaps opening between every few riders. I'm going to hit him with another preem lap. I think we could get an early breakaway. It's going to be a preem lap. On this lap, it's going to be Wahoo water bottles and a Dura-Ace hat. Durace, pinkies up. Dura-Ace hat and Wahoo water bottles. Preem lap, preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap. It's going to be a Dura-Ace hat and Wahoo brand water bottles. These guys are like, what are you doing to me? Making me sprint back to back.
Definitely hotting up Clay Schaefer with Opream Cycling and his teammate Cesar Sanchez showing team tactics from the gun. They are strung out already like a piece of angel hair pasta served up hot in clam sauce over at Spaggy's Restaurant, one of our sponsors. Go check out Spaggy's just on Route 66, about 1 mile west of here. Spaggis, Spaggy's Restaurant.
It's going to be a contested sprint. Got to go fast. Andiamo rider, followed by another. Rider sitting second wheel, looking to jump. He's going to let go fast, hold on to it. It's going to be rider 243, Alex Rodriguez, taking home the preem.
That's right, Alex A-Rod picking up the preem. Looks like he got a gift there.
Alex Rodriguez taking home 2 Wahoo water bottles and a Dura Ace hat.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is a beautiful setting for a bike race. We are at the, we've got 5 races to go after this. So we are racing all day long. It's going to be an actual block party. Frank is serving up the breakfast. Later on, he's got the cheeseburgers in paradise. You found the epicenter of bicycle racing, and it is in the park. What a gorgeous setting indeed. 2 riders now starting to get up the road a little bit here as they challenge the chase.
It's going to be Clay Schaefer racing for Opreme Cycling Team.
Arlo Carrillo at the front doing the work at the sharp end of the peloton in our Category 4-5s. Future looks so bright today, you've got to wear sunshades. This course is uber creative, artistic. It's, like I said, it looks like kind of like a paper clip merging with perhaps a melted clock or a bucket of paint. Salvador Dali-esque course in the tree-lined streets here in the park, Upland Memorial.
One of the newest courses on the USAC, USA Cycling Calendar, Upland, California, the most technical and spectator-friendly course of the year. The second time out here at Upland. Would love to see this race grow in the years ahead. 2 riders making it stick on the front. To explain what's going on here to our spectators that might not be familiar with cycling, you've got A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, and Clay Schaefer. What they've done is they've broken away. So in cycling, when you're riding behind somebody, it saves you 25 to 35% energy, meaning you can either go 25% further, 25% faster, or use 25% less calories, or heck, hit them with the combo meal of all 3. So as these 2 riders have broken away, they're no longer giving a draft to some of the weaker riders in the pack. I mean, those riders that have been left behind in the peloton are now having to ride and take turns in the wind to try and bring them back. Obviously, just based on physics, they're going to have to ride faster in order to bring them back. But the difficulty is that with so many corners on this course, these 2 riders are able to take the absolute perfect line through the corners, not have to hit the brakes at all, saving them energy and allowing them to propel themselves further off the front. You can see just how much these corners are going to matter. The gap is sizable. You guys are looking at a 10-plus second gap. This could be all she wrote. We shall see if there's a motivated chase. But the nature of this course makes it very difficult to get an organized chase. To give an example, if you flick your elbow and you go to the wrong side in a corner, someone behind you is pulling through, it's going to keep them from taking the ideal line through a corner, possibly preventing them from staying on the pedals, on the gas, or even worse, causing them to brake. So a chase has to take a lot of cohesion and organization to do it right. Has to be slotting off the front, flicking their elbow to the right, the correct side. Otherwise, you could lose 2 seconds in a corner. I love this sort of course because if you can ride your bike taking it curb to curb, you can easily put 1 to 2 seconds into somebody each corner. Obviously, we're talking spread in fitness, where if someone can lose 2 seconds in a corner, they're doing something wrong. We'll see less of that in the pro race. But it is very possible to get a gap and to grow it quickly if you are a bike connoisseur, a crit ninja, an acrobat on 2 wheels.
And good save. Garnett Whitmire's significant other picking up the phone as our 2 riders come coursing through. We are live on lacrits.com. If you're just joining us now, out on course, we've got our men's category 4-5s hotting it up with 2 riders, Rodriguez and Clay Schaefer, stomping out the pedals as our chase number 1 comes through on your monitor. This is a 1 kilometer course here at the park, Upland Memorial. 8 corners today, Ronnie Toth. I'm David Worthington, joined by Ronnie Toth. 8 corners. We've got 6 left-handers and 2 right-handers, which is pretty incredible. And it's a very tight course. You can see a lot of the course with the naked eye, which is one of the reasons why Ronnie Toth calls this perhaps one of the most spectator-friendly courses here in Southern California. And what a pleasure it is. The weather is perfect. The atmosphere is awesome. Splendiferous day here at the Go Fast Upland Memorial Park Criterium.
The sort of body type that is going to really excel here is going to be the mix of a climber and a time trialist. So I say climber in that this course has a lot of corners. Each corner is going to require acceleration. So body weight, watts per kilo, matters when you go uphill, fighting gravity, or when you're accelerating. So with corners, you're having to accelerate out of these corners maybe 5-6 times per lap, depending on the corner and how much speed you can carry. So these races are going to be definitely conducive to ending in a breakaway. We see gaps opening up. Riders absolutely on their limit. Rider 241 heading up the chase. John Phillips doing his best to try and minimize this gap. But my racer intuition, my inner Cat Juan, tells me that break is gone.
Yeah, it looks like they have around about a half lap. On the picture, you can see that one vantage point through the field. You can see both Chase and the 2-rider break. So there's that chicane, which they, out on the course map, it looks like it's a sharp, punchy edge, but in actuality, they shave that into a chicane. Very safe, very fast, very flowy. And our 2 riders right there, now under the kite. That is your first and second out on the road, just 28 minutes into this 40-minute race.
Can we get the women's category 3, 4, 5 podium, as well as Sarah Bowman? Looking for Miss Bowman. If you're still in the area, Miss Bowman to the women's 3, 4, 5 podium.
And according to the LA Crits drone cam, which we're starting to set up, a 33-second time gap with our 2 riders up the road. 33-second time gap. Riders all up in here. What a beautiful plaza we have in the Rose Garden. We're painting it purple like a jacaranda. Our top 3, please report to Podium Plaza in the women's category 3, 4, 5, talking about Audrey Williams, Sophia Konis, and top step today, Marlena Bemis.
You got a hankering for some snacks. We got breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Breakfast burritos provided by Frank. Got his grill set up over here just south of the finish line. Hamburgers, cheeseburgers, breakfast burritos. If you're hungry, head on over to the start-finish line. We've got Alex Rodriguez and Clay Schaefer showing us how it is done, rolling the dice for fun, off the front and on the hunt, as our established breakaway of the day with a sizable gap that looks to only be going up. This is kind of last-ditch effort to bring that break back, just to show the evidence of how all in these guys are. We have a splinter group of 4. Once you see minor breakaways breaking away from the peloton, that means the peloton is really in trouble and running out of collective matches to chase. I like to think of it as, say each rider has 10 to 20 full gas 30-second to 1 minute efforts. Think of that as the collective matches in the peloton that there are to chase. As the total matches in the peloton begins to wane with each dig taken in the wind, the chance of the breakaway staying away goes up. Now, people only have so many full gas efforts to try and bring things back. And eventually, the peloton simply runs out of legs and impetus. Our lead two, Alex and Clay.
Looks like Rodriguez and Schaefer having a conversation, and Critwit, Garnett Whitmire gesticulating to the officials, perhaps a little bit of dust up on the back stretch. But Schaefer and A-Rod now getting together after that conversation as they make it through turn number 3. Your only right-hander on the back stretch. There is one more right-hander, which is turn number 7.
A little bit of spiciness here. Some interesting team tactics. Go Fast looking for help to try and get across to his teammate up the road. Ideally, he doesn't contribute to that, and he just jumps across solo. But Love, War, and Crit Racing, all is fair.
It's good to know we have Elite Racing neutral here. Mike and Courtney, you dialed in. Almost felt like we were going to have some visitors there in neutral pit, but the riders have come through.
Let's hit him with a preem lap here. Preem lap. It's going to be a Go Fast gear bag. Go Fast gear bag. Preem lap. It's going to be a Go Fast gear bag. Let's see if Alex already has one, or if he's content to gift a purple Go Fast gear bag to his compatriot, Clay Schaefer. Preem lap on this next lap.
Spicy indeed. Is this mic hot? Oh, yes, it is indeed. Love it. So we're going to have our top 3 at the podium. Going to be Williams, Konas, and Bemis. I'm horrible at name dropping, according to my friends Matthew McConaughey and Ronnie Toth over here.
All right. I think now would be a good time to maybe go off the front and take home a Go Fast bag. Preem lap. Looks like it's going to be Clay Schaefer there taking home our Go Fast.
That's right. They're on it like a Texas blue bonnet.
Going to be our Go Fast duffel bag. All right. Find me out the front on the hunt.
On it like a Shakespeare sonnet, right, Ronnie?
You know, we've worked together long enough when we're stealing each other's lines, strung out like a street dog in Amsterdam. Am I saying that right? Maybe a poet, maybe a street dog. They've both been hitting the same sauce.
I like it. Strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam. Our top 3 over to the Purple Plaza. I think we're good. Yes, indeed. Taking third step today, Audrey Williams. Job well done, Audrey, in a feisty battle. Sophia Kunas taking second today. Sophia Kunas. And top step, the queen of the road. She has a kick from Route 66, Marlena Honeybee Bemis. Williams, Kunas, Bemis riding for a faster me.
The gap has come down a little bit. Our chase of 4, assisted by a teammate. So this is a little bit tricky. Go Fast does seem to be contributing to the chase here.
Little history on this lush Central Park. It's the home of the legendary Pipeline Skate Park located in the leafy shadows right here off turn number 6. The Pipeline Skate Park opened in 1977. It's the first skate park inducted in the Skateboarding Hall of Fame as Rodriguez and Schaefer coming through.
These two are averaging 25 miles per hour, just as anticipated. 25 miles per hour average speed for our breakaway. And not far behind.
Yeah, the skate park here in the park, part of the Hall of Fame. So it's hallowed ground for skateboarders. So this is where Tony Hawk competed. And remember, it was Tony Hawk who famously sent the full 900 after 10 failed attempts at the X Games. I think it was around about turn of the century. So this park is was designed in a globally emulated because it's got a gnarly vertical wall and it's a combi pool. It's a combination of circular and square bowls smashed together, kind of like the course map here. If you look at the course profile from space, the kind of course that kind of looks like a paper clip merging with a melted clock or perhaps a bucket of paint. At any rate, it is a highly artistic, Dali-esque.
Our gap has come down. This chase of 4 is looking to get across. Go Fast should be just sitting on here, no contributing to chase his teammates down. He is welcome to get a free ride, but our breakaway of 2 could become 6 and possibly 7 if this Go Fast rider that's trailing off finds his way back on. I mean, this is all in right here. Got a group of 4, solo rider, and another group of 5 behind them. Our field absolutely splintered. The cycling Veluminati giving out early preems, encouraging the riders to light it up, turning a 40-minute race into a 10-minute race. All gas, no brakes, racing for the duffel bag. SSB product pack and Wahoo water bottles with Dura-Ace hat. Big thank you to our sponsors. In Cycle Bikes, Spaggies, Costco Pet, LA Crits, Bike Legal, and JTS. Elite Racing providing the neutral support. And Frank providing the snacks, breakfast burritos, and burgers just south of our start-finish line. Frank, putting a smile on your face, filling your belly. Get you a recovery burrito after you're done. What remains of our peloton has all but become a gruppetto. Riders off the back. Field completely splintered. Riders strung out all around this course. My name is Ronnie Toth, joined here by David Worthington, bringing you the sultry syllables all day long. We have 5 races remaining. And our lead group of 2 has managed to stay away. The 4 chasing seem to have imploded because Go Fast looks like he has stopped contributing to that. We could soon have 2 Go Fast riders in this chase of 5. Currently 4. Looks like he has done it. We now have 2 Go Fast riders in the chase.
One of them, Brian Mendoza, in that chase from number 1. And we still have 2 riders, Schaefer and Rodriguez. Rodriguez, a teammate. He gets the memo. Perhaps he sits up a little bit, sets up a fraction to let his teammate come across to try to work those numbers. It does require organization. As you can see, they cut through this chicane, carving it up like a holiday turkey. In the purple kid, kind of a large man, built like a linebacker, Mendoza, wheel number 3 or 4 in that chase.
I mean, tactics-wise, David, what do you think? The chase of 4, Go Fast, should probably not be chasing. They should probably just be sitting on, allowing Alex Rodriguez to have his chance at a W.
Well, this is where a guy like John Garbo, who's such a veteran on that team, Go Fast in the purple kits, if he's on the backstretch, he's letting his man in the break, the 2-man, he's telling Alex Rodriguez, cool your jets, monitor, really monitor. One of the most powerful pieces of information is that gray matter between the ears. It's not all about the legs. It's about the data, the information. If you've got better odds with Mendoza joining, certainly you taper your pools because you can stay away, but at what cost? Nothing like having a teammate in the break.
That's going to be Andrew Hahn back in the peloton, digging deep, gritting his teeth, trying to make dreams come true out here in Upland, California.
We've got a rider that's going to get some excellent assistance by Elite Racing. Neutral support. We've got a rider all the way from Virginia, John Phillips, intended to in the pit. Riders
scattered absolutely everywhere in this course. Lapping the field, that's Alex Rodriguez with Clay Schaefer in tow. Those are our lead 2 men. Lapping what remains of the peloton.
And what a beautiful image, a kaleidoscope of colors. Racers coursing through a beautiful, bucolic setting. Grassy knolls. We've got a duck pond. We've got a skate park. We've got a bowl that is part of the Hall of Fame, Skateboarders Hall of Fame. Legendary, where stories are made and built. New memories today here at the Upland Memorial Park. A beautiful setting indeed. Brought to you by Go Fast. Andiamo. Andiamo means let's go. And about 14 minutes remaining. So we are not yet on lap cards. Because of the unusual shortness and the nature of this course, we will start counting laps at 10 to go.
Our chase group of 4 has absolutely splintered, maybe coming to their senses, not wanting to chase a teammate down, giving Alex Rodriguez the best chance at a W here. Clay Schaefer on the front, putting in work. Now they're just showing off, lapping the field one by one in dribs and drabs. Opreme Racing. That's Cesar Sanchez fighting the good fight. Jean-Paul Napa making his mama proud. Dropping a gear. Cranking into these corners. I believe that is our 4 in the chase that just came through. Our leaders averaging about 24, 25 miles per hour. That speed is only going to go up. For our spectators watching, a wheel in the air means there is a rider that had a mechanical about ready to re-enter the course. So if you ever see a wheel in the air, that means heads up. Heads up, Buttercup. Elite Racing is getting them back into the fight after a mishap. Might as well be a red flag. You see that wheel in the air. We are not giving out wheel sets, but we are giving free laps. One of our Go Fast Andiamo riders. Let's go.
Great to have Mike and Courtney here helping out with Elite. Those cats have been covering all 4 corners of the United States and beyond. Talking about Elite Racing, neutral support today. Courtney with the assist like a pro. Meanwhile, Rodriguez and Schaefer still working together. You can see them coming through that chicane in tall order with confidence.
They're going to be seeing 10 laps to go. 5 miles of racing remaining.
And this is where it can get a bit dodgy with lapped riders with 10 laps to go. 10 laps remaining. That's Saul De Villa at the front in that chase.
After this race, we have our men's 50 and 60 plus, category 1 through 4. One of our deepest fields of the day. About 25 riders pre-registered.
That's going to be a hot ride. Here comes our riders in the two-man break 1 and 2. Schaefer and Rodriguez talking about that 50 plus. Last May 12th, we ran this course, and what a great race of 50 plus. We saw Rios and John Garbo tag team against Rigo Meza. We also saw Kevin Phillips, who's on a redemption tour. Kevin Phillips having punctured, doing a lap or two on a rim and still hanging on for the podium. I do believe Phillips will be here, and he definitely wants that top step. He's got designs after having a mechanical, and Ruben Meza winning that race. We had Garbo and Meza in the 40 and 50 plus winning back in May right here.
A good opportunity here for Brian Mendoza, Go Fast. He's finally gotten the chance to be able to go across without dragging other riders with him. He has only taken one rider with him, which is fair, to be able to get 2 in the breakaway. But it is highly possible that we could see a breakaway of 4 here momentarily as the cat and mouse begins between Clay and Alex. They could be joined by 2 other riders. Not likely, but there's a chance.
Always a chance, but yeah, I definitely see a smart gap here with 8 laps remaining. 8 to go. And these cats really are flying. 3rd and 4th on the line. This could come together with 8 laps remaining. 8 to go. Mendoza laying it down, big man. Bill Walton. Bill Walton says, my bike is my life. It's my religion. Rest in peace, Bill Walton, the mighty Bill Walton. He said it's everything. He said it is the most valuable piece of equipment that he owns in his entire life. The bike represents freedom, science, art, all of these things. Throw it down, big man.
The bicycle is certainly a conduit for hope and tangible change in your life. You could be having one of the worst days of your life and go out for a bike ride. A little bit heavy, but morbid. Is my mom passed away a few years ago, and first thing I did once she was gone is she would have wanted me to pick up the pieces and do the best I can. So I went out for a hard ride, put in 4 hours in the torture chamber. I think a service that we owe to those that have left us behind and moved on is to chase your best self. The best thing you can do for your loved ones, your creator, is build your best self. Exhaust your human potential. And the bicycle is an incredible tool to be able to build your best self. The resilience, tenacity, and grit that you cultivate on the bicycle just has a way of leaking into every other facet of your life.
No doubt about it. We call it pedal therapy. It's a real thing. And the science is real. The science shows that working out, it might be a workout or perhaps going to see some live music, playing some live music, that it lowers the cortisone, a natural occurring stress hormone that can be lowered with sport and healthy lifestyle. 7 laps to go. 7 to go, chase number 3. And our riders, first and second, almost going to come up to this field. They're almost, I said, about 10 seconds behind lapping the field with laps. 6 laps to go. Correction on that.
It is for our leaders. If you can hear me, you guys are looking at 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go for the leaders. 3.5 miles.
And it looks like Rodriguez checking his shoulder. Now, this is very heady. He's realizing he's doing the numbers. He's doing the algorithm. These are short laps. It's time to look. Like that style. Him checking his shoulder, checking where Schaefer is. Is Schaefer going to shave? Is he going to try to jump? You've got to have your head on a swivel.
There's carnage, bodies everywhere, spread out all around this course. There's no semblance of a peloton. We have chases of 3, chases of 4, breakaways of 2. The peloton has been completely shredded in our largest race of the day. Men's category 4-5. Riders are really having to gut check themselves and ask, why didn't I do those intervals 2 weeks ago? So what you do today takes 2 to 3 weeks to show up as fitness.
And here is that connection with 5 laps to go. 2 riders now mowing down that field like a Hoover vacuum. They have lapped, so this is where it can get a little bit dodgy. Crit racing is an art form. Flow and power required. Semi-choreographed at 30 miles an hour. Not for the faint of heart.
We have some split times. Our lead breakaway, averaging right around 24 on the back stretch, maybe touching 30 miles per hour on the slight downhill. These two have broken away, made a statement, was initially a solo breakaway, joined by 2, and they have made it stick. At one point, a group of 4 got within 4 seconds, but realizing that they needed to stay loyal to their jersey, they sat up and the gap went back out. Go fast with most excellent team tactics. But it is absolutely a cluster flirt of bodies and carnage. Riders being lapped. Looking at 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go for our leaders. 4 laps to go for Alex and Clay. 4 to go. 4 laps to go for Alex and Clay. The rest are going to be a lap down. Getting a bit confusing because riders have latched onto the back of them. I believe that may be 3rd and 4th on the road, chasing.
Oh, this is where I'm glad we're not actually officiating. The scoring can be difficult. It's a real challenge. Now you've got 2 riders that have lapped the field. Let's see if they can separate and make it easier on the officials. But you've got, to your point, riders all up in here, all over the course. Like somebody smashed shards of glass under an underpass or an overpass. There's Critwit coming through and looking through the trees.
Garnet Whitmore, never stay die. Staying in the fight. Power through the pedals. Looking to hone his game, see where he can make improvements. That is a chase group. This is our lead. This is Alex, leader on the road. Looking at 3 laps to go, 1.5 miles. Clay dangling 2 bike lanes off, finding his way back on. So these riders that are caught in the middle are definitely going to change the dynamic in that you can catch a slight draft as you come up behind them, and they give you the motivation, like chasing a carrot to a horse, Seabiscuit, something to hunt, just dangling up in front of you. It's nice to have something to chase.
And it looks like Rodriguez in that purple kit, he's having none of it. He's trying to go over the top and not rely on any teammates who probably are not feeling it anyway. So he's trying to take the bull by the proverbial horn, going over the top. And Clay Schaefer now coming through. They got rid of Flotsam and Jetsam. It's going to be a clean finish. Who will prevail in the men's category 4-5s?
We're hoping that there's no traffic in corners when it matters near to the end of the race. We want to see clean corners, and for the riders that are being lapped, just be aware of someone coming up behind you.
2 to go. So unable to separate. They had a bit of a yo-yo. They are with a full field, a lap down, 1 and 2 out on course, lapping the field inside a 2 to go. Rodriguez in the purple kit, Clay Schaefer in white, riding for Opreme Cycling.
It's definitely chaotic out there. I believe that is 3rd and 4th on the road. Go fast, Andiamo, chasing with a little bit of help from what looks like the Freak Show team. Not talking smack, actual name.
Here we go indeed. If you fail to plan to fail. Every moment matters right now. Critical situation out on course. Will Rodriguez and Schaefer get away? Will they collect themselves? We are getting down to the nitty-gritty. This is where the wick gets sticky with 1 lap to go. With 1 lap to go. With 1 to go. 1 lap to go. 1 to go. Rodriguez leaps from the field with 1 lap to go.
Goodness, that was an explosive move right there. That was the move to make. The only problem is that he left a breakaway mate that now has 6 riders with him. Objectively, probably only 1 to 2 of those riders are going to be strong enough to give an accidental lead out to bring back the break.
Well, maybe Rodriguez can get some help with 1 lap to go. Our riders coursing through the park here. If he can get one of his riders to come forward, blocking is not a physical thing. You manifest the art of non-cooperation. If he can get one of his teammates to come up and just kind of scrub a little bit of speed and perhaps have Schaefer slow down a fraction. He doesn't need much. Rodriguez, he is flying right now.
With the commanding gap, 2 corners to go, he is gone. He could just about sit up from here. Massive attack with 1 to go. That would have been 800 meters. Phenomenal. Alex Rodriguez with the commanding lead. Posted up, taking the W. Pounding the chest. Attaboy.
A-Rod takes it. 2nd place. Clay Schaefer. Job well done. Lapping the field. Alex Rodriguez showing you a fresh set of wheels.
And that is Clay Schaefer racing for Upland Cycling Team. Not to be confused with a similar kit, Freak Show. One of our sponsors, Bike Legal, is a known sponsor of that Freak Show team. But going 1-2, that is Alex Rodriguez and Clay Schaefer. 3rd coming in, going to be 238, 241, Brian Mendoza, followed by John Phillips. Unofficially taking 3rd and 4th.
I'm going to say good ride, Mendoza.
Mendoza, bringing a selfless side of him, he could have gotten across to the breakaway, but I think he would have taken 3 riders with him. There was a point where he was within probably about 4 seconds of his teammate Alex Rodriguez and breakaway companion Clay Schaefer of Upland Cycling Team, but decided to shut it down, do the right thing, let the gap go out, unfortunately, but he was still able to take 3rd. So objectively, the result may have still been the same. He may have still gotten 3rd anyways, but go fast. Andiamo taking 1st and 3rd, finishing strong. It's going to be 236 with the bike throw and 249 following close. It's Andrew Hahn and Angelo Flores. Andrew Hahn and Angelo Flores creating some future beef there, sprinting it out with the bike throw at the line.
What a clean race it was, indeed. Immaculate. They really put a show on by hitting it hard on full throttle, full gas from the gun. Job well done. Next on the schedule, we have our Masters 50-60. You all will be riding for 50 minutes. We still got about 6 minutes on the clock, so please dial in the course. 50-60. Kevin Phillips is here on the Redemption Tour after having a mechanical here back May 12th and touring the world. I think he went to Taiwan, Bangkok. He had suffered a little bit of illness. Now he is back. He put this race on his calendar, ladies and gentlemen, said, I am going to come back and redeem. He had a puncture here. It was back in the day, back in May, when we didn't have Elite here, so he had to basically get a bike from the field. I think Tom Beachman was offering him a beach cruiser, anything to finish. Somehow Phillips still manages to hang on for podium position. Ruben Meza winning that race here back in May. They are back in the race. This should be interesting. Kevin Phillips, a multinational champion, you can see with the stars and stripes on his cuffs. We've got a whole team of stars and bars here, and also the Meza brothers in the house, Mexican national champions. And we are live streaming here on the interweb, lacrits.com, in the heart of Upland. That's right, I said interweb, a jocular term for you knuckle-dragging Luddites. lacrits.com.
Can we get our men's 50 plus, 60 plus to the starting line? Masters men's 50, 60 plus. There's a look 585. Used to have one of those. Beautiful pony. 15 pounds built up with Durace. Those pinkies in the air. Call it what it is. Durace over Dura-Ace.
Good to see Neil Brown from Road Magazine back in the day. Good to see you, Neil. Bart Clifford making his way. You already got an elbow to the left rib there, Brown, by saying hello to Worthington, which is cool.
Remember seeing Brandon and Kyle Gritters in that Rock and Road cyclery kit and put lactic acid in your legs just with the memory. Brandon and Kyle Gritters. Remember those two?
Oh, yeah. Be gritty.
I still train with Kyle Gritters. He's just as strong as ever, despite having 12 children, running a full-time business.
Before Chris Black tells us to shut up, it's cool to see the Ironfly kit, very splashy purple kit on Kevin Phillips with the white helmet in the shade right now on the Redemption Tour. Here comes Stage 2 Cyclery out of Murrieta, California.
I'm saying a breakaway from, looks like Lagrange. Lagrange breakaway with the high socks. You got those high socks, Corey Lockwood style? About ready to rip some legs off. I showed up with a satchel. It was empty, but we're leaving home with a full satchel full of legs that we have plucked from their sockets through the duration of the next 50 minutes of Masters 50 to 60 plus racing. If you're a younger rider, you're wanting to learn some things, talk tactics, training, talk to one of these older guys. They know some things. A lot of them have been doing this for longer than you've been alive.
How about Steve Remy in the house with Monster Racing in the white kit? He's in the summer kit. He made the trek all the way to Bend. Okay, Chris Black, final instructions.
Asking riders out of contention to withdraw. We'll be pulling you here at the line. If you make it past halfway, so what is that? How many minutes? Come on. There we go, 25 minutes. So if you make it past 25 minutes, I'll give you a bell and sprint you, and you'll get placed. But you got to make it. If you don't make it, if you get pulled before halfway, you're going to be DNP or DNF. Is that clear? Everybody good? First aid is the medical. We got an EMT back here. He's right at the neutral wheel pit. Okay. Thanks everybody for coming. Are you guys ready? Everybody ready to go? So we're rolling one neutral lap. You'll get a whistle, and we'll start the clock when you come around at the end of your neutral lap. Pace car, you ready? Okay, guys, let's roll out.
All right, we are off and underway. An homage to the La Vuelta España. 5, 4, 3, 2, Uno. Vamonos. Benga, benga. Here we go. 50, 60 out on course. And we do indeed have a sexy pace car, the GT500. The Shelby Ford Mustang taking that right hand right now. 8 corners, 6 lefties, and only 2 right-handers. That is splashy indeed. Cherry red Shelby GT500. Yes, no doubt about it. The birds are chirping, and the azaleas, the purple jacarandas, everything in full bloom here at the park. City of Upland, located about 30 miles east of Los Angeles, bound by Claremont. To the west, to the east, Rancho Cucamonga. To the south, Ontario. And to the north, the San Gabriel Mountains, towering over Upland. Mount Baldy, just a mere 10 miles from here. Elevation 10,000, towering over the Upland Criterium race, off and underway. This, kilometer 0. Fast and furious and a very flowy course. Big Orange looks like Mr. O taking that turn number 2. Now turn number 3, a right-hander. Then through the chicane, turn number 4.
We got some intel from some of our Cat 4-5 riders who said, be careful pedaling through the chicane. Really having to know exactly how long your crank arms are to avoid pedal striking. That could just be some Cat 5 wisdom, though. Never know. Have to ask the pros if were you able to successfully pedal through the chicane without clipping a pedal. The crank arm length is an interesting debate because the difference between the longest and the shortest is only, let's see, 165s to 185s. Only 2 centimeters, less than an inch.
Steve Remy there, wheel number 2. Yeah, I would think 172.5s are probably pretty common right now. I never went under 72.5s, but certainly to your point, I think the crank lengths, if anything, getting shorter and shorter. Back in the day, the idea was for the ultimate optimal leverage, you'd go with a larger crank if you're a climber. But I would say 175 or 172.5 probably the most popular.
When you think about it, difference between 175 and 170. Which is 2 sizes, is half a centimeter. And we're talking negligible. Or I think people take crank arm length way too serious. Unless let's say this, unless your FTP is over 400, I don't want to hear about crank arm length. Is that fair? Unless you're touching the 400s, you got more work to do. We call it free speed. When you only have to buy it. If you can buy, we call it free speed. If you have to earn it, it's not free speed. So wheels, carbon frame, crankset be free speed. On the front, Big Orange.
Yeah, we saw Knuckles with a courageous ride at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Obviously, this race hotting up from the gun. As you can see, the shards of glass, they're starting to already create some attrition at the back. It's starting to get ragged a little bit already as they come firing through that chicane.
Riders ready to throw in the towel 3 minutes in. This course does not allow one to hide. You're having to be on the pedals, full gas. pretty much the entire time. The nature of the corners is you're having to punch it repeatedly.
So yes, Andrew Knuckles definitely putting a stamp on this race as Andrew Bare Knuckles once again going lap after lap in the big orange kit with that splashy orange helmet. There he is there through the trees. Riding just to the north of that monument. Now he heads south. And this right-hander, turn number 3, Knuckles now riding west into the prevailing wind.
A wind starting to pick up as the temperature changes, as the hot and cold clash. That tends to create wind. Big fan of knowing which direction the wind is coming from. Allows you to know where to hide on the wheel. Do I need to be directly behind, back into the right, back into the left, or skip the wheel entirely and go off the front solo?
And there's turn number 7 on the monitor. That picture there is your second right-hander. That is turn number 8, your final turn as Knuckles with his elbows out. Kevin Phillips is okay with this position right now as Bare Knuckles. That's Phillips number 2. And on Kevin Phillips, none other than Bart Clifford with Evoke. Evoke, to come forward. What a beautiful tagline that is, right? It's a spiritual tagline. Evoke, come forward, be positive, embrace the journey because the journey is the juice. So Clifford looking good in that white kit. Knuckles stubbornly at the front. Adam Bino from Chino also in this field. Watch out for Bino. He can get impatient. He will roll. He is always one to be an aggressive rider. And Kevin Phillips with his head always screwed on tight. I'd have to say that Kevin Phillips can read a race like a book. Knuckles scoring some more time trial points. Merchandise Preem on the line. All right, Andrew Knuckles, can you hang on for another kilo? Knuckles doing his part to shorten this race. Had a good call with my partner David Wells. The Costa Mesa Grand Prix, he was commenting that Knuckles is kind of a bit of a troglodyte. He likes to go hard for no other reason. It paid off there at Costa Mesa Grand Prix where he ended up in that break getting on the podium. We saw Philip Tintzman win there. How about my friend Chris Hahn deciding to race Costa Mesa Grand Prix? I think he raced 3 races that day. Chris Hahn ended up feeling pretty good after getting knackered, overloaded, and then rested for the next week. Comes back from Augusta, Georgia with not 1 but 2 national championships. Chris Hahn taking the crit and road race. Kevin Phillips picking up the preem. There goes Kevin Phillips, Bart Clifford in tow. Merchandise preem.
Gonna be back-to-back preems. That first one was SSB product pack. Next preem is going to be Wahoo water bottles and Dur Ace hats. Kevin Phillips taking home the first one. Ironfly Racing, category 1.
And Kevin Phillips just smooth like melted butter there. Clifford locked on, but you can see once Kevin said, all right, this has been fun, he's now mixed the medicine. He's in the front right now, and you can see gaps already. He's such an excellent bike handler with dexterity. A skilled rider, also a national champ, not only on the road, but in the velodrome. Look through the trees. Another thing that is deceiving on the pictures here is this entire course is tilted. You're ascending as you go north. So riders now on turn number 8, they are going uphill right now. Gradual climb up to the San Gabriels, right? We're basically graded on a alluvial fan, right? We have 1,000 feet of alluvium coming from a delta deposit from the San Gabriels, right? So obviously everything, the watershed is flowing to the Santa Ana River. So if you're anywhere south of the east-west running San Gabriels, by definition, you're going downhill, right? If you're a marble or a molecule, you're going due south. So this course, the paperclip part of the course runs north-south. So you're either going up or down. So it is, like Ronnie Toe said, a bit like riding intervals all day long. Extremely. Corey Williams, after winning this race in May, I asked Corey, I go, how was it? Because we're all sort of fixated on it being a technical course. Well, that is all true. But you know what Corey said? He looked at me and goes, Worthington, it was very, very, very hard. A hard race. And I think that's why we're getting a lot of separation early on. But it turns out it's kind of counterintuitive. It's not like you can sit in and be a great bike handler and win this race or even get to the podium. Dennis King in a spot of bother. Good to have Dennis part of the sponsor here on the list. Bart Clifford taking care of business. Another merchandise premium. Can you believe it? Steve Remy's looking at Clifford like, are you kidding me? Back to back, Jack.
That's going to be a Lezine Light. Lezine brand light. Keeping you safe on your commute to and from work. A lot of these athletes, most of these athletes, having to balance full-time job, family, with their training. I like to see it as we all have 5 balls or apparatus that we're juggling. Got your faith and spirituality, health and fitness, family, social life, financial and career, and romantic relationship. Some of the categories are a glass ball. Other ones are rubber. Some will bounce if you drop it. Other ones will shatter and never come back. You get up to 400 pounds, your health, you let it suffer. That one might not come back. Or other ones are rubber, will bounce back. Let's hit him with another preem lap. I'm feeling sassy. Animate the heck out of this race. We got a lot of preems. It's going to be an Ilio gift card. Preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. It's going to be an
Lap, that was
Ilio gift card. $100 Ilio gift card.
Oh, LEL, man, they make the best apparel, no doubt about it. So Johnny Niss picking up that last preem. John Nist, another highly decorated Masters bike racer. He's won a ton of bike races. By all accounts, a highly competitive field. It's also counterintuitive, but believe it or not, after a lot of reps, the faster you go, the more things start to slow down. A lot of people don't understand what I'm talking about, but if you're watching on lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars, you are not most people. Kevin Phillips at the front right now. He's going to pick up the preem, riding for Ironfly. Here comes Phillips.
I suspect Bart Clifford could do well on this course based on last time he missed the break. We were up racing together in Northern California at Monterey, Sand City Criterium, put on by Michael Marks of the Belgian Waffle Ride. And Bart got some great work in the corners. Very similar course up there. Tight corners, even a little bit of a punchy hill. I think he learned his lesson of missing the break. So even if it's a 50-minute race, You're going to want to go full gas for the first 20, 30 minutes to stay in contention, stay near the front, be able to get in any moves. This course will punish you. It's essentially false flat hill repeats, headwind on the downhill section, tailwind on the uphill section. We're going to hit it with a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. It's going to be Jess Art, a $100 gift card to a custom-made painting of your choosing. Could be a painting of yourself. Get off the front, get the gap, get the photo to prove it. Heck, you could even screen grab from Ray Mars on LA Crits. Grab your photo from there. You only had to be out the front solo for 10 seconds, but forever immortalized on your mantle above the fireplace. LA Crits, making you look fantastic on the interwebs. The internet is forever until the coronal mass ejection or EMP hits. Grab your snacks. We're living in the 1850s. I hope it never happens. The good book, 1 Second After, describes 1 second after the EMP and all the power goes out. I would love to be wrong, but it was in a Simpsons episode, so that means it's in the script. Creator Matt Groening, high-level Freemason. They got to tell you ahead of time what they're going to do. Telling you ahead of time, we got Big Orange. Look like you can take the preem on the inside. Set your cyclery. Oh, that was too close to call. What do we think, USAC?
And here we go as they string it out. No doubt about it. The riders all up in here in Upland, California. Kevin Phillips now taking a pull at the front at the sharp point. Ruben Mason now folding over, not ready to pounce. Trust me, he is getting ready. Mesa, a very heady rider from Mexico. The entire Mesa family, an amazing cycling family. Ruben, Rigo, and Miguel. That is quite a triad. All right, here we go. Like I said, it's a paper-clipped shaped course that's merged or melded with what looks to be a bucket of paint, maybe a cloven hoof. A very intriguing course. Going with a hoof right now in the southwest corner, joined by a paperclip running north-south. Cloven hoofs, rhinoceros, hippopotamus, what you got? Ungulation. These are mammals.
The rhinoceros is preposterous, spitting beats straight from his esophagus.
And what do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhinoceros? Hell if I know. I do know this, 33 minutes into this powerful race. You know, we've got masters, highly decorated national champs out there out on course.
I don't know, I'm seeing 32 minutes, but maybe that's David's way of telling us he's a high-level Freemason. Creator of The Simpsons, David Worthington.
I do like stones, man. Masons, they're pretty cool, man. I'm all about the third rock from the stone. That's where we are here right now on this beautiful blue ball. What a time to be alive here at Upland, California. Thank you for joining us. You can see the pressure is on right now. Sometimes you get asphyxiated, you lose the ability to breathe. Suddenly you're trying to suck a bowling ball through a garden hose. Riders starting to shatter. Attrition. It is game on. Kevin Phillips wisely on Adam Bino from Chino. That's the one thing about Phillips. He always knows his position on the bike. He likes to know if the rider in front of him is whether or not his stock is rising or stabilizing. As a big part of bike racing is knowing for whom you share company with.
Can we get our men's category 4-5 to the podium unofficially? First place, we have Alex Rodriguez. Second place, Clay Schaefer. And rounding out the podium in third, we had Go Fast Rider. Brian Mendoza. Alex Rodriguez, Clay Schaefer, Brian Mendoza. That's a 1-3 for Go Fast Andiamo with Opreme Cycling Team. I don't know why they doubled it, but it's twice as good. Ruben Meza going across. We could have a 3-man break momentarily. Bart Clifford put on notice.
It's a giant leap right there from Ruben Meza. And yeah, pretty cool there at the Rose Garden here at the Purple Plaza podium. The host team Go Fast in the men's Cat 4-5 bracketing the podium, taking first and third. Mendoza third. Alex Rodriguez top step. Clay Schaefer taking the silver.
Brian Mendoza doing perfect teamwork. He got close enough to get across the break, but did not want to stack the break with 4 others. Kind of sat up and let his teammate Alex Rodriguez stay out there. Teamwork does indeed make the dream work. Outside hands up. Perfect podium etiquette. There it is.
Mendoza, Schaefer, Alex Rodriguez, congratulations. Here comes a big move back out on course. That looks like Johnny Nist on the inside in that white kit. State champion John Nist, no stranger to the podium himself as he makes a move behind that War Memorial Monument all alone. Here comes Bare Knuckles. Andrew Knuckles, a good rider to recruit. This is putting Meza in a spot of bother. Kevin Phillips also wondering, this is a huge moment. 2 riders up the road, followed by another 2. Phillips missing that move. Now, Phillips doing some wind sampling of his own, trying to get to terms. This is a huge lap.
It could be maybe 2 to 3 more breakaway attempts, and I think something can stick. This has been the second threatening move of the day. The longer the breakaway stays out there, the higher chances that the next one will succeed as the collective matches of the peloton wane.
No doubt about it. It's really about the cumulative effects of these attacks and counterattacks. So this one's getting stitched back, but not readily. With mercy, Nist has got all kinds of terrific form right now. He does another dummy attack, sits up. Smartly, prudently sits up, checks his left shoulder.
Perfect opportunity right now to counter. If anyone has legs, now is the time to go.
100% correct, Ronnie Tothby. I feel like the counter would come back pretty far because the top 6 were part of that action having to deliver some watts. So it needs to come back, which is actually brilliant if you can make a move from 8 or 10 back. The problem is you've got a corner every 100 yards.
Very difficult on this course to be able to attack from 8 back and get through the next corner clean. An upside to that sort of move is you can get through the corner right before it pinches. Nobody's able to follow you. An instant gap as the riders that were just on the front go diagonal, block the road, chopping off the ideal line.
And look at Ray Mars, you know, behind those trees, there is an artist with a camera. A beautiful sight indeed. Kaleidoscope of colors coming in and out of the tree line, under the canopies. See the swing set in the background. You can see the pickleball courts, the basketball courts, the beautifully sculpted baseball diamonds, the YMCA facility, the dog pound. Like we have a rider, perhaps just went into the grassy knoll on the back stretch. Knuckles having none of it at the front. Bart Clifford smartly covering that move. Bart has been riding very heady right here throughout this race. Never in trouble, but also not doing any flailing moves where you're just up the road spending bullets. Talking about trying to keep the proverbial powder dry. Right now we are hitting on all cylinders, getting our kicks just south of Route 66. Knuckles at the front, and Clifford, Kevin Phillips, Steve Remy, Adam Bino, and 2 riders from Stage 2 cyclery, including Ruben Mesa. Ruben Mesa, your champion here back in May. Looks like we have some Clifford. The brother Clifford is in the house. Good to have the family come out and cheer on Bart. Bart with a huge emotional win at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix in March of 2024. Alfie Sanchez is here helping out as well. Always good to see Alfie Sanchez, who drove back from Bend, Oregon. Bart Clifford definitely behind bringing that race back, the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, which certainly was a huge hit, having 2 races there this year. City Council was out, the mayor of Costa Mesa, and he definitely gave a gigantic thumbs up to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, revamped and resurrected Knuckles at the front.
Bart got some great practice up in Monterey, California on a course just like this, tight corners. Seems he has learned his lesson of staying at the front, monitoring, following moves, even contributing a little. Little bit of trouble brewing in that I see Ruben Mesa sitting 5th wheel. He should be launching momentarily. I think we will see an attack from Ruben Mesa within the next lap or 2.
That's Mesa, wheel number 6. He has a teammate who will run a sweeper if he runs an attack. Mesa, Rigo Mesa, coming off a huge win at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix.
Definitely incredible footage out here. If you're joining us live on YouTube, lacrits.com, Ray Mars and family just downright crushing the videography game. Better video footage than most World Tour races. Between the drone, the multiple angles, incredible. Be able to watch this race live. The internet is forever. Until the EMP hits.
Ray Mars and lacrits.com painting another masterpiece. Turn number 8 on the final stretch, strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam.
I think the first real lull of the race and a race of attrition, riders popping off the back one by one. But if you've got legs, now is the time to hit them. The wind is picking up, looking about 7 miles per hour. Temperature heating up.
And these riders have been pressing it from kilometer 0. I'm starting to detect just a slightest fraction of a lull here. Well, that didn't last long. Now we've got to move from Phillips, timing it right. Trying to keep the speed hotted up. Every corner, a bit of a mad scramble. Riders are definitely experienced handling this course with panache, expertise.
As predicted before the race, our man in the tall arrow socks is about to rip some legs off on the front. Lagrange Racing, none other than Nick Gillock, Velo Club Lagrange, Category 3 with the Aero Pantalones.
Yeah, Nick Golick, I saw him about a half a lap started his engine in a big pull there. Now he's looking back to peel off. That's turn number 3, a right-hander. Read that lull moment, went to the front, finding big clean air, safe at the front. But for how long?
It's interesting to see him just kind of tempoing on the front, content to just tow riders along. Doesn't really seem like an attack. But GOK, God only knows what kind of chuckle cuckery he's got planned. And over the top, speaking of chuckle cuckery, nonsense, my man jumping across to no man's land, clean air. One of the biggest attacks of the day, cornering on rails. Coming through our final corner momentarily, using every centimeter of the road. Shout out to our Europeans. That's Evox Racing. Jorge Hernandez, Category 3, maybe looking for some upgrade points with a commanding gap. Iron Fly on the front, wanting to bring it back. That's Kevin Phillips putting in work, taking home most of our preems, and still being willing to put some wind on the sniffer. Trying to weld this back together. Bart Clifford sitting fifth wheel. Strategically, he could jump across.
But why? That was perfectly timed. Bart Clifford basically said, Jorge, it's your time to fly. This is your opportunity to shine. Jorge Hernandez showing his skills on carving these corners like a holiday turkey. And here comes the chase, getting a little bit wide. This is a team move, an absolute team move. Evoke saying, all right, we need to spread our wings. Clifford sending a man up the road, thus putting all the impetus on the field.
8 seconds. Love to see it. 8 second gap. 8 second gap.
And look at Scott Cochran.
Seconds.
Scotty Cochran also on Evoke. Now he's doing a great job at the front. This is team tactics 101. Cochran slowing down the chase. Bino having to pull it back. Scotty Cochran said, I'm not going to help. I'm good right here, right now. Clifford's like, stay right there. Hold it. And look out. They are harnessing some energy, but having Hernandez out there puts the entire field on the back foot. Still on the hills, Phillips wondering, what have I gotten myself into? Kevin Phillips says typically he will cover every move. Is it a move of frivolity? Is it fool's gold or platinum level gold? Time will tell.
8 second gap. 8 second gap with spaces opening up between riders. A chase of 3 with some daylight between them. If those 3 do not get across, the peloton is definitely going to sit up. These next 2 laps will be quite pivotal for Jorge.
Here comes Tage.
Jorge putting in work, all in these next 2 laps, all in next 2 laps, and make it stick.
And Mesa feels he got that memo. Clifford latching on to every move. Kevin Phillips caught out just a fraction. Adam Bino rocking his shoulders. He is about to detonate if he doesn't get a draft. Mesa on the move.
Yeah, this is it right here. Most pivotal moment of the race. Mesa should definitely just continue flying over the top of that. They have a gap. Guys are hurting. Bino from Chino, one of the fittest riders out there, and he is head cocked to the side, suffering a little bit. Straight out of Chino. He could go over the top right there. Looks like they brought it back. Perfect time to carry momentum if you have the legs. Riders are definitely suffering. We have popped a few off the back, and we have gaps opening, single file, coasting, coming into the final corner. Looks like a bit of a reset. Not the great reset, but maybe a medium reset. Little shout out to Bond villain Klaus Schwab, causing trouble at the World Economic Forum.
Definitely Smedium. I'll give you that. This is Critcoin at its full extent as Steve Remy does not want to continue that speed. He's trying to recover. He finds himself at the front.
Critcoin, patent pending. Place your wagers on the interwebs. The cryptocurrency of crit racers worldwide. Critcoin coming at you. It's got the little T, it's got the R and the C next to it. Patent pending. Critcoin.
Well, if it's 50-50, where do you put your Critcoin right now? Do you wager on a break, which has not yet assimilated, or do you pick the pack? My Critcoin says we're going to have yet another break to survive. Although, welded, stitched, whatever you want to call it, the accordion, the rubber has not snapped. Again, the lull, the Schmedium lull. This is interesting, right? There's tactics, but there's also people that are trying to get oxygen through a cocktail straw. It's like a time trial out there that also is saying, I'm going to hit you hard. I'm talking about the course, but you also have to navigate using your head through these corners.
And not collecting a curb with your front wheel. Also a factor is be able to handle your bike while absolutely exhausted. Now's the time to attack. If you got legs, now's the time for a perfect counterattack. I'm not saying I'm a Cat 1 race reader, but wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Watts through the BB.
We are stoked to be here. What an honor. We are going to have an actual sprint, perhaps. I mean, this is boiling down. We're at 12 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a big field strung out in this tight quarters. And every move, every tight finish, every tight squeeze captured in Technicolor on lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars.
A definite lull. They have just about coasted the last 50 meters into that corner. Riders needing some respite. If you're the type of rider that has legs late in the day, this is the time to unleash some fury. It's like Monster wanting to test out who's got what and send a attack up the road. At this point, riders are following everything.
And again, John Niss hotting up, and Phillips at the front and immediately moves over and slots in wheel number 5 or 6 back. Kevin Phillips, remember, he is on a redemption tour after coming here May 12th. Adam Bitaforcino is in the elite wheel pit. He's going to get his rig fixed, perhaps swapped out. Got a wheel change. Shimano, thank you so much. Elite Racing, the neutral pit support. Thank you so much to Mike and Courtney. He will reintegrate back into the race. Certainly a big factor, Adam Bino.
So for our racers tuning in yet to race, I know I like to listen a lot of times when I'm driving to the race. You are not limited to just one lap for the pit. Since it is such a fast lap, our pro race, if they're averaging 28 miles per hour, it's going to be 64 seconds per lap. So the USAC officials have conceded that you can have a few laps or what it takes to get it fixed within reason, but you're not to ride backwards on the course. A big shout out to Elite Racing with the neutral wheel pit, Look Bicycles, and we have just completely slowed, becoming a game of cat and mouse. Negative Racing, Bino from Chino looking like he's going to get one more free lap.
That makes sense. We're talking about
minute to catch his breath.
1 kilometer lap. In actuality, it's a fraction under a kilometer, around about 5.2, I think, 0.52 miles. We're going to call it a kilometer because it's clean to report. But a lot of crit courses are a mile and a half, Grand Prix style, right? So it'd be almost unfair to have the pit support have to go on a one lap here. They're getting one lap done in what, a minute and change. So the laps come very rapidly. If you're averaging 26 miles an hour on this course, that's a minute 9. 28 miles an hour, which I'm sure will get averages upwards of 28. That's a minute 4 on this course.
Monster Racing on the front, followed by Big Orange and Evoke. We are single file. Pardon on the right side of the course. We got Bino from Chino rejoining the pack on the right side of the course.
9 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're at 9 laps remaining in this bike race.
4.5 miles of racing remaining. Big Orange taking a dig. Not enough to create separation, but enough to keep the lactic acid slowly piling up in the legs. We've seen some big attacks from Ruben Meza. Let's see if he has anything left to be able to throw himself up the road. Our field is whittled down.
Finally, Knuckles is done with his tractor trailering at the front. There's Knuckles, rider 3 or 4 in that bright orange hat. Getting down to the critical moments of this bike race, into the final moments inside of 9 to go. It's going to be 8 laps at the line when they come through.
Be 8 laps, 4 miles of racing, 4 miles of racing. We are on a standard 4-corner industrial park crit. You're looking at 4 laps to go. Definitely time to be getting in position and putting your cards on the table, whether you're waiting for that bunch sprint or whether you're going to drop some gears and do thy best to do the disappears. Go for the last chance breakaway. Percentage-wise, I would say at this point we're looking about a 70% chance of a reduced field bunch sprint. But I do not expect Ruben Meza to be content with that, as well as maybe Ironfly. Kevin Phillips is likely desiring a breakaway as well. My hunch is around 2 to 3 laps to go. Probably around 2 laps to go. I see the chances of a last lap.
And
a 1K to 1 mile flyer. Big Orange sitting on the front.
Right on. It does look like the tractor trailer. Andrew Knuckles, bare Knuckles at the front right now with 7 laps remaining. With 7 laps to go, Phillips, wheel number 2. Remy lined up. Bart Clifford on Remy. Absolutely lined up for what could be a dramatic, emphatic, bombastic sprint. Don't get a lot of those on this course, but we've got a serious field going Mach speed right now. PDQ. Pretty damn quick.
I see Bart Clifford surfing the front, coming to the front, but not wanting to really attack. Just happy to stay in the mix, stay safe. First coming through the chicane. Bart Clifford freshening up the legs, standing up, dancing on the pedals. Just goes to show how hard the front half of this race was, because they are content to kind of soft pedal here for a bit. A soft attack coming in on the inside. It's enough to get a gap. So that is dangerous. With 3 miles to go, letting anything go up the road is problematic. We have 2 riders. Looks like an Evoke rider. And possibly an unattached. This may be it, folks. If we do not see movement from the peloton soon, this could be Jalchi Rote.
Yeah, we've seen Jorge Hernandez with 6 laps to go. We saw Hernandez earlier taking these corners at speed.
That was Robert Frank, joined by Jorge Hernandez, animating the heck out of things with 3 miles remaining. These two are playing to their strengths of their physiology. If they don't have the fast twitch fibers, now is the last chance to let it rip. The slow twitch fibers for a fast final 3 miles. Usain Bolt, 100-meter sprinter, would be a good example of fast twitch, while Kipchoge, marathon runner, would be an example of slow twitch. Crit racing is a sport where the two muscle fibers converge in duking it out for the W.
Absolutely, and shout out to Cole Hawker from University of Oregon taking the gold in the 1500 in Paris. Goodness gracious. But you're right, Ronnie Toth. The sport of cycling kind of compiles and puts together this specimen where you got to have a little bit of 400-meter speed, a 880 speed, a mile speed, a marathon, and also a fast twitch 100-meter burn. And all those things are required together. These two riders, looks like they're going to get pulled back. Hernandez, a good try, and there comes Johnny Nist to the front with 5 laps remaining.
That was Robert Frank on the front, drilling it, doing his best to make this break stick. If Monster Racing sits up and goes diagonal, those two's gap could go out. But if he's smart, he will close it all the way down. We saw in the women's Olympic road race, they were given a 2 bike length gap. Rider did not close it down all the way, and the winning attack went. A lot of times it makes sense to close the gap and even roll over the top of them, almost as a bluff to show them you're not messing around. And he has gone solo. He saw them coming. He launches himself through the chicane.
You've got to respect Jorge Hernandez. What a brilliant ride today, no matter what happens, animating the field and his bike handling skills on full display today. Ladies and gentlemen, Jorge Hernandez, just when he heard the announcer say, oh, they're brought back, this is going to be stitched and welded, he said, no, I got more in the tank. He's going to empty the tank, taking turn number 8 with 4 laps to go. Jorge Hernandez staying at the front, and he is pinning it right now, stomping on the pedals.
They are setting up Bart Clifford incredibly. He's sitting second wheel, protecting his teammate who's off the front. With 2 miles remaining, it really is, I'd say probably 50-50 at this point. Realistically, probably 70-30 that they catch him. But with Bart Clifford sitting second wheel, when Monster tires, the hand is going in the air. He is asking for help. When Monster tires, if Bart Clifford is able to take kind of a wacky line through a corner and give his teammate, Robert Frank,
well, it has certainly been a seesaw battle, Ronnie Toth, here at the Upland Go Fast Memorial Criterium with Hernandez, a brilliant ride, yo-yoing off the front, still surviving, but it does look like it's a matter of moments. It looks like the catch is imminent.
Robert Frank was the dual breakaway compartment, went back, got absorbed by the field. Still got teammate of Bart Clifford, Jorge Hernandez, out front.
And let's see how they respond as Hernandez is brought back with 3 laps remaining. 3 laps to go in this bicycle race. Grupo Compacto, 3 to go with a big move and a leap on the inside. That looks like Octay Ortabasi with Evoke Racing. Evoke doing a brilliant job today of sending riders one after the other, moving, counter-moving, body blow after body blow.
Absolutely textbook, perfect team tactics. Evoke sending one up immediately when he got caught, going off the front. That could be the opportunity of this rider's season, be able to get launched with 1.5 miles remaining. 1.5 mile time trial. How much pain can you endure? Really putting the other teams on the back foot, forcing the chase. Monster Racing forced to bring it back. Evoke taking him to school with the team tactics.
This is Octay Ortabasi. What a brilliant move, win or lose, with 2 to go. Octay Ortabasi, 2 to go, and look at the faces of pain. Goodness gracious, this is commitment. Octay Ortabasi falling on his sword. 2 laps remaining.
Setting things up incredibly for Bart Clifford. Even Ruben Meza having a chance to steal this last minute. There's the major players, there's the minor players, but Octay putting in hurt on them. Ortabasi Going late with the perfect team tactics. Strung out single file chasing him. Got about a 7-second gap.
Ooh.
Coming down. Love seeing him flying on that backstretch. Slight downhill into what is now a crosswind.
I almost had to avert my eyes when they made it through that chicane at a speed that they have not sampled the entire race. Oh my goodness, what a move. And it looks like Steve Remy now is going to put a pin on Octay. What a move. And now Remy at the front. That cat can corner. Look at them lean their bikes at an obtuse angle. This is acute and critical with 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. 1 to go. 1 to go. Steve Remy in a spot of confusion.
They were all in. Guys are blown up with 1 to go. Calling it a day on their race. Riders imploded. We got
Panic,
group of
depression.
3. Ruben.
Man, Steve Remy, great job. Maybe perhaps a miscalculation, but Remy lighting it up. And look what he's done. The damage that he has put down without mercy in the field. Clifford still on the move. This is getting down to the nitty-gritty. Who will prevail? Kevin Phillips now at the front. He is going to try to take this thing long. Bart Clifford on his wheel. Clifford on the inside as they negotiate that corner. It's getting Argy and Bargy. Clifford over the top. Bart Clifford has made a pass. Here comes Clifford out of turn number 8. Here comes Meza. Here comes Phillips. And it is Bart Clifford striking gold today. Your champion at the Upland Memorial Criterium.
One of the most valiant races I've seen Bart Clifford do. He was working to weld things together early on in the race, putting in a ton of work. Ironfly Racing, Kevin Phillips leading it out, going from a long ways out, but not quite able to shake Clifford. And Ruben Meza rounding out your podium.
That's how it's done as a team win. Bart Clifford, I think the only move that he made that was full tilt watts was in the final 200-300 meters of that bike race. And he used his teammates. It was absolutely a textbook win. Would not have done it without all those teammates firing off the front as he got a free ride to the line. A brilliant finish. What a close. What a beautiful race indeed.
Definitely the most dynamic race of the day today as far as team tactics and strategy. Teamwork does indeed make the dream work. Rolling 3 to 4 deep. Evoke Racing putting on a clinic for sending guys up the road. Lather, rinse, repeat. Bart Clifford, that's 2 corners out. Dove in on the inside using his superior bike handling abilities and power to weight ratio to jump out of that second to last corner on the inside. We saw him looking for the opening on Ironfly. Well done. Bart Clifford here with the interview. Bart wants to give a shout out to the fam.
We have a short meeting with Bart Clifford right now. You talk about emotional wins. The Clifford family here in the
Get
house.
Mama Clifford.
An absolute team win. Clifford is ebullient right now, riding so high, having the entire team throw steak knives, and Clifford, in the end, prevailing. I think he wants to have a word with his mom. Ronnie, let's go hand the mic over to Bart here. Bart, can we break it down like a frog in biology class, man? I mean, it seems like you really used the team today. Your brother is in the house, your mom's in the house, and another emotional win. It looks like you used that one blast, and it was emphatic. Congratulations to Clifford and the entire Clifford family.
The team, everything right. We wanted it, we covered. I told the guys to attack the shit out of it the last few laps. String it out, don't worry about me, I'll get the wheels. And that's what happened. But most important.
Go ahead, Bart. So we have Bart Clifford hugging the
My
mom.
87-year-old mom came all the way from Huntington Beach to watch us. My cousin, Rusty, Diane, They came out here to watch me play bikes. My brother, right there, is, and that's the most important thing. The thing that's deepest part of my heart is having my family to be able to share these fun Sundays with all you. And go fast, Pat. Thank you for putting on this amazing race, this course. It's so much fun. And
Bart,
I just want to
let me
say
say
thank you,
something.
guys.
Hey, you can play Misty for me anytime, brother. I understand that it's an emotional thing. Let's go down the list, the roster. I mean, we're talking Scotty Cochran, Octay Ordabasi. What about Jorge Hernandez? Who taught Hernandez how to corner?
Wow. Let's give it a little applause for Mr. Hernandez. He rode his butt off in this race. I told him, attack. Anytime you feel it, go for it. And he did over and over again. And for sure, he softened up the big hitters like Kevin Phillips, Remy, John. And I do need to give a shout out to Mr. Kevin Phillips, where he is. He gave me one hell of a lead out. Even though we're not on the same teams, we're very close. We race for each other. And I couldn't have did it without him either. That last lap was pure fire.
You're going to love the replay, Mr. Clifford. When you see you go shoulder to shoulder over here, cat and mouse, it is mano a mano, man. You're going to love the replay. We're going to have it in slow-mo, brought to you by Ray Mars, LACrits.com. Let's give it up for Bart Clifford and the entire Clifford family coming in from all points and in between. A job very well done here in Upland, California.
As Bart touched on that accidental lead out from a friend in a different jersey, definitely helped change the outcomes. You had Ruben Meza there. He's got a heck of a sprint on him. And your intro and instructions from USAC official.
Pace car. We're going to do one.
Neutral lap. We are off for our neutral lap. Our category 2-3 men's field racing for 55 minutes. Thank you for joining us live on LACrits.com, brought to you by Ray Mars. Beautiful Upland, California. 10-mile-per-hour winds with a base of 7. Those gusts will get you. Quite the dynamic course. My name is Ronnie Toth. I am joined by David Worthington on the microphones with the sultry syllables all afternoon long. Thank you to Richard from USA Cycling with our start list. Got about 20 men in our category 2-3 field, ranging in age from our youngest rider at 14 years old to our Masters stud at 40 years old, Thomas DeVrazani. First lap's going to be neutral, just getting a feel for the course. And then we go full spicy boy. Lighten it up, clipping in, dipping out. Go Fast Cycling, brought to you by their Andiamo 501c3, enriching the lives of youth via the conduit of hope. That is the bicycle. You could be having a terrible day and change your brain chemistry. Find hope and a reason to live. Build your best self. Go out for a bike ride. Hop on Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, or offer up. Snag a used pony. Heck, nowadays, I'm a big fan of the old rim brake stuff. You can get a rim brake Dura-Ace or SRAM Red 15-pound bike for a few $100 used on the interwebs and change your life via the bicycle. Showtime, gents. We are on.
Off and underway, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining us on lacrits.com, we have the Cat 2-3s out on course right now. By all accounts, a highly competitive field. Riding for 50 minutes. Yeah, the 14-year-old Jax Weber with Big Wheel Cycling, Big Wheel Coaching, I should say. Brian McCulloch and Joy McCulloch, the ambassadors of Yucaipa, the king and queen of Yucaipa. Sometimes they say the mayor, but somebody else says they hold that position. Brian McCulloch having a tremendous year, winning a couple titles on the road, and I believe cross. So congratulations to BMAC. He's an absolute stud and all-around cool dude. So one of his students out on course right now, age 14, Jax Weber.
Brian McCulloch taking both the road race and the mountain bike national championship for the Masters age group. Pretty incredible. We're going to hit him with a preem lap, spice it up. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. That's going to be a Dura-Ace hat and Wahoo water bottles. Dura-Ace hat, Wahoo water bottles to the winner of this next lap.
Another good ride out there is David Michael Sweet. You talk about, Crit Cross. He won that race. David Sweet in the house. He likes to race gravel. We're going to see David Sweet. He's already committed to racing the Heartman Classic, which goes out of the RV park at Feather Park in Anaheim, California, November 17th. Mark your calendars. It's going to be a hit. Crit Cross, the same guys, Eric Bierman, Eric Squires. They put together excellent events. The Heartman Classic gravel race. November 17th. Scott Redding won the Hardman Classic, which is incredible. Yeah, it was a 2-up sprint, and the Flying Brit wins the Hardman Classic.
Flying Brit.
Whoa, we're getting a little sideways on that corner right there. This man in white drilling it, showing them a fresh set of wheels. That's John Sermon out of La Mirada, young John Sermon, 17 years of age. Yeah, this is his first race as a Category 2, and look, he is hotting it up on camera right now. That's little Johnny Sermon laying it down, giving you a sermon on the hill. He's a senior in high school. He races at Eldorado Park, the famous Eldo Park, which has been going here at Long Beach, California for decades. Marilyn Saunier once ran the Eldo series. Now it's Bahati and Sharon Smith. Those guys putting together a great event on Tuesday nights. Johnny Sermon riding for Team Endure in that white kit.
Nice having a variety of races in Southern California and be able to race on a Tuesday evening. They have time trial as well as a Criterium. And despite being a Four Corners course, the wind is definitely a factor out there. You really hone your racecraft. Heck, with practice races on Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday as well at Bud's in San Dimas, you can pretty much not have to train solo. Just do your intervals in a group, forced intervals. Whenever the strongest guy attacks, you are either forced to follow or come off the back like a schnack. We are very fortunate in Southern California to have group rides in a variety of cities. I'd venture to say within a half hour to 45-minute drive, wherever you live, you can find a group ride. Be able to get some practice racing in. The best training is racing. A lot of riders lack the motivation to do intervals on their own. So these practice crits, whether it be at the Rose Bowl or Hughes Park or Eldo, Palm Springs, the Desert Bicycle Club, Santa Clarita, Fiasco Island down in San Diego, Fiesta Island, known for notoriously kooky drivers coming and causing chaos in the peloton. There is a litany of choices in Southern California to be able to build your best self on two wheels.
Clearly, you're missing the most illustrious of training rides, simulated races. Saturday in Orange County Food Park. Sunday in Orange County, Como Street World Championships. Yeah, baby. Como Street been around for decades as well, and there is the Como Cup, the Rogers Cup. David Worthington having won that twice. Just saying, it's been it's a beautiful course with rolling terrain. Goes through Santiago Canyon, goes by Silverado Canyon, goes by Majestica Canyon. Go do that race every Sunday. We call it a race. It's actually a training ride, but if you can win at Como or a food park, you can win anywhere.
I actually ride with a few of your former competitors. They were saying out in the desert, they're always asking about how's that D-Worthy doing? Yes, you and your brother used to be pretty cagey racers, animating things, scrappy fellas. Back in the day, David had an illustrious career racing crits and road races in his heyday. Helps him to bring that passion and intel onto the microphone. Takes one to know one.
Way back in the hay, man, in the hay. Well, see, like in 1980s, that's the hay all the way to I'd say year 2000. But if you go back to the 1950s and 60s, that's what we call the hay. Okay, so I wasn't hay, I was hay. Here they come, Corey. There's Sweet right there. That guy can really roll. Watch out for David Sweet. Now look at his style. Very aerodynamic, a very cagey rider, and he is hotting up the speed with intention.
The race has been spicy from the gun. There are riders coming off the back already. We are single file, gaps, group of 5, group of 7. It is lit up. See if we can hit them for a preem lap soon, really animate things. Bit of a lull on the back stretch as they catch David Michael Sweet. But then the counterattack comes from Mike's Bikes on our longest straightaway, bringing it back to single file with tongues dripping out of mouths, eyes cross-eyed, pedals trembling, on the attack like a Turkish snack, getting after it. What the heck is a kilometer? This is going to be a preem lap. Preem lap is going to be a SSB product pack. Preem lap. We're in a single file line of lactic acid and pain. Who brought their legs? Who has been doing their intervals in the dark pain cave when nobody's watching? This is indeed a preem lap. If you want to snag it with the easy flyer, now is the time to go as the peloton sits up and goes 5 wide. One of my favorite moves, going from mid-pack or all the way to the back, straight off the front. Carry that momentum. They say the bigger a boy you are, the more you want to stay seated. Less wasted energy when standing, especially while climbing. Want to tap out a tempo. Just tap it in. Tap-a-roo. If I were you, I would just do 400 watts, I have this buddy, he always says, well, if I were you, I would just win. So why don't you just win? Think about it. And this is a preem lap, checking the gap in the olive green. It's going to be close. Looks like Big Orange on the inside. That's going to be Edison Sue.
Edison Sue picking up the preem.
So mid-race, we have preem laps. Kind of give you guys a tip on what the heck's going on here. So it's called a preem lap. Occasionally, to motivate them, get them fired up, we'll give out a prize, usually a product preem, sometimes cash. If you have some cash, you're wanting to animate things, feel free to throw some money at us, and we will gladly give it right back to the racers. We'll even let you decide which lap to give it out. Oftentimes, we'll have somebody show up with a few C notes, give us some Federal Reserve notes to hand out to our riders to spice things up. If you want to see them sprint, get a little preview of the finish line. Say you got to catch a meeting. I don't got time to stick around to the finish, but I do got $100 to see who's got legs. Bring it to us to the announcers. We will hand it out to our racers on your behalf. And can we get our masters to the podium? You've got your 10 to 15 minute sassy rebuttal disqualification window, but your results are posted. It's going to be Ruben Meza of Stage 2 Cyclery out of Marietta, California, racing for Bosch, presented by Iliel. In second place, Kevin Phillips, racing for Ironfly. And your champion of the day, welding things together on the front, exuding the alliteration that teamwork makes the dream work, Bart Clifford for Evoke Racing. Go ahead and be meandering in the direction of the podium before hitting up Frank with hamburgers, breakfast burritos, snacks to fund yo attacks. Thank you to Frank for keeping us fed and watered over at our snack station. Hamburgers, cheeseburgers, and breakfast burritos. Mike Spikes on the inside. Not quite able to get separation, but going for it no less. Quite a competitive category here with the category 2-3s. A lot of riders tend to get stuck in the category 3s because there is a depth of fitness. Category 3 is probably the last category where they are working full time, not as focused on this, more of a hobby. While in the Pro 1-2-3, a lot of guys are trying to make a living at it. But our category 2-3 race gives the opportunity for the Cat 2s to be able to get some points to get their category 1 upgrade. Versus if you race in the standalone Pro 1-2-3 race, it's a little bit harder to get points as you need to beat all the Cat 1s in order to earn points. But the 2-3 race offers a nice benefit, be able to snag some points while racing against your same level of riders. Like a solo attack going free. See if he can handle the headwind on the backstretch. Big shout out to Holly Breck, keeping the podium afloat. One of our top volunteers here with Go Fast Andiamo, changing lives via the bicycle. Holly, a professional cyclist in her own right, has been traveling the country this year, racing and crushing it in many states. One of the top mentors for the Go Fast Andiamo women's race team. But she's passed some wisdom on to the men as well. Holly Breck, you want to learn something, go pick her brain, get some strategy and some training tips.
No doubt about it. Holly Breck, I mean, she races for DNA. They won the Redlands Cycling Classic, GC General Classification. Also, Holly Breck winning the points competition a couple years ago at the Redlands Cycling Classic. That is a huge, huge endeavor, a huge victory for Holly Breck. She's won so many races, and it's great that she can assist and help with this program. The Go Fast Purple team right here out of the Upland area, San Dimas area, connected to the Pro Shop in Cycle out of San Dimas. Pat Carroll, part of his tenure is running that shop, and now he's also been a manager of the team and now a promoter. Having Holly Breck on the team has been extremely beneficial, and we appreciate Holly Breck very much indeed. A consummate professional. Just a kind of a cool person as well. And how about the purple, the beautiful purple painted podium here at the Rose Garden? The purple podium plaza is shining bright today. Under the trees, we have a canopy of trees. The jacarandas blooming. The magnolias the size of grapefruits. As this rider stamping the pedals, Patrick English.
Patrick English putting on a show as to how to prevent a bunch sprint. My man, lighting it up. Arrow, kissing the stem, making it hurt. Pat on the front, looking to get some company. If he can have 1 to 2 riders jump across to him, the chances of making that stick until the finish go up exponentially.
We saw Patrick English have a tremendous ride at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. He also can be a preem bandit, one to grab those preems. You can see on the pictures the kind of deceiving grade, the pitch in the grade between them going, he's turning right, still going downhill slightly. And then English turning left here. That's turn number 6. And then 7 is a right-hand turn. And here's 8, ringing the bell. Preem lap, merchandise preem lap. As English still stomping the pedals.
It's going to be a Fabric brand front light and T-shirt. Fabric brand front light and T-shirt. See if Pat has any legs to be able to sprint for this preem. Partner David Worthington tells me that there is indeed a preem hunter in our midst. Patrick English. Chasing dreams and hunting preems. He now has company. Our peloton very motivated. Only about a second behind. We very well could have a bunch sprint and a nice precursor to what a last lap sprint could look like as they duke it out in these final 2 corners. They have company. A third rider has jumped across. Looks like David Michael Sweet has come across to that gap.
And here comes David Sweet on the inside. It looks like he's going to overtake. We've got a 3-up sprint where Sweet takes the preem. English third. Masterful, well-timed, David Sweet. And the momentum, they're going to carry it on and try to exploit that momentum. These 3 riders somewhat gassed after taking that preem, barreling through turn number 3, that right-hander, and then a quick setup for the left turn, turn number 4 through the chicane.
Knowing David Sweet, this very well could be a move that turns into something. He stays on the front and on the gas. It could create separation. Riders are opening gaps. I see about a 2 gap length space between each rider. These next 2 laps should be quite telling and could provide for the breakaway opportunity to split the elastic, rip some legs off, and create separation. We seem to have regrouped, but if anybody has legs right now, would be the ideal time to counterattack. I'm like your Jiminy Cricket strategy artist here, telling you exactly when to attack to make it stick. Because I'm telling you, it's easier to read the race from out here than it is from being inside it.
And like synchronized swimmers, those top 3 riders going to the water bottle. Hydration is key. Attrition and hydration is everything.
Can we get the men's 50 and 60 plus to the podium? That's going to be 3 deep with Kevin Phillips in second. Ruben Meza in third, and Bart Clifford and his mother to the podium. Mama Clifford on the podium. Love to see it. Making America great again. No moms on the podium. Like, we'll allow a puppy and a child. Now, I love to see the family supporting the race. Proud of our boy Clifford. Putting in work to weld it together. Taking the lead with 2 corners to go. And sprinting out with clean wheels.
And bring out the 60 plus as well, our top 3, so we can try to get the podium plaza done and dusted. Look at the riders right now, our category 2 threes, mixing it up. Red hot coming through. Start, finish. Job well done. Antonio Torres. Team Mike's Bikes. If you have a Mike's Bikes on your jersey, on the chest or back, that means you know how to race your bicycle. That team out of Northern California recruits very good athletes. There is no weak link on Team Mike's Bikes.
Can we get Shirok Shabahang as well as John Neist to the podium for our 60-plus podium? That's going to be Shirok Shabahang as well as John Neist to the podium. If it on Instascam, did it even happen? Get you those social media likes. Keep the sponsored dollars flowing. Beautiful Sunday out of the Church of Pain. My name is Reverend Ronnie. We've got a sermon on the Beatitudes of Suffering. Chapter 4, verse 12. Thy must go off the front if you are on the hunt for the podium.
No doubt, thy are pounding. These 2 riders hitting it hard. That included Anthony Ferrucci, another rider with teams Mike's Bikes. Ferrucci doing the do-si-do with his teammate. Antonio Torres hits him on the left, and here comes Ferrucci with the counter move.
The Biebs dropping the sweet syllables. Haley Bieber up in the house. Justin Bieber, don't stop now. We are almost there to the finish of this category 2-3 men's race. 28 minutes remaining on our clock. Started with 50, and now we're here. See if we have any separation next time they come through. Like a group of 3 with a little bit of a gap. Having to wiggle, choosing the ideal line. Mike's Bikes doing some acrobatics on his pony. Crit Ninja certified. Looks like iSpeed Racing, Mike's Bikes, and Go Fast. And we are all back together, single file. If I was David Michael Sweet, I'd be launching one right about meow. That's a meow. Big old kitty up in here. David Michael Sweet about to go out the front with the counterattack. The horrors persist, but so do we. Resilience, grit, tenacity. A race of attrition, an 8-man cage fight, kicking each other's teeth in, checking elbows, a few punches below the belt. Our boys have entered the octagon. And we will see who can stay on their feet and take the top step on the podium. We are fighting valiantly, going blow for blow in this peloton, using every centimeter of the tire, leaning 2 corners to go. Coming through the start-finish line, it's going to be Mike's Bikes rider checking the gap. Antonio Torres putting some wind on the snout and some watts through the pedals. Kissing the stem and seeing how much pain can he endure. He has gone clear. His teammate coming to the front to let a gap go, maybe clog it up in the corner. Engine 11, fight the good fight. Engine 11, that stands for your legs are the engine. The sticks below your waist. That's the engine. Get to mashing and leaving wondering, what type of intervals my boy been doing? Can we get the masters 50 plus and 60 plus? Look, my girl Holly Breck's got some strong legs, but she ain't trying to stand on the podium all day. Let's get one of you handsome gentlemen in the form of Bart Clifford or John Neese to replace her up there. Masters 50 plus or 60 plus. Otherwise, no MySpace photos for you. Tag your sponsor. I see you on a yacht, girl, hanging out in Dubai. Tag your sponsor. So you want to test out the fast twitch of these riders. We've got 30 seconds until your podium expires for the Masters 50 plus. I'm kidding. But Masters 50 plus and 60 plus. Call you out by name. John Neest, Chirac Shabahang, Kevin Phillips, Ruben Meza, and Bart Clifford to the podium. Going to put you on the interwebs. We're going to make you look fantastic. Get that jersey zipped up. You see, these stretchy pants you wear, it's basically like Spanx for men. It lifts, it separates, you just stuff it all in there. Just muffin top on fleek. Nom, 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 nom. You're looking delicious. Get up there on that podium. Give us a little wiggle. Get those hands in the air. 24 minutes of racing. David Michael Sweet. So fast, he got 3 names taking the corner. First, as predicted, David Michael Sweet finding himself in the breakaway. He's a mean, mean man. The sort of guy that'll take your younger sister out to a nice dinner, but then block her on Instagram and never call her back. He's a mean man finding himself in the solo breakaway. Careful, he gonna steal your lunch money with his 13-second gap. The man is not to be trusted solo off the front. He will find you. He has a skill set that makes him very dangerous to men like you. Skills acquired over a long career breaking away. He will hunt you. He will find you. And he will rip your legs off. Liam Neeson taken his time. David Michael Sweet. Try to make the pro cycling equivalent of the movie Taken. I will find you. I have skills acquired over a long career. David Michael Sweet out of the saddle. Poetry in motion. The man is an enigma. Hashtag sweating on everything. Making the mechanics blush. Making his mama proud. Nothing great happens on accident.
All right, quoting Liam Nilsson, man, it does not get any better than that. Cinematic. Look at this in Technicolor. Ray Mars has been doing a tremendous job of making movies up in here. Live movies brought to you by lacrits.com. I just left the Clifford camp. Bart is powdering his nose. He should be there any moment at the Purple Podium Plaza. I mean, Holly Breck has been extremely patient over here. Where are you, Bart Clifford? We've already got, at one point, I think I did see Ruben Mesa, Kevin Phillips. And then in the old man division, Johnny Nist and Mr. Shabang. Meanwhile, back to the action. If you're joining us now, out on course, this is the men's category 2-3s, and that is a Tete de la course, the head of the course, none other than David Sweet. And here comes Mike's Bikes to the fore.
7 seconds, Sweet. 7 seconds to the peloton with 2 in between. The legs are starting to burn. Riders are hurting. Gaps are opening. Lycra is stretching, testing out the limits of the stretchy pants and the muffin top. Which one is going to capitulate first? Like the bottom of a bear market, now is the time to buy. Grip the throttle and let one fly. A group of 1, Michael Sweet has been joined but it may be too little too late. And our field about to absorb them. The most savage move is to bridge to the break, go straight to the front, and rip some hamstrings in half. Mike's Bikes has done just that. High-speed racing, regulating. These riders are all so evenly matched. Each time there's been a breakaway, it's been welded back together. I bet if we had them all do a time trial, it'd be incredibly close. That Jack O moving his way up on the outside. One of our top sprinters, somebody I am happy to get rid of. Whenever there's a preem or a sprint, Jack O is a mean man and will come around you. He will take your sock preem. He will leave you barefoot, minus the pregnant. Jack O has got a heck of a sprint on him.
Also, Popel is here with high-speed felt. I believe it was his brother who got second at Costa Mesa Grand Prix, if I'm not mistaken, to Dante Young. Gil Ron, a awesome director of sportif with high-speed felt out of Temecula, California. Popel is rider number 835 in that Kingfisher blue and white kit. He's been riding very brilliantly at the front. He's cutting a few checks, but he seems to be has plenty in the bank, in the account. And it looks like I don't know who's more iconoclastic, more, I don't know, for lack of a better term, weird. Time trialers, climbers, or sprinters. But certainly the sprinters do have that diva quality. Bart Clifford has just entered Podium Plaza, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and here comes back to the action before we throw it back to the plaza. Mike's Bike once again planting the flag at the front. Anthony Ferrucci's had a tremendous ride already. His teammate, Antonio Torres. Mike's Bike at the front. And if we can call our top three, please, to Podium Plaza. We're going to paint the Rose Garden purple. Purple, my favorite color. It's Jimi Hendrixian. It's Purple Haze. And it is the color of Go Fast Andiamo, the host team, making a tremendous back. It looks like we got all three. Yes, I do see us calling in third place today in our 50+. Let's bring up Ruben Meza, riding for Stage 2 Cyclery out of Murrieta, California, a national champ in Mexico. Second place on the Redemption Tour, riding for Iron Fly, Kevin Phillips. And taking the top step today, showing you he is the current king of the road. He has a kick like a mule kick on Route 66, Bart Clifford. Clifford riding for Evoque Racing. Once again, Meza, Phillips, and Clifford.
Looks like we may have popped a few riders. Big Orange, Jack O, if came off there. This race has been spicy. Attack, counterattack, welding it together, lather, rinse, repeat. We're going home with clean hair and dirty legs, lactic acid, and muck from the road. An absolutely incredible course here in Upland, California. Pristine pavement, corners meant for using every centimeter of the road. And even a bit of wind to spice things up. This course definitely has you on the gas the entire time. And that's even if no one attacks. Having to punch it out of these 8 corners, 6 lefts and 2 rights. My man, fast with the fingertips. He's shifting gears and doing his best to disappears up the road. My hunch is that these riders are all too evenly matched to where I don't think anything is going to be able to get away. It's kind of the example of what happens when you have a bunch of breakaway guys and a peloton. They just end up welding things together. I don't really see any dedicated sprinters left. Not to say sprinters aren't dedicated, but when you're a breakaway guy, your only option is to get away. Well, a sprinter needs to race negatively, meaning not in a negative light, but they just have to weld things together. They respond. A sprinter's job is to respond to things and bring it back to neutral, keep everything together. While a breakaway guy's only chance is to get away. Typically, as a breakaway guy, you're going to need a much higher FTP. While a sprinter can get away with having a lower FTP, but then a massive genetic 1,800 watt sprint. Always been a little jealous that I can only put out 1,300 watts, missing 500 watts. Not sure where I lost it. Mom and Dad, we're coming through all together.
Yeah, check the carpet there, Ronnie Toth. They've got a Go Fast rider right now, jettisoning off the front, mixing it up. Fabricio Curtis with Go Fast, age 24, whipping it up. Saw John Sermon, 17 years of age, on an early move. We have not seen John Sermon come to the fore after mixing it up with aggressive riding out of La Mirada, California. A senior in high school, talking about Johnny Sermon, had a good visit with his father, Bob Sermon. Sermon on the hill. Thank you for supporting and showing solidarity for this race, the Go Fast Criterium in Upland, California. This is anybody's race, and sometimes if you're too cocky, if you're at the front too much, wind sampling, it's to your detriment. There is an expression, overconfidence is the liquor of fools.
You know, wind sampling, I like the sound of that. It's kind of like a chemtrail snacking. You know, if you're in the front, you're in the wind, you're just munching on those chemtrails, a little bit of stratospheric aerosol injections to keep it non-conspiratorial. But you're right, David, the strongest guy seldom wins a bike race. It only makes sense to be pushing wind if you are off the road solo or in a breakaway that fits your physiology. The guys with the bigger sprint are wanting to keep it all together. The guys with a higher FTP, more cardio fitness are wanting to break away, turn it into a time trial.
And Patrick English there, case in point, English, a shorter man in stature on that slipstream behind Fabricio Curtis. So English is wisely getting about, you say 25, I think I've heard the numbers as high as 30% less reduction in power needed if you're tucked, especially behind a guy that's a 6-footer and you're all but 5'9".
Yeah, in the middle of the peloton, we said earlier, if you're hitting in the middle of 50 riders, you could be seeing as high as 35%, 40%. You're really just getting dragged along. Some of the big group rides, the New Year's Day ride out of Long Beach starts, I believe, 7 a.m. on January 1st, 2025. You can be doing 35 miles per hour in the middle of a pack, doing 150 watts. Gradient and tailwind permitting. But cycling is definitely a game of measuring your legs against others, the elements, the mountains, and it's something that keeps you humble. No matter how good you get at this, I always remind myself, at the end of the day, you're a grown man in a onesie with a belly button zipper doing a children's activity. Don't let it go to your head.
100%. And we do talk about pedal therapy. That seems to be a theme as Ferrucci comes to the front, riding for Mike's bike. Certainly, those guys did not drive down from Northern California, to play nice, going back and forth, pinning it at the front, crushing every corner, bursting through the hairpin here, and ripping up through that chicane. Category 2-3s are the real deal. Watch out for Pop L2 with Ice Speed Felt out of Temecula, California.
A factor here that we may not have calculated for is some of these 2-3s will be double dipping and doing the pro race later today. The likes of David Michael Sweet, he may be wanting to save a little bit and not go for the 30-minute solo breakaway based on wanting to be able to be a factor in the pro race later today. We're looking at 10 laps remaining. It's going to be 5 miles next time they come through here. About 5 miles of racing remaining. All our preems have been given out. Our boys are strong.
Okay, riders, you're looking at 10 laps to go, riders. With 10 laps to go, we are inside a digital lap cards. No more conversation, a little more action. It looks like this is going to be Grupo Compacto, although sometimes a high risk will lead to high reward. This could be the moment right now where you're looking to be a flyer move. Maybe it's the second flyer move. But if I'm, Vinokurov back in the day, right now I go pretty soon. 10 laps to go. That's equivalent to about 5 laps to go in a normal Criterium.
That's
roughly 5 miles.
You bring up Vinokurov. He had an incredible time trial on him. I remember just watching a highlight maybe a week ago of him taking a flyer. A guy, he's in a two-man breakaway at the Peloton, closing in quickly. His breakaway compatriot looks to the right, and with perfect timing, he attacks on the left, takes him by surprise. Vinokurov won his world championship title that way. But this course is a little bit tricky in that psychologically you're going to see 9 laps to go, and you're thinking, okay, 9 laps, that's about 9 miles. But on today's course, it's quick at about 0.5, half mile per lap. So we're sitting around 4 miles to go. 8 laps, 4 miles. 4 miles of racing remaining.
There's Torres. A little mishap on the back stretch. Actually, on that 2 corners out, looks like a go fast rider is trying to get back into the pit. Remember, 2 right-hand turns in this course, 8 corners in around about a 1 kilometer lap. So turn number 7 got a little bit sideways, back on his machine. Rider will try to reintegrate if he can. That's Fabricio Curtis, who looks oh so good throughout the race, riding for Go Fast in that splashy purple kit. If he can get back on terms. We are looking at 8 laps to go, so I believe it is too late with 10.
So it looks like we're doing with 9 laps to go. That's the last chance for a free lap. So 9 laps to go. It's going to be 4.5 miles, approximately what would be 5 laps in a standard 4-corner, 1 mile industrial park criterium.
That's right. That's Popple at the front. Good heaven, with 7 remaining, with I-Speed Felt Rider number 2 fanning out just a fraction. This is a personally, it looks like they're signaling that this is going to come down to a boiling fast, crazy argy-bargy inside of 7 to go.
Now is the time where if I was in there, I'd be hitting it. That lull right there, they're doing about 15 miles per hour for a few seconds. Would have been the perfect time to take the 3.5 mile gamble, lay it all out there. The trouble with being a breakaway guy is you got to go whenever they give you the gap. If they give you the gap with 40 minutes to go, you're solo time trialing with 40 minutes to go. If they give it to you with 3.5 laps to go, it's just the nature of bike racing is a lot of times the winning breakaway is not the one that sprints away, but the one where the peloton lets you go. You kind of soft pedal away seated. You look over, you got a 3 bike length gap and just kind of saunter away. Many times the winning breakaway is not the standing attack that you would expect. It is the seated saunter that turns into something dangerous over the course of a few laps.
And that's a saga that we've heard many times over, told over and over. If you had a flyer move in you at X and you had that lull at X+2, later on you might regret not taking it at the first opportunity with 6 laps to go. By that I mean opportunity will reveal itself, maybe not per your plans. You can't always be so stubborn with your schematics. If you're not a sprinter and you have that opportunity, and maybe you told yourself you put a line in the sand, or you got a piece of chalk, and you said, I'm going with 2 to go, and then you realize when you rewind the tape, it got too hot. Sometimes you got to improvise on that opportunity. John Sermon now starting to move up, that young kid from La Mirada, a senior in high school, and he's in the white kit, and he is riding very well. This young man definitely has a bright future. And he comes from cutting his teeth at the Eldorado Park Ride race every Tuesday night in Long Beach, California for the last mega decades.
There's that famous Mike Tyson quote, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Probably the crit racing example would be everyone's got a plan till we're doing 35 miles per hour in a crosswind. There is just nowhere to hide when in a crosswind, especially if they're guttered up against the side. We're looking at 5 laps to go, 2.5 miles of racing, 2.5 miles of racing, 5 laps, 5 laps remaining.
And Popple at the front right now, a little bit cheeky, telling his guys, I'm just going to take a drink right here and just sort of chill. It's kind of wild to see this style of riding this late on this course, and I love it. I mean, To quote Willy Wonka, the suspense is terrible. I hope it lasts forever. So if they're going 30 miles an hour, that's moving 44 feet per second. I know you love numbers, Ronnie Toth. And so if you're going 43 miles an hour, terminal speed, if you're Corey Williams, that would be 63 feet per second. So that's like covering a 12-story building in 2 seconds. Back to the race action right now. We are in the park inside of 5 laps to go. Our category 2-3s out on course. This is the approach for turn number 7, a right-hander. They come through clean, and then the setup for the 8th corner, which it'll already be decided at 8, trust me, on the win, as they are looking right now with 4 laps remaining, 4 to go.
That's Jack O. Jack O, Big Orange Racing, still in the fight. They mistook him for his teammate earlier, but Jack O is still in the fight. I find this a bit concerning, as there doesn't seem to be any dedicated lead-out train or anybody wanting attacks. And so that leads me to believe that everybody thinks they're a sprinter capable of taking this. They're wanting to save that one last bullet. That does become a bit problematic because it can make for a dicey finish. We're hoping for rubber side down, shiny side up, everyone to keep their skin and their ponies intact here. If there is going to be a last lap flyer or last few laps gamble going early, I expect the counterattack of that to be the one that stays away. We were slow for 2 or 3 laps there to where people are not still on the rivet.
Yes, and most certainly on the Mike's bike, you have Antonio Torres. He's going to be the fresher of the two. His other teammate, Anthony Ferrucci, having done a lot of load management at the front as they come on the final corner and negotiating that corner cleanly. When they come through, it will be...
We're looking at 3 to go. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. 1.5 miles. 3 laps remaining. 3 laps remaining. Mile and a half.
And we talked about David Sweet. Certainly, he is a real contender to win this bicycle race. Papel with Ice Speed Felt out of Temecula, another one of my favorites. We talked about John Sermon, Tomas Debrazini, who won this race, I believe, also out of Temecula. Watch out for him. The Romanian rocket, Tomas Debrazini. He is in the race, and he is another special rider that can turn the pedals, has a massive acceleration, and if you give him a line, he will show you a fresh set.
Jack O, also an incredible sprinter with Big Orange. The one unknown is I don't know how great Jack O's bike handling is on these corners, but he has probably one of the best sprints out there. I expect going in about 1.5 laps to go. 1.5 laps to go. I think we're going to see it single file strung out with a rider trying to take a flyer. That would be the move if you trust going from a ways out. But this next few laps should be single file from here on out. Still looking at 2 laps to go, 1 mile, and right on cue, there's the attack on the outside. He's content to go with 2 laps to go. It's going to be a mile, 1 mile time trial. He thinks he's got it, going from a long distance out.
Dominic Orlando making that move right now. He's jettisoned off the front. It looks like Papel is stuck on him like a barnacle on a boat, like graffiti on concrete. Papel right on that move. Job well done. And watch out. Let's see where Debrazani is. He won this race back in May. The Romanian rocket in play.
So now is the time where I expect probably the strongest rider is going to jump right about now and try and take it from 1.5 laps out. Now would be the ideal time to counter coming through the start-finish line.
Sorry to cut you off, Ronnie Toth. Papel and John Sermon rider, wheels number 2 and 3. Orlando has been vacuumed up. It looks like that move is no longer, and here comes with 1 lap to go. With 1 lap to go! With 1 lap to go! 1 to go. Who's it going to be in Upland, California? Categories 2, 3s on full display.
Ice Speed Racing sitting second. David Michael Sweet coming from fourth wheel. This backstretch is going to be very telling. I would say the main sprint on this race is going to be on the backstretch, taking these last 4 corners. Ideally, you'd want to have the lead before the second to last corner. That would be perfect positioning. And there it is. iSpeed Racing jumping out of the saddle. iSpeed Racing taking the lead into 4 corners to go.
Andrew Poppel taking the lead with iSpeed. He's got a little bit of a gap. He's got a smart gap, and he can corner like no other. Watch him carve it up like a holiday turkey. And here comes David Sweet. It's going to be Poppel or Sweet. 2 riders going mano a mano as they negotiate that final corner. Here comes Andrew Poppel. He's going to shake and break as he brings it home. This has been a boxing match to the end. Andrew Poppel, iSpeed Felt, takes the win.
Rounding out the podium, David Michael Sweet in second, unofficially, and John Sermon at all of 18 years old, taking third.
John Sermon, 17, 18 racing age, 17 actual. John Sermon, senior in high school at a La Mirada, taking that coveted podium position. Wow. Sermon, Sweet, and Poppel. All results are provisional. Fantastic finish.
Next up is our men's 40 plus. Go ahead and take some warm-up laps if you would like. We have a scheduled race time of 12:30. Technically, we are not to ever start a race early in case someone's running late in traffic. Currently looking at 12:21, 8 minutes till your start time of our men's 40 plus 1 through 3. She'll see if we get Bart Clifford trying to double dip on taking W's today. His family watching, what better day to do it? His brother, his mother, cousins, the family dogs out here representing well. Nothing puts the fire under the tush like family hidden in a bush hollering at you. Men's Masters 40, 1, 2, 3. Please take to the course. Enjoy some warm-up. Find the angles. 3 races remaining. Our women's Pro 1, 2, 3, our men's Pro 1, 2, 3, and our Masters 40 plus 1, 2, 3. Masters going to be racing at 12:30 for 55 minutes, followed by our women's pro race at 1:30, racing for 1 hour. And our men's pro race scheduled for 2:40 p.m., racing for 75 minutes. That's going to be 75 European minutes as well. I did the math. We converted the 1.62 for the kilometers. 75 minutes any way you slice it. Some of my training partners talk smack because they've been at it for decades. They say, look, what are you doing racing for 75 minutes? He's like, a pro crit should be at least 100K. Turns out back in the day, you'd have several hour criteriums. In Europe, they've got a kermesse. Kermesse is European for we ride in circles that are slightly larger than yours for slightly longer. Average European kermesse around 2 hours. Some cobblestones, some narrow cafe streets, and some finely smoked meats. You sprint so hard you win a baguette. No joke, that's typical prize at one of these European kermesses. Maybe some cheese, maybe some wine, and a big old stick of bread. Feeding you snacks to keep the dream alive as a pro cyclist. Carbies don't make Barbies. My boy's on a gluten-only diet. Nom, 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 nom. Get our men's 40 plus 1 through 3. 4 minutes until the start of our Masters 40 plus. Cat 1 through 3. Masters, you got time for one more warm-up lap. Up. We're cutting off our warm-up laps. You're ready for instructions from our race official, Handsome Steve. Actual first name, Handsome. Shocking. The jawline will get you. Don't look too deep into his eyes, folks. He will swoon you with his sultry salt and pepper beard.
Like Pringles potato chips in a can, this field is stacked. Final instructions, Chief Official Chris Black. Patrick Boss in the house. And we are moments away from sending off our category 2-3s our 40 plus will be going for 50 minutes. Men's 40 plus, 1, 2, 3. On the dial right now, I've got 12:28 scheduled to go at 12:30. You never start a bicycle race late because there's always Worthington in the crap closet trying to finish his last you know what. So we are now at 12:29, just moments away, about 60 seconds. The hot rod division, 40 plus, these cats can play. They're highly decorated, a lot of stars and bars out there on course. Ex-pros, veterans of the game, seasoned veterans, and they are often underway. This is a neutral lap, so there is no countdown. Good luck to you all. Men's 40 plus, riding for 50 minutes. So if you're joining us on lacrits.com, thank you for watching. directed and produced by Ray Mars. Here we are in Upland, California, at the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains. Going to be a fast race. It's going to get nuts, so fasten your seatbelts and cinch your cleats. You're about to get the kicks on Route 66. Route 66 is located literally about 50 meters to the north of this course, also known as Foothill Boulevard. And in homage to La Vuelta a España, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vámonos, venga, venga, andiamo, underway in the USA. The GT500 has lit this crit. It is ignited. City of Upland, located about 30 miles east of Los Angeles, incorporated in 1906. We are bound by Rancho Cucamonga to the east, Claremont to the west, to the south, Ontario, and to the north, the mighty Mount Baldy, just 10 miles as a crow flies, towering above the mighty San Gabriel Mountains. It is an absolute majestic backdrop. Hopefully we'll capture some video of that on the drone cams, brought to you by lacrits.com.
We are spicy from the gun. I'm going to hit it with a preem lap. It's going to be an SSB product pack. Preem lap.
That's Patrick Boss on the front here in the Omaha, and he is an excellent bike racer back in the day trying to find his form. Because if he's bringing 100 on the cylinders, he will put on a show for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Stage 2 cyclery going free, and the Peloton is sat up, doing about 18 miles per hour. Perfect timing on that attack. It's phenomenal when you attack and the Peloton has gone 5 wide. It's going to be a big gap quickly. About a 13-second gap, biggest gap we've had all day. Like I said, it's not a gap that you earn. It's a gap that they let you have and then you earn holding on to it. Love to see it. Stage 2 cyclery on the front, doing a bit of pace slowing. Your teammates working for you back there. Rider Jose Reyes. Jose's strong man. Don't let him out of your sight. It's hard to catch something you can't see.
There goes Reyes up the front. His teammate trying to fold over. Stage 2 cyclery out of Murrieta, California.
So his teammate has a bit of a gap to Bart Clifford, so he's allowed to go across. As long as you're not towing nobody. But they're about to get on. Kind of the point to think about shutting it down. Otherwise, you're organizing a chase against your own team. Stage 2 cyclery out of Murrieta, California, in honor of the 2014 Tour de California stage. From Murrieta, California, up through Idlewild, Mountain Center, dropped down into Palm Desert and Palm Springs, finished on the Palm Springs Tramway. Some great footage still out there on the interwebs of literal professional world tour cyclists keeling over. It was so hot and such a hard climb.
Yeah, it was TJ Vandegaard taking that win in the general classification. If I remember, Acevedo winning the stage up the Palm Springs Tram. Jose Reyes mixing it up there, and Yeah, Ernie Sanchez hitting on all cylinders with that program. Stage 2 cycle. To your point, that pro shop located in Marietta, born when Tour of California started there in Marietta. And yes, I've got affirmation. It was the Colombian climber, the magician, Javier Acevedo, winning that stage 2 epic race, 124 miles, 10,000 feet of climbing. And folks, they did it in around about 5 hours flat. Lord have mercy. Acevedo ended up third in the general classification, TJ winning the general classification. That was the month of May in 2013. Amgen, Torrey, California. 2013.
Our races are flying 40 plus in a single file line. Bart Clifford looking to conserve energy, tail gunning, shooting 50 cal out the back of the plane. Big fan of tail gunning. I either tail gun or I'm off the front on the hunt or looking to do so. Bart Clifford, a savvy rider, knows how to ride smart. Put down the power when you need it. Bart's a great example of a rider with fast twitch muscle fibers, but also the fitness to be able to weld things together when he needs. So seeing him stand this early in the race, not to blow his cover, but typically riders will stand for no reason when they're looking to get some lactic acid out of the legs. So that first race may have taken a lot out of him. If this was a very difficult race, he could find himself having some trouble to close gaps, but all depends on how things plays out. If people are content to wait for a bunch sprint, Bart is a dangerous man. That last race, Evoke Racing put on an absolute clinic of how to use your teammates to your advantage. Said, attack your butts off. Take turns sending guys up the road. When a teammate gets brought back, the best way to honor that effort is to send yourself or another teammate up the road to constantly keep the competition on the back foot, having to respond. You only have so many matches per day. I like to joke, say, I don't have many matches. I just have a lighter. Just a small flame to just keep on all day. Stage 2 cycler on the front. Let's hit him with a preem lap. Preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. It's going to be an Iliel gift card. Iliel gift card to the winner of this lap. Iliel gift card.
Looking at the former Tour of California winners on that subject, the inaugural 2006 local boy Floyd Landis from PA winning, and yes, check this list out. 2014, Bradley Wiggins. 2015, Peter Sagan. 2016, Julian Alaphilippe. 2017, George Bennett. The Colombian, Egan Bernal, 2017. So many riders going off, winning in California, winning the Tour de France. And in 2019, I was at the race at the Rose Bowl. A young, lanky, scrappy kid named Tadej Pogacar won that overall general classification in 2019, and we did not know who he was. We were almost disappointed that this guy Pogacar won because we hadn't heard of him. Well, gone on to greatness, obviously.
That was Sean Naruzani taking the preem, taking home a $100 gift card to Iliel Cycling, based here locally in Southern California. Iliel, thank you for supporting local sport, giving us something to sprint for. Gotta love having races, something to look forward to, something to train for. I think it was Muhammad Ali said he hated every minute's training, but game day, where you thrive. Get to shine when all eyes are on you after putting in the work when nobody was watching. In the pain cave. How much pain can you take? How much adversity? Life is all about how many times you can get hit and pop back up. Look them in the eye. Give them a slight grin. Say, what's next?
Tony Hawk, legendary skateboarder who skated right here in the park. It took him 10 attempts to pull off the 900 at the X Games. So Tony Hawk, after falling down 9 times, attempting the 900 on the 10th attempt, scored a historic move.
Ruben wanting some redemption. Ruben Meza going across solo, bringing no one with him. We now have a 2-man break. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. Stage 2 cycler is about to stack the break. See if they can put 2 guys in a 3-man break. If I'm not mistaken, that might be a Stage 2 cycler rider looking to get across to his teammate Ruben. With another Stage 2 rider, 2, riding point at the front of the peloton, slowing them down. Oh no, that's SDBC. Soon to have a 3-man breakaway, coasting when it counts, finding his way to the back of Ruben Meza.
Let's see who picks up that gift cert for LEL. We had a good conversation with Ryan Cady, the CEO of LEL. And here they come blasting through right now. Patrick Bose at the front. So Rajani picking up the gift cert for LEL. Thank you, Ryan Cady and the entire LEL team. Patrick Bose at the front, hotting up the speed. All right, Old Stump Brewery is here feeling generous. We're going to ring the bell for a $50 cash preem. We're going to ring the bell for a $50 cash preem. $50 cash preem by Old Stump Brewery, everybody. $50 cash on the line.
Our leaders, Meza, Martin, Adamski, going to be duking out for 50 big ones. My hunch is that Ruben wants redemption. He laid his heart and soul out there in the previous 50, 60 plus. Came in third. He would love to go home with a first and a third, I'll tell you that. This preem, $50, brought to you by Go Fast. Today's title, hosting sponsor, Go Fast, brought to you by Andiamo, the 501c3 nonprofit. Pouring into the lives of youth, getting them on bikes, taking them off the street, and putting them right back on in the best way possible. Hope via a bicycle.
And here come our 3 riders battling for that $50 on the line, brought to you by Old Stump and Go Fast, who's going to pick up the 50 as they come blasting through. It looks like Meza is going to do that with no problemo. Ruben Meza, $50 richer on that last lap. Short laps on the transition for those in the pit. Get another, I mean, you only get 1 more minute of rest, although that can make a difference on any race, a full minute, but that's how fast we are turning laps out here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing 105s to 110, and they are blasting through these laps, turning the page. So yeah, we've got an entire gauntlet armada in the pit right now. Goodness gracious, Elite Racing is busy right now juggling chainsaws. Thank goodness for Mike and Courtney being here. They are so very experienced at what they do here. Calm under pressure. The poster child and children of calm under pressure. Ring the bell.
Preem lap. Preem lap. That's going to be a Wahoo water bottle and Dura Ace hat. Wahoo water bottle and Dura Ace hat. Likely brought to you by InCycle Bike Shop. A few of them all over Southern California. Appreciate you keeping us rolling.
A good 6 or 7 riders now going to reintegrate into that chase. Well timed. No mishaps there.
Very well could change the outcome of this as far as having some fresh blood. Got a few minutes of respite to be able to help with the chase. The gap is sitting around maybe 7 seconds right now.
Yeah, the position in the peloton is critical, is fraught with chaos and potential danger. Jumping into a bike race, if you're not ready, it's like entering a snake pit without the leather boots. And team numbers can be a real advantage in the sport of bike racing.
And taking home our preem, that's going to be Martin Adamski. Adamczyk. Whole lot of CZYK happening on the backside of the name.
Adamczyk, a good rider out of San Diego with the San Diego Bicycle Club. Hasn't raced a bunch, but back in the day, he was no stranger to the top step. We talked about Kevin Phillips. We also have Octay Ordabasi again going back-to-back. Well, not back-to-back. They had rest, but this is his second race of the day along with Bart Clifford. Bart Clifford winning in dramatic, bombastic fashion. An emotional win for Mr. Clifford earlier this morning in the 50-plus.
Pat Caro, that was the $50 premium was for this race and the women's pro race.
Copy that. Thank you, Patrick Harrell, for all you do, keeping this race well organized. Swiss timing. And he's going to carry it over. Martin is keeping his energy hot as he smashes that big ring. Mesa tucked, nestled in his draft with a gap between 4 and 5. Actually, 3 riders in that move. And they have just been stitched, welded, brought back. And there's that lull. This is the time, if you've got the legs, to hit them hard. And then going up this climb, especially when they start to head to the west, start to get that headwind, and it can hit you like a wet newspaper to the face. Wind starting to build, but overall, very beautiful conditions. The atmosphere is wonderful. Cycling gods are definitely with us today in full support. A beautiful race. The tree-lined streets of Upland Memorial Park. There's Kevin Phillips and Adam Bino from Chino. That's Bino in the black kit, smashing the pedals. Crosswinds can get tricky, and then they will bite like a barracuda in the afternoon.
Big thank you to Mike and Courtney with Elite Racing Neutral Support, wrenching on bikes all day. getting flooded with 8 riders at a time, getting their ponies back in working order and out of the stable, out onto the race course. That's Mike and Courtney with Elite Racing, providing neutral support, courtesy of Look and Shimano. SDBC rider, San Diego Bicycle Club, animating things, finding himself off the front solo, rolling the dice. That's Martin Adamczyk, taking preems, chasing dreams, and breaking hearts. He's the sort of guy that invited your stepsister to the prom. They went out for chicken parmesan, and he has blocked her on MySpace, disappearing into the mist, leaving her in wonder. He shredded the dance floor, but for some reason, he does not want to be your stepbrother. Family by marriage. The man is not interested. He is mean, he is on the front, and he is hurting people. Martin Adamczyk on the backstretch with a 4-second gap. If he can keep it up for one more lap, the peloton will go diagonal. They will concede that their hearts are broken, and he will saunter away, tap dancing his way in his magical stretchy pants and his Shimano cleats to glory. Martin, a man on fire. That is what this course does require. Head tucked. Big ring, 53.11, making them suffer. Putting Ironfly and Gino from Chino to the test. Who did their base miles? Who skipped their intervals? Martin is destined to find out. He's even got Bart Clifford on the front. This is the point. If you are another breakaway guy, I'm going to give you the race advice of a lifetime. When you see the sprinters on the front, I want you to jump over the top of them. I want you to kick their teeth in, metaphorically, behave yourself. And I want you to jump across to your breakaway companion that is up the front. Now, Ronnie said to go kicking teeth in and to not even tell him who the dentist is. Who's your dentist daddy? Jump across to the break, take some teeth with you, and hurt some sprinters' dreams. This is your mission. Should you choose to accept it, we will need you paging Docker SDBC Martin to the front. Paging Dr. Martin to the front.
And then show your competitors a set of summer teeth. Some here, some not. But keep the meat in the pants. All right, so we are back to the action. Hey, thanks everybody for watching on lacrits.com. Every tight squeeze, every tight finish captured in Technicolor. Directed and produced by Ray Mars.
lacrits.com. Pics or it didn't happen is a common phrase on the interwebs. But video immortalizing you forever. Making you look so delicious, it's fictitious. YouTube live stream, making you look like the pro cyclist you always wanted to be. Look, I'm just trying to be the announcer that I wish I had as a kid. Making my mom proud, making my dad blush. Sultry syllables. Mum's the word. He is sneaking off the front. The gap is going up 15 seconds, 15 seconds. Martin, hurting feelings. Goodness, he has tagged your sponsor in his podium photos. We don't know why he does it. It's just mean. But he's crushing people today in Upland, California.
Yeah, Han Solo, watch out as he is starting to make ribbons of the field. The field strung out like linguine, served in clam sauce at Spaggy's Restaurant. Spaggy's Restaurant, located on Route 66, also known as Foothill Boulevard. a title sponsor. Go to Spaggy's for your post-race meal. Also, wedding events, the whole 9 at Spaggy's.
Oh, this is trouble. I told you the best time to jump across to the breakaway is when the sprinters have gone to the front. We just saw Bart Clifford putting in work, taking a dig on the front. That spells trouble for the peloton. If the only ones left willing to work are the sprinters, that means the collective matches of the peloton are waning. Folks, he is gone. He is arrow, and he is hurting people. Martin, Adamczyk, getting sick on the front. Martin killing it.
Absolutely. Former professional bike racer, Martin Adamczyk. Martin Adamczyk up the road. He's got around about a 20-something second time gap. Send lawyers, guns, and money, for it has hit the fan.
Yeah, we're about halfway in. 25 minutes remaining. That is the question. Can our boy Martin munch on wind, chemtrails, stratospheric aerosol injections, and oxygen mixed all together for the next 25 minutes? He's going to do a functional threshold power test, FTP, me versus 3. We say that because realistically, there's probably only 3 to 5 guys in the peloton that are working to try and bring him back. But Martin is at the point where he is all in. His chips are forward. His cards are on the table. He's got a jack and an ace. Pain on his face. And he has gone all in. Martin in the Specialized Evade helmet. Cheating the wind. Crushing it out of San Diego, California. SDBC, San Diego Bicycle Club, making him proud. Hope to see him at the Chula Vista Olympic Training Center, EACC Crit. 2 of them left in this season. The remaining 2 races of our Criterium season. Beautiful course if you're looking for an adventure.
That's Jorge Hernandez, wheel number 2 in chase number 1. Martin Adamczyk on a jail bust out.
It's really the biggest factor here is if the wind and the heat is going to affect him in a negative light. The peloton likely gave up their last bit of organized chase, and the gap should begin going out from here. The gap is too big for any solo rider to jump across. But never say die. Anything can happen. We'll get him a time gap here. About 16 seconds. 16 seconds, Martin. 16. How much pain can you endure? This is why you train. This is why you get up out of bed early. You look yourself in the mirror. You decide, who the heck do you want to be? You built that, man. Now is the time to shine with all eyes on you. Game day. This is why you put in the training. Martin, San Diego Bicycle Club. And for our peloton, you're going to want to think about clipping that left foot in. I know you guys just been working the right leg out, but clip that left foot in when we start pedaling. Bring our man back. I know you didn't get out of bed, sit in traffic, pay an entry fee to go on a group ride. It is time to ride your bike. And the way to spell ride is R-A-C-E, race your bike. Grab your pony and bring back Martin. This is like Operation Chase Corey Lockwood. Costa Mesa 2024, colorized. Corey Lockwood solo off the front for about an hour. And I can say I went all in trying to bring him back. And he was gone. Martin, nose down. Chin to stem. Arrow, suffering. And growing his gap. See, stage 2 cycler, he's got some depth, as does Evoke. But the problem is, these guys are all on their second race of the day. Very difficult to do 2 races worth of intervals. Yeah, you could go out and ride for 50 minutes, 40 minutes, no problem. Do 2 sets of that back to back. But racing, having to do forced intervals, a little bit different. Bart Clifford knows that they are in a spot of bother. They are in trouble. Bart has gone to the front. He's doing his best to rally the troops. He's slipping C notes here, slipping 20s there. Hey, look, you take a little pull on the wind. I got $20. You bring that back for me. We'll go halvesies on the podium dollars. Whatever it takes, incentivize people. Little bit of pedal weakness I'm seeing in the corners there. The slightest chink in the armor. But he's looking strong. I give it 90%. Martin's looking a heck of a lot stronger than the chasing peloton. And his gap has gone up to the biggest that it has been so far. Give you an update momentarily. About 20 seconds. 20 segundos for our Spanish speakers. Your boys bilingual. Sliding in your DMs saying hola.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Esta es la vida. Todo es posible con pasión y corazón. Y poquito dinero. Sí.
Like, tell me you've got an international lover without telling me you got an international lover, David. The Spanish is on point. 12 out of 10. Hollering at the senoritas. Ordering tacos from all sorts of taco stands. A lot of times it's the hole-in-the-wall place that's the best.
Despedida besos. Kiss it goodbye if you don't get on this move by none other than Martin Adamczyk out of Redondo Beach, California. And I do see the wobble there. Redondo Beach, you better bring it. Looks like he's got about a 20-second time gap. But look here, folks. That peloton, that chase is angry, frothy, and dare I say hangry for a cheeseburger. They're pinning it right now through the start finish. It is absolutely gusto time. Throwing it down, Sean Noruzani.
12 on 1. Bino from Chino finding himself at the front of the peloton, trying to keep the pace just spicy enough to where they're not losing seconds unnecessarily. But Martin is gone. He's taking ideal lines to the corners. He's only having to feather his brakes if he's feeling cute. And he is in time trial mode in these windy conditions. Our temperature getting spicy throughout the day. We're looking at 87 degrees. Some would call that schmedium hot. I call it bath water. If it ain't over 100, it ain't no thing. Martin, unaffected by the temperature, by the wind. 7 mile per hour wind from the southwest. Gusts up to 14. David Worthington.
Well, I'm not throwing shade because this course is tree-lined under the canopy, man. And here comes the chase right now. Certainly, it is not over like a 4-leaf clover when they come through, not unlike NASCAR. You can hear the turbos whistling as they come whiffing by. Can he hang on? This is not a drill. This is real. It's that pivotal moment for Martin Adamczyk. What am I built of? How deep can I dig? When a wolf is chasing your sled, toss him a biscuit, but don't stop to bake a cake. Solo rider, it is absolutely tough sledding out on course. But you've got to risk it if you want the full biscuit. And there he goes again, Martin Adamczyk through the red kite. Metronomic timing on those cranks.
The pedal stroke is starting to be a little bit more squares than circles, but he's also on the uphill section. And he's also been out there 45 minutes by himself. They're not working cohesively, so he could be gone. When you see riders looking Looking over their left. That's trouble. It means they're looking for help. They don't have it themselves to bring it back. I think if they were going to bring it back, it would have happened by now. Based on the strength of Martin and a lot of these riders, it being their second race, the heat starting to come up, I would venture to say 70% chance he has disappeared into the mist and he is leaving you wondering, did that man ever exist?
Who was that man in the Cape with a 25-second time advantage? It has increased. To your point, Ronnie Toth, we saw 15, we saw 20. Now he put down another nickel, a hard row to hoe, but he is increasing the time gap as he comes into that right-hander. That's turn number 7. There he is all alone in the SDBC Lycra shorts.
It seems he even got no second wind. Really picked up the pace on that lap. Let's see if we can get a split, see how fast our man's going. I love the Valiants. Today has been the day of the breakaway. Races of attrition, riders popping off the back, and breakaways for days.
And the Evoque rider hotting it up again. We saw this rider, a special rider indeed, Octay Ordabasi, and that cat can handle his machine. No doubt about it, racing for Evoque Racing. There goes Octay Ordabasi with a bit of a gap there.
We say Octay sacrificed himself earlier in the race in the 50, 60 plus. He took a flyer with, I believe, 3 laps to go, set up Bart Clifford perfectly, taking the legs off the fellow sprinters and some of the breakaway guys as well. Octay Ordabasi, Evoque Racing, is currently a Category 2, currently 52 years young. This sport is truly a testament to the bicycle being the fountain of youth. If you're looking to bring tangible change to your life, lose some weight, get some serotonin and dopamine flowing, I can't help you with the oxytocin from a good snuggle, but serotonin and dopamine we do have in spades. Martin giving a demonstration on how to fill the brain, getting high on your own supply. My man's synaptic firing for his serotonin and dopamine receptors has got to be popping off. Some would even say like a street poet in Scamsterdam. Getting high on his own supply. 21-second gap. Unfazed by the heat. Unfazed by our 14-mile-per-hour gusts. The Peloton has grabbed an apparatus of clothing out of its back pocket, and it looks like a white towel. As they begin to shake it, 3 riders have gone free. Ruben Meza, joined by what looks like a Go Fast rider and possibly Ironfly, which shall have visual momentarily. The Peloton is in trouble when riders begin to accidentally break away. 10 to go, 10 to go. Tell yo mama we got 10 to go. We did the math. It is 5 miles per hour. If this was an industrial park crit, you're looking at 5 miles. 10 laps, 5 miles. Martin for the glory with the gusto. Holler at your boy. He is throwing gang signs that look like W's. Taking the win out here. Unless this group of 3 can find the team time trial strength to bring him back.
Well, it ain't over until the big karaoke woman sings that song with about a 25-second time gap. That's Patrick Boss in that move, second, third, and fourth on the road. Martin Adamczyk has put on an absolute display here, doing his best imitation of Corey Lockwood, chopping wood, carrying the water. From Redondo Beach, California, Martin Adamczyk, former professional, killing it. But certainly you can see the shoulders rocking. He is well beyond blocking the pain. He is well beyond embracing the pain. Now he's down to blocking the pain with asphyxiation with the final X amount of laps. Looking at when they come through 9 laps to go.
Discontent with sitting in the Peloton. Kevin Phillips has gone across the group of 3, looking to get there. Martin, 4.5 miles remaining. 4.5 miles. Whenever attempting to eat an elephant or accomplish a huge task, Got to chop it up in little bite-sized pieces. You, too, could eat a school bus if you ground it down and sprinkled a little on your oatmeal every morning. Ruben Meza on the front, followed by Octe Ordabasi. The king of the jungle today, doing anything but sleeping tonight. Martin Adamczyk, hurting feelings. Guy's been training all year so they can bunch sprint it out in Upland. You know what Upland said? Upland said, we are fresh out of bunch sprint. The lifestyle you ordered is no longer available. A bit like inflation, pricing you out of being able to upgrade your Mercedes lease.
And to quote Mick Jagger, start me Upland with 8 laps to go. Never, never stop. That's Martin Adamczyk, Redondo Beach. You're looking at 8 laps to go because some guys just give up living and start dying little piece by piece. Some guys come home from work and they wash up and they go racing in the streets. We are racing in the streets of Upland, California, and it looks like second, third, and fourth on the road right now with around about a 25-second gap. 25-second gap. Tonight, the street's just right. I want to blow them off in my first heat because summer is here and the time is right for racing in the streets.
Martin Adamczyk looking a bit like Dogecoin in 2017. My boy is headed to the moon. 100X or GTFO. Get the heck out of here. He is a rising tide, and the only ship he is lifting is his own, floating his way across the Catalina Channel, and he is going camping. Party for one. He has brought the schnacks, he has a cooler of beer, and he is about to feast on the north end of the island. No man is an island, they say, but Martin is certainly bantering otherwise. Martin Adamczyk, commanding gap, 3-on-1 time trial. He does not care. I'll take those odds. Mano a mano? No, you're going to need 2 more, and I'm still going to submit you. Forget the arm bar. He has grabbed your legs. He is about to snap a femur with the leg bar submission. Tapping out, rear naked choke via bicycle. MMA, weightlifting, endurance sports, the last honest metrics. You can lease the Mercedes. You can mortgage the house. But you cannot afford to purchase the breakaway. The breakaway can only be rented 1 day at a time, and your dues were due yesterday.
Got to pay the bills, no doubt about it. And fortune favors the brazen, and what a spirited attack it has been from Martin Adamczyk all alone. He's in good shape right now, and then you've got a battle for the podium spots. So there's only 2 spots remaining. Unless Adamczyk is abducted by aliens, it looks like he's going to pull off a solo win. Now it's going to come down to Ordabasi, Boss, and Meza. And there goes Martin with 6 laps remaining in this bicycle race. And not too far back here, these 3 riders. Let's see if they go cat and mouse. Riders, you're looking at 6 laps to go. Ordabasi, Boss, and Ruben Meza. You're looking at 6 to go. Head down, elbows out.
Cattywampus tomfoolery. It's almost as like he is gaining strength as it goes on. Maybe somebody on the backstretch is hitting this man with ice cubes, hope, and motivation. But each time we see him, he's just got a little bit more grit in those eyes. The tiger is not lacking in him. He is striding up these steps. He's got boxing gloves on while going for a jog. Nobody knows why, but he's hurting people, and that cannot be argued. Martin looking to solidify his win with 2.5 miles of racing remaining. There is a high chance that he laps the field, he slaps some booties, and he leaves them behind. We dare you to slap a rumpus as you come by it when you lap these guys. USAC officials, we're going to allow it. No contact between riders unless it's a booty slap. Martin is coming up behind you, and he's grabbing cheeks.
Tip of the hat to our amazing eye of Ray Mars, the mad genius behind LA Crit's live streaming. We are starting to go dingy like a hubcap as that Mr. Boss is digging the bottom of the barrel. He's scraping the excrement off of the boot heel to hang on to 2, 3, and 4. A battle royale for second and third on the podium. Kevin Phillips checking his spacing, and he is in a bit of spot of bother as 3 riders ahead, well motivated and organized at this juncture with 5 laps remaining. Start me Upland. Never, never, never stop.
We hope you brought some napkins because our boy Martin has brought the schnacks. He's going to feed you berries and tell you to give it the beans. Lighten it up. Looking to come around the back of the peloton momentarily. Look, Jacko, I would protect your rumpus because Martin's about to slap it, and he's got some big paws.
There he goes right now, ladies and gentlemen, under the red kite. He looks like he might connect on the Staples backstretch.
There's nothing more light the fire in your soul outside of maybe like rescuing a child out of third world poverty than lapping the field. And Martin is about to do just that.
He's completed the paperclip, and now he's connected to that bucket. If you look at this course from above, it looks like a paperclip running north-south, and it's attached to a cloven hoof, if you will, a trapezoid, as they go downhill. And then when they make that corner at turn number 6, they are going uphill.
Dude, what an absolute flex. He comes up behind what remains of the peloton, the sprinters, and he doesn't hop on the back of them. He comes straight by, probably 5 miles per hour faster. Just stands up on the pedals, twerks a little bit just to show him the booty in motion, and then leaves them. Downright silly. Martin coming through the start-finish line, commanding lead. He's got company with him, but ultimately they're 800 meters behind him.
They are a full lap down as Martin Epsic gives the elbow flick, looking for some desperate moment where he can just get a reprieve. It's not happening, sir. It is all on you with 3 to go at the line.
You know, there's this idea that I find very refreshing about real-world accountability. So you could be at the gym. You know, you can pretend like you're fit, go to the gym, be around other people that are pretending like they're fit because you both drove somewhere in a car, sat in traffic, got on the treadmill. You're both on the treadmill. It doesn't look different, but you're actually out in the real world. The disparity between someone who's actually fit and someone who just posts on Instascam flexing that they're fit is massive. Because in the real world, you're going to get your teeth kicked in. Say you're trail running. The person fitter than you is going to disappear up the mountain and be 5 switchbacks ahead of you, looking down at you, making duck noises. They're just quacking at you to flex on you. Like, we're not on a treadmill anymore, bro. We're in the real world. IRL, in real life. And in real life, endurance athletes are going to take your soul.
And this is the man with 2 laps to go. He has been peppering the peloton like a steak, gnawing on that top tube like a yard dog in a bone. He has put this entire peloton in a box, in the blender, in the washing machine. He hits the button, it says liquefy. My man, Martin Adamczyk, is getting the job done.
# hashtag outside is free. Give up the gym membership, buy some shoes, and make your mama proud. It's time to make eye contact with the mountain and start training. Hop on Craigslist, snag a $200 bike, and build your best self. Martin has done just that. He has put himself in the pain cave, dripping in sweat, not getting off the trainer until there's a puddle underneath him. And on game day, this fine Sunday in Upland, California, he is the man that gets to lap the field and make grown men weep.
Serving up the roasted Peking duck on low broil all day long. This man has done it when he comes through as he carves it up like a turkey, and they are strung out like angel hair pasta at Spaggy's with 1 lap to go, with 1 lap to go, with 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go. This is for the win, Masters 40 plus.
The shortest verse in the Bible might be Jesus wept, but the shortest verse of this Sunday is lapped him. Martin did indeed lap him.
And I see on the infield team DNA kit, Solly Breck appears to be suiting up. That is big news. Next up for Women Pro 1, 2, 3. Back out on course with 1 lap to go. Second, third, and fourth. Will it be Ordabasi, Patrick Bose, or Ruben Meza?
That is our valiant chase looking to round out the podium. Gotta love it. Kevin Phillips, never say die. Currently in 5th place on the road, fighting with every last bit of glycogen and oxygen looking to be metabolized. Kevin Phillips trying to find his way to the back of this podium. Kevin, stay on it. Kevin, stay on it. They're going to sit up. They're going to cat and mouse. You very well could get there.
And it looks like he's going to post up. For they say the road to greatness can be a lonely road, littered with spare parts and broken hearts. But this man, Martin Adamczyk, rises from the ashes, takes the Upland Criterium in style, culminating in a beautiful moment. The man from Redondo Beach has done it.
He has called your parents' landline. He has left a lengthy voicemail, and he is not interested in joining the family. He is a party of one. He will not be marrying your sister.
And here comes Patrick Bose on the battle for a second. He's going to lead it out, and here comes Ruben Meza. Will it be Meza? And it looks like a flash. Oh, it's just on the inside. Looks like Ruben Meza just edging out Boss and Ordabasi. All results provisional. Strong ride. Kevin Phillips taking 5th.
Looks like it might have been Ruzamea stealing 2nd at the line, and Patrick Boss rounding it out. 3rd place.
Yeah, I got Meza on that sprint for 2nd.
Picks on MySpace, or it didn't happen. Get those social media photos. We should have our podium within the next half hour for our men's 40 plus. Dancing on the pedals, leaving you wishing. So good it might be fiction. Our women's pro race scheduled next. 1:30 p.m. is our anticipated start time for the women's pro 1, 2, 3. A nice, tasteful addition today. We had our women's category 3, 4, 5 race. The beauty of that is if you're a category 3 and not feeling quite fit and sassy enough to jump in the women's pro 1, 2, 3, the women's 3, 4, 5 race gives you the opportunity to do a little bit of tasteful sandbagging, beat up on the 4, 5s, maybe get some extra points, become a 2. But next up, racing for an hour in European, that's going to be 60 minutes. We did the math conversion. Our women's pro 1, 2, 3 with a 1:30 p.m. send-off. This race brought to you by the good folks in the form of Pat Caro, Go Fast. And their Andiamo 501c3 nonprofit pours into the lives of youth cyclists, showing them that you can adapt to the stress of life via the bicycle. You can skip the drugs. That's with a U. You can skip the alcohol. You can skip the video games. And you can use the bicycle as a way to fight your way through the hardship of life. Having a terrible day? Hop on the pony. Change your brain chemistry. Change your life. What you do today shows up in 2 to 3 weeks. Greatness happens not on accident. Life takes intentionality.
That is well said. Waxing poetic, my partner today, Ronnie Toth. And this next race is going to be, by all accounts, a very highly competitive field. Women's Pro 1, 2, 3. Y'all be racing for 60 minutes. Scheduled to go off at 1:30 p.m. I've got 12:24 on the dial. So go ahead and dial in the course for our Women Pro 1, 2, 3 riding for 60 minutes. Still got about 6 minutes to go. And have a look at that cherry red GT Cobra. The Cobra is setting Strava records inside the park all day long. That Shelby cherry red, it doesn't get any better than that, man. Welcome to Route 66. Get your kicks. A little history on Route 66, which is just in the shadows here. It's really about 50 meters to the north of the red kite. You can see it in the distance on some of the pictures that are with the cameras pointed north. Back in 1926, which was about 100 years after a fur trapper named Jebediah Smith made his camp here in the Upland, Ontario, Tongvan Hills areas. And Route 66 connects Chi-Town to St. Louis to Santa Monica. It was completed back in 1926. And then 1954, the I-10 freeway bypassed the romantic Americana attractions of Route 66, thus transforming Upland from a rural citrus grove to a thriving residential commercial community. A picture even further back, 1880s. Back in those days, I raced for a team called Labor Power, and this area was known for its lucrative citrus groves, grape vineyards, and endless orchards of peach, pear, and apple trees. So just imagine, close your eyes and imagine these stately fruits of labor as far as the eyes can see. And it is no wonder the outsiders of California sometimes will say, well, Californians are said to contain a great population of fruitcakes. But you know what? They hate us because they ain't us. We are in paradise in Southern California, and we appreciate y'all showing solidarity here in SoCal, California.
Looking for an Armando. Armando, come to the start finish line. Armando from Instagram, come to the start finish line.
Just moments away from sending off our Women Pro 1, 2, 3. Riding for 60 hot minutes. 8 corners, 1 kilo. It might get grippy. All right, you have found the epicenter of bicycle racing in the tree-lined streets of Upland, California. Welcome to the park. Who will prevail and take the park? And if we're doing the boilerplate, there will be a 1-lap dial-in as our lead pace car, GT500 Shelby Cobra, with that sexy racing stripe, cherry red. How cool is that? In homage to the La Vuelta, we'll do a countdown in Espanol.
Got some hitters out here. Tyler Mize, Lady Human of Corey Lockwood. Got some great fitness. Gonna rip your legs off.
Don't worry about Holly Brack. She's got sleep deprivation issues. She's not going anywhere. Nothing to see here, Holly. Good luck. All right, our neutral lap is off and underway. Everybody, thank you for joining us here in Upland, California. We're going to do a one-lap dial-in with our GT 500 Shelby. Taking a full lap, as you can see the San Gabriel Mountains in the background on the pictures here on lacrits.com. A beautiful course indeed, and there it is, Mount Baldy, 10 miles to the north, 10,000 feet above sea level, towering over the city of Upland, located about 30 miles east of Los Angeles. We are bound to Claremont to the west. We've got Rancho Cucamonga to the east. Cucamonga in Tongvan Indian means the land of sand. And I can testify as a geologist, there's not a lot of sand there. There's boulder fields, all part of the alluvial fan, 10,000 feet of alluvium. It's all about racing in the giant Pangea, the supercontinent, and we are hotting it up. This is going to be, 2 races left. I'm David Worthington, and I'm joined by my partner today, waxing poetic, Mr. Ronnie Toth, who can talk a starving dog off a meat wagon. Our rider's going to be riding so hard, the wheels will fall off the wagon. And then by the end of the day, I'll be so hoarse that I could drag. Now, in homage to the Tour de France Femmes that's finishing today at the Alpe d'Huez, our riders coming through now.
You know, it helps that the dogs getting talked off the meat wagon are actually vegan dogs. It makes the persuasion of dismounting said wagon all the more palpable. Yo, puppies, we got some vegan snacks over here if you want to dismount. And we are showtime, our women's pro race, 1 hour on the clock.
In 3, 2, 1, c'est parti! Off and underway in the USA. Banga, banga. Mick Jagger says, start me Upland. Never stop. Who will take the podium and who will declare the park is mine?
Got some new riders out here. Fixie looking to learn the ropes of road cycling. So on a fixed gear, you just kind of mash it. Brute strength. When you're out of legs, there's no way to flush the lactic acid out. On a road bike, you got to know which gear to be in at what time. Try and keep the cadence at 90 RPMs. About 90 RPMs is where most people's bodies are most efficient. But 10 to 12 gears in the back, 1 to 2 in the front. You got 20 to 24 choices of what gear to be in. On a course like this, it is very dynamic, having to punch it and accelerate, sprinting out of the corners. See our women's average speed. Going to be about 21 miles per hour. Rather deep women's field. Marlena Bemis, after a commanding demonstration of inner try to be athlete. That's triathlon. I can talk schmack because I'm one of them. I wasn't good at any one of the 3, but you go for the combo meal of mediocrity. Your coworkers and your mama will be impressed. Hang on. Let me get this. You rode a bicycle while wet? Hopping in the ocean, a lake, or whatever big blue wet thing you're trying to swim in, and getting on your bicycle, and dripping wet and salt, and then going for a soggy run. Ain't nothing like riding in the comfort, riding in a chamois, but then having to run a marathon in the equivalent of a diaper. A chamois is not fun to run in, so it's kind of a catch-22. But Marlena Bemis, all that triathlon monologue to say is that she had a solo breakaway earlier in the women's 3-4-5 race. Holly Breck, Eileen Andres, Melissa Haley, Elisa Luo, Julie Sims, and Tylor Mize. rounding out this women's pro field, ranging from 23 years young to in her prime at 32, won't say who. I would say for myself, I felt like 29 was my athletic peak. Now that I'm racing age, getting close to 40, I feel I don't quit as easy, but I don't have the sprint, that youthful hubris, just willing to die in a bunch sprint. So your boy's always going for the breakaway. Shake away, break away, let that be your takeaway. If you need me, you can find me off the front on the hunt for preems, medals, and shattering dreams. But talk is cheap. Corey Lockwood is the one that actually gets it done, and he should be putting on a clinic here on the art of disappearing into the mist with an exceptional example of what a solo breakaway looks like. Corey Lockwood coming to you momentarily in about an hour after the women's pro race. Not to be forgotten, Tyler Mize, Corey's lady human, well-trained, equally or double-brained. They are freedom-minded, and they are out here hurting legs, putting that sting in your ego and your heart. Tyler Mize, careful. She's going to charm her way into the breakaway and into your hearts and minds. She's got a great sprint on her. Tyler Mize, heck of a coach, built a great engine. We saw her on the podium at Costa Mesa, taking the W after Filene Andres paging Dr. Filene away from the barriers, paging Dr. Filene away from the barriers. We had a nasty crosswind, and Filene overcooked a corner during the final sprint at Costa Mesa. Pardon me, that was Santa Clarita. Long day, Santa Clarita. Ruben Meza putting on a show. Ruben and Rigo, they're mean men out of Marietta, California. Just because it's my hometown don't mean I'm the king. Rigo's sending me uh-ohs on Strava like a part-time job. But truth be told, rumor has it he likes to motor pace. He's got friends with a scooter. Got to talk a little smack out here. Motor pacing, some of the best training you can do outside of a practice race. But Rigo's known for blasting around town, drafting a scooter. Holly Breck, goodness gracious, please embrace us. She is not giving hugs. She is not giving kisses. She's saying, call me your missus, because I am the queen of this race, setting an example, going off the front solo early, asking the question, did you do your intervals today? Because I've been doing mine, and I'm looking damn fine on the front in my stretchy pants, hurting foos. Holly Breck opening gaps and downright making craps of the peloton here. She has caused a field split single-handedly. Holly Breck. You know, she's the sort of girl to match you on Bumble, and she's not sending the first message. She's just not. She's not going to do it. She's going to make you sad that you matched with your dream girl, and now you have no chance of communicating with her. Holly Breck hurting feelings and ripping legs off in the women's pro race, feeling sassy and getting after it. She has been joined by a Filene Andres, a Tyler Mize,
Alyssa Haley in that move as well. The
LABC, Los Angeles Bicycle Club, regularly duking it out with SDBC, San Diego Bicycle Club. As George Carlin once said, it's a big club and you ain't in it. It's a small breakaway and you ain't in it. Time to clip in that left leg. Maybe drop it into the 11 and get across. That's where we find out who took some extra glycogen in between races. Your body has about 90 minutes of gas tank. 90 minutes of glycogen. if you want to ride hard past about 75 to 90 minutes, you need to be eating, drinking calories. The average human body, the average athlete can take in 250 to 350 calories, depending on your gastric prowess. They say the fourth event in an Ironman triathlon is the ability to eat a full day's worth of calories without yakking. And yak to yakking is what they're doing. Filene Andres on the front, paging Dr. Filene. Paging Dr. Filene, you were requested in the surgery room / breakaway. This may be all she wrote. Marlena Bamus doing her best to double dip in 2 races and saunter her way across to the back of this breakaway, playing a little game of 10 little Indians. We started with 7. We're down to 5 in the move. Off the back like a schnack. Marlena Bamus doing her absolute darndest to close that daylight and meander onto the back of these 5. It is do or die, 5 on 1. Can our resident triathlete catch up to the resident physician, Filene Andres? Let words suffice as paint for the canvas of the mind. I am joined here by David Worthington. Lighten up your synapses with the sultry syllables. We're talking dogs off meat wagons, and we're feeding hungry children, saving the day out here in Upland, California.
Well, that's right. Often in air, never in doubt. Ronnie Toth and David Worthington providing the action blow by blow as Holly Breck lights it up through the trees. As she is going like a strobe light in and out of the tree line, which is pretty awesome here. There's shade and canopies on every stretch of road, and a rose garden for a purple podium plaza. The purple provided by Go Fast Cycling. That is their brand color, purple, and my favorite color indeed. The starving dogs gonna have to wait. We've got a lot of action out on course before we get down to the marrow, to the heat of the meat. Lately, my idea of a workout is to sit on the couch and hope things work out. That ain't gonna get it done, Worthington. You gotta get out there and enjoy and get some vitamin D and enjoy the AC that JC provided. It is all happening here in Upland, California, and there's a reason why the bike racers rated this the most fun, the most flowy, the most wicked fast courses in all of Southern California. Ring the bell, Merchandise Preem.
It's gonna be Aero Socks. Aero Socks. Don't say we never gave you nothing. Aero Socks, the winner of this lap. I like that. Little vitamin C from JC, giving a shout out to the King of Kings. Unexpected, David Worthington. My man just bought his way out of purgatory. The Wi-Fi is slow, and he's not trying to hang out there for long. He's looking to get the upgrades of the eternal life.
Oh, that space is on rental. It's only on loan. You know, I've got some dues to pay, no doubt about it. But who doesn't? What man amongst us walks in perfection? By the way, we had 340 acres of national monument, the Cleveland National Forest, in the San Gabriel Mountains. Most recently, it expanded 105 square acreage just up the road. Thank you to whoever, bipartisan folks that got that done to protect our resources right here in the San Gabriel Mountains. Just expanded a few months ago to protect another 105 square acres.
You're saying the treehouse is out of the question at this point? There'll be no treehouse 2025. Make tree houses great again. The forest is off limits.
As long as it's biodegradable. I got the funfetti, and it will get splashy at the end at the party at Podium Plaza. For that, I promise.
She is not one to throw in the towel. Marlena Bamus hoping that the peloton either comes back to her or the brake slows up. Marlena's staying on the gas. She's double dipped. She took home the W for the day. It is a tall task trying to manage a solo breakaway in the women's 3-4-5s. And she's again forced with the solo breakaway. Like, Marlena, do you hate drafting? Marlena, tell me you hate drafting without telling me you hate drafting. She's either off the front or OTB. Look at me. That light blue looking fantastic. We let her skip the swim. We're letting her skip the 5K. It is all bikes on this fine Sunday. That may be all she wrote. Our group of 5.
I bet. Right here in the gateways to the San Gabriels, Upland, California. We are about to get more kicks on Route 66. Flagstaff, Arizona. Don't forget Winona. Upland City, oh so pretty. We are definitely for protecting the high altitude cultural, scientific, and historic lands of the San Gabriels for generations to come. I get it. These days of social media seems seems like some days we've retained the law offices of bitch and moan. But good things are happening in our backyard. We have a block party here in Upland. Cheeseburgers in paradise being served. I think somebody's having an adult beverage waiting with my name on it at end of day. It is a gorgeous day indeed. And here comes a massive attack. Holly Breck checking that rider, and it is getting a bit arduous at the front. Action Jackson. David Worthington quoting the great Mark Twain, who once said, "It's easier to fool people than to convince them." You don't get fooled again, George W. Bush. Fooled me once, fooled me twice, I don't get fooled again. Pete Townsend, we don't get fooled again. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Rock and roll and country and a shake and bake here in Upland, California.
It's a little bit difficult to mention George W. Bush without the hashtag jet fuel does not melt steel beam.
Wow. It is getting dingy like a hubcap up here as we manipulate the tornado of non-stop spillage on aisle number 9. And we love it. Go Fast, thank you so much for making this race happen. It certainly is well reviewed by bike racers. It's an example of a bike race being put on by, wait for it, bike racers. And Holly Breck, who's out on course, had a big part of that. And Pat Carroll is the boss, really, making it happen. Pat Carroll, he calls me or texts me from time to time saying, "Dave, what do you think about this?" I'm like, the guy is a visionary. I think before he goes to sleep at night, he's dreaming up ideas on the next wrinkle for the bike racers. So it's really important that you all spread the word and the love of what's happening here with guys like Alfie Sanchez and Pat Carroll putting on a vision. And goodness gracious, it is hard work for those of you who think that the races go on without human intervention. Well, you'd be sadly mistaken. These cats are working 8 days a week to make it happen. So show some solidarity and endorse those that are endorsing. Support the vendors. Support the sponsors. Nothing else, show them some love. Because sometimes love is a battlefield. That's Pat Benatar said that, I believe. Love is a battlefield. But not today. Love is all about unity in the cycling community. So much love and unity, we can open a Unitarian church. Helene Andres at the front. bracketed by Melissa Haley there. Those two riders covering the front and tail end, which is prudent at this juncture.
Some good amount of foot traffic here, so yeah, I was watching from over there. And there's some people over here that just with their cars, they're getting kind of annoyed. I mean,
So are they not supposed to exit here, though, right?
yeah, no cars, yeah,
So flag them back.
yeah. And for the most part, everyone turns around, but there's some people.
Because there's a way for them to go.
Yeah. Just some people do that.
Yeah. Oh, I get it.
People being people, right?
I know, that's the problem with this place, people.
It's like you guys need to put the road close sign up there. I'm like, hey,
All right, we're going to spice it up with merchandise cream.
Some $50 cash, $50 cash, $50 cash. $50 cash, $50 cash to the winner next lap. Brought to you by Go Fast, Andiamo, the 501c3. Happy to take some of those fun coupons, Federal Reserve notes, US dollars. Keep them out of Uncle Sam. Give them to Go Fast Andiamo instead and get kids on bicycles.
Track it from there basically. And then this one has the this toggle, but this one doesn't work as well as the other one.
Is there a built-in one on the camera as well?
No, it doesn't work. It kind of works, but so.
oh, she's gonna get bad. I wonder what happened, dude. She raced the first one, right? At least she won the first one,
Yeah,
right?
all right. We'll give it a try.
Okay.
See how it goes.
All right, that's pretty cool. I saw Patrick Fetzer getting ready for the finale, signature race, Men Pro 123, scheduled to go off at 2:40 p. And I do believe Luke Fetzer is here as well. But first, business on hand. Go ahead and ring that bell.
Back-to-back preem, back-to-back preem. That looks like it was Holly Breck. Holly Breck taking home 50 big ones.
Ollie Breck with the 50.
Back-to-back preems. This is going to be SSB product pack. SSB product pack. The winner of the next lap.
I just got to yell something at Holly when she goes by. Tell her to win. So that way I don't have to clean any confetti at the end of the day. I just assume she's going to throw it. Right? She's not going to win.
Alrighty, I'll see you guys. Alrighty, alright.
See you next
So
time.
rumor has it Luke Fetzer will be racing here in the signature Men Pro 123. Luke Fetzer, the local young blood, signed with the Austin Outlaws this year. And his teammate, Lucas Bourgogne, I would say if the two Lukes were a dynamic duo stock at the market, you can put a double up arrow next to it. Luke Fetzer invited to a race representing the U.S. national team in Europe. He's a former junior multinational champ on the road and track.
Might be easier said than done.
And to quote Johnny Cash, Luke has been everywhere, man. The young lion of Laguna, Luke Fetzer in the house.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming she's just going to act like she couldn't finish.
Last month we saw Luke Fetzer win a $1,000 preem in Vancouver, Canada.
That's my presumption.
The Austin Outlaws have been hoisting bags of silver and gold at various train stations located all corners of North America.
Nothing. No. Just
Good.
I don't know what kind of water Thick was drinking, but it came in a colorful can.
Oh, there was some beer over there. Did you have one?
How many are left?
Enough for you want?
Just one. If you guys, when you get time.
What kind of IPA or?
If there's something a little weaker, that's fine. Or if that's all there is, that's cool.
Like Coors Light?
Not quite that weak, but yeah. I'm not good at this one.
All right, man.
See ya.
Yeah. All right, Garbo. I'm gonna be over here at the tent. If I don't see you. Okay.
So this race definitely lends itself to the solo artist on occasion. This is an opportunity to shine if you are a solo artist, not unlike Martin Adamczyk. Adamczyk winning that race all alone in the 40 plus. So Martin Adamczyk's hang around for the Podium Plaza ceremonies coming up shortly. We're still trying to figure out who got second and third there between Boss and Mesa.
Got another spicy preem. Try and animate things. Maybe see if we can take this group of 3 down to 2. This is a preem lap. The next lap is going to be a preem lap. Preem lap.
And look at the style and form of none other than Holly Brack.
$50 next lap. $50 cash. $50 cash. $50 cash. $50 cash. Federal Reserve notes, US dollars to the winner of this next lap. And I believe the 40 plus results are live on the interwebs. You're able to scope on that. You have I think it's a 15-minute period. We are good. There is no wrestling Handsome Steve into submission to upgrade yourself from 4th to 3rd. Online, 40 plus results are live, and our podium will be soon. Holly Breck was in charge of our podium, so we're going to need a substitution. Maybe Pat Caro, you could help us out with the 40 plus podium. We got some handsome boomers in training looking to get up there. Actually, you guys might be boomers, yeah?
And look at Holly Brack right now.
Boomers in training. They're working on it.
Brack is moving to the 4 right now to go for the cash on the line. Nothing talks like cash. Holly Brack taking it on. The proverbial horns by the bull and vice versa. Get back to back.
He's a mean man going back to back. Holly Breck taking your lunch money, spending it on snacks. She is well fed, but burning every calorie, looking slanky. That is slim and lanky on the front, hurting feelings and tearing legs. That is going to be DH Wear shirts. I'm seeing plural. It doesn't even look like one shirt. It looks like a matching set. His and hers. DH Wear shirts. Look, don't call it a schmedium. It's a small or it's a medium. Don't you hit me with that schmedium, David.
That's like shorts, right? Jeans and shorts. Schmedium. Shorts.
Hey, if you win, that means I have to clean up confetti.
Holly Breck, $100 richer. Keeping the lights on. Keeping the Wi-Fi fired up. Look, half of being a pro cyclist is Instagram likes. The appeal for the sponsor is immense. The other half is actually winning stuff. Holly Breck, speaking of winning stuff, taking home another preem. DH Wears shirts. Look, she's only got one body, but we're giving her 2 shirts so she can skip laundry day. More time for intervals. Holly Breck on a Tuesday. Going up on a Tuesday. Holly Breck in the break and she's Tuesday.
The Breck girl. If we can get our top 3, please, let's bring them up to the Podium Plaza. Let's try to get somebody to bring that purple podium banner up as well. Holly Breck's out on course right now. Our top 3 riders congregate to Podium Plaza. Martin Adamczyk, Patrick Bowes, Ruben Mesa.
This lap, I know you can hear me get fired up. You're sprinting for snacks. This is a Jess Art $100 gift card. $100 gift card to the winner of the next lap. $100 gift card to the winner of the next lap to Jess Art. You show her a picture of you off the front. She will turn you into a painting forever above the fireplace of your mom's house. Your mom had you move out when you were 18. She was tired of looking at you, but you're back. You're on the mantle, and you're in paint forever on your bicycle and stretchy pants. $100 gift card by Jess Art to make you the custom painting of your choosing. She's got fingers, and she's willing to use them to create immortalized art.
Jessica Garner is an absolute brilliant painter, a great bicycle rider, a great human being, and so cool that she's giving away $100 gift certs for Jess Art. Find her on Instagram, JESSS Art. And now we'd like to bring our top three to Podium Plaza. All eyes to the purple banner, taking third. What a tremendous effort today, and our riders up the road in the 40 plus. My old friend riding for Serious Cycling, Patrick Omaha Bosa. And second place today, a tremendous ride. He rode here great last time. He won. This year, he's going to settle for second. The Silver Bullet from Murrieta, California, Ruben Mesa. Top dog today in Upland, California, Han Solo artist making ribbons of the peloton. What a display of watts. Let's give it up, everybody, for Martin Adamczyk. Riding for San Diego Bicycle Club.
Straight
Boss Mesa Adamczyk.
Straight out of Poland and into your hearts. As Adamczyk Martin from the Eastern Bloc. Spent 6 weeks training, just got back stateside. He's 100% Polish and 100% willing to hurt people by the conduit of a bicycle. The last free place in the United States where mean men can be themselves and inflict pain on others legally. Bicycle racing coming at you. Speaking of at you, Holly Breck. We're doing $10. Dash for cash. Boom, Holly Breck. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Every other lap is going to be $10. $10 every other lap. Dash for cash.
Wow, now it doesn't get much better than that. Signed, sealed, and delivered here in Upland, California. Rated bike racers' favorite course because it's flowy. We've got 8 corners on a 1 kilometer, so it is extremely spectator friendly and a beautiful setting indeed. Wicked fast, flowy, intriguing, unique, technical, dynamic, all the words. But it comes down to 2 things: carving those corners like a holiday turkey, but also the fitness comes into play. That was kind of the misnomer that the bike handling was how you win this race alone. But that is not the case whatsoever, my friend. You'd be sadly mistaken. Fitness comes into a big, big play here, a much bigger factor than you might think. That's why, quite frankly, really impressive. Bart Clifford winning that race earlier today. He was very smart in that he only chose 1 bullet at the end. Holly Breck picking up the preem. Holly Breck knows the ATM digits. Holly Breck cutting it up like an inmate with a shift. By the way, it's good to see Chris Black back from Wisconsin, by the way. Thank you for that one, Black. I like it. Keep feeding me. Feed the hole. Shaking it here, boss. I'm shaking it.
We're checking bunks, but all she needs is a toothbrush and some duct tape because she is shanking foos in this prison that is the 60-minute Criterium in Upland, California. Holly Breck improvising weapons and improvising this breakaway. She has gone solo with about 25 minutes remaining. Every other lap is $10.
And they say necessity is the mother of invention. In track racing, that's duct tape.
This is for Holly Breck. If she can hold it, next lap, $10 a lap. $10 a lap for this lap. Every other lap is a preem lap, $10. Yo, Holly, we'll give you $10. You can keep time trialing for another half mile. What do you say, girlie? Put it in the gas tank and call it a day. She's about to splurge. She's getting the 91 octane. She don't mess with that 87 nonsense. My girl is balling on a budget, collecting a check, one Federal Reserve note at a time here in Upland, California. Tyler Mize on the front looking to get some help from Elisa Lowe, racing for a faster me. Could be Elisa Lou. What do you do? She's about to help Tyler try and find their way and saunter back up to Holly Breck, making an absolute train wreck of what is left of this women's pro field. Famous Will Smith quote I like: if you and I both get on a treadmill, one of two things is going to happen. Either you're getting off first, or I'm leaving here via an ambulance. We do not quit easy. Big Willie, you keep my wife's name out of your mouth.
I completely get it, except for the part I don't understand, right? That is beautifully said, Will. And I'll tell you what, Holly Breck is indeed making a wreck. You can take that, her name, and spread it to the world because she is a class act. Holly Breck, we are stoked that she's out there racing. She hasn't slept much. She's been either on a plane, train, automobiles across the U.S. of A. and beyond. She's been helping here. When I got here, it was about 5 a.m. She was already here. The entire Pat Carroll Go Fast Andiamo Club has done a tremendous job, and Holly Breck putting her stamp on this race. And we do appreciate Holly, a local favorite, the Queen of Santa Barbara, representing here today.
And on her way to taking her 14th preem of the race, Holly Breck collecting another $10 straight into her Honda Civic. The gas mileage is on fleek. The efficiency of her car is unparalleled, only compared to the efficiency of her body as she saunters watt for watt, pedal stroke by pedal stroke, up the road, disappearing into the shadows on this 8-corner absolute treat of a course. Holly Breck looking to take another $10. Preem lap, dash for cash. Holly, take yo schnacks Breck. Middle name, not officially on the birth certificate, but if you look close, I think it's there. Crushing it on a Sunday at the Church of Pain. She's got a sermon on how to make women sad.
You definitely have the expression that fortune favors the Breck, and she is riding with bold tenacity and form and style and panache. Just stamping on those, just ticking away like a metronome, metronomic style on the bike. You can certainly see side by side an amateur versus a pro sometimes, and just kind of the silkiness of their pedal stroke. One time I was riding with David Zabriskie, and one time I was in Mallorca, I saw Bradley Wiggins. They come by with this really high cadence, and it kind of pissed me off. I'm like, wait a minute, I could just roll up to them, right? No, they kind of fly away because they have so many miles, and they're born with that championship DNA where they can produce a lot of watts and power at a high rate of cadence. So there again, look at the cameras there at lacrits.com. You can see she's just carving up these sections, taking it one section at a time, monitoring her efforts and watts with style and verve, picking up all the cash. Holly Breck.
$10 richer. Got 2 more dash for cash give away to Holly and friends, and she is fresh out of friends. She is here to mash pedals and chew bubble gum, and we are fresh out of bubble gum. leaving only the mashing of pedals and the chasing of medals. Heartbreaker, Holly Breck. Can we get the men's category 2-3 podium? I would like to manifest Andrew Papel of Ice Speed Felt Race Team, David Michael Sweet, and John Sermon of Team Endure.
Once again, calling up our category 2-3s to Podium Plaza. If we can have John Sermon, David Michael Sweet, and Andrew Papel with Ice Speed Felt out of Temecula, California.
We are on lap cards. 16 laps remaining. 16 laps remaining. 8 miles. Holly Breck taking another premium lap. Premium lap for Miss Breck. Holly, take your snacks, Breck. This girl thought she was taking home half a gas tank. She's going to be able to fill it up, all 11 gallons in that Honda Civic. She's not going to need to gas up until September. Wake me up when September ends. Holly Breck, full tank of gas, emptying the tank, going home tired, making her mama proud, making her dad blush. Grandma's tuning in on YouTube, LA Crits Live. Grandma's in the comment section. Holly, you killing it, girl. Coming out of Connecticut, Grandma on the interwebs. She's got the Wi-Fi connection. She got fast fingers, and Holly is making her proud.
I think Holly Breck can do it on a half a tank of gasoline, a half a pack of cigarettes, and wearing dark sunglasses. She'll be in Detroit City by midnight. Our top 3 in the category 2-3s. Do we have Sermon, Sweet, and Papel? Can I get a thumbs up? All right, we'll come back. Meanwhile, out on course, we have Holly Breck basically turning the asphalt into syrup behind her, setting a wake of energy as the wind starts to build. Holly Breck is in TT mode. Cash money on the next lap.
Holly, tell me you like money without telling me you like money. Killing it, girly. $10, our final dash for cash premium of the day. As long as she doesn't get abducted by Nephilim fallen angels, Holly Breck is going to be $10 wealthier. Holly, I'll tell you what to do. I want you to put it in them Bitcoins. Wait for this upcoming bull market launching in November 2024. And by 2035, probably be retired on them Bitcoins, though. David loves a good Bitcoin story.
No. I'm all about Critcoin today, man. I'm heavily invested in Critcoin. I got up at 5 a.m. Our top 3 at Podium Plaza, painting the Rose Garden purple, taking the 3rd step. This young man, 17 years of age, a senior in high school out of La Mirada, California, John Sermon on the hill. And taking 2nd, we're going to see him at the Hardman Classic on the gravel. He can crush it on the gravel and the asphalt. David Michael Sweet. And top step today, riding from Temecula, California, racing for Ice Speed Felt. Let's give it up for this young man, age 20, Andrew Papel. Sermon, Sweet, Papel, your top 3 in the category 2-3s. Job well done. Little less conversation, a little more action out on course. Holly Breck is absolutely tearing it up, just one section at a time. There she goes.
Or it didn't happen. Holly Breck taking home all 5 of our dash for cash. Rapido para dinero. Holly Breck, she's bilingual. She speaks front wheel, she speaks back wheel. But mainly she speaks watts through the bottom bracket at about 320 FTP. I'm just guessing, Holly. If that's low, don't messenger the shoot.
Well, she's also all about money today. She's got the digits, the PIN code for the Upland local ATM money machine. Holly Breck putting on a show.
And let's not forget Elisa Luo and Tyler Mize working together well. Marlene is not having it. She's out here doing 2 time trials. Solo off the front. And the women's 3-4-5. It must have hurt. She's staying in the fight here. Never say die. Should give her some incentive. Marlena, we're going to make you run a 10K if you get caught here. Gotta love our triathletes. Triathlon teaches you to suffer well. You know, the downside with swimming is if you stop swimming, you die. If you stop riding a bicycle, you simply coast. If you stop running, it turns into a walk or a saunter if you're fancy. But triathlon, you stop swimming, you're going to be in trouble. Recently, unfortunately, there was a death in CrossFit. They had them swim in the ocean, and somebody went under, did not resurface.
It's really fascinating, Ronnie Toth. You know, if you're a Darwinian, you would say if you're a fish, you stop swimming, you're either an amphibian or you're dead. It is getting reptilian up here in Upland, California, in the shadows of the San Gabriel Mountains. Where is Upland, California? It's about 20, 30 miles east of Los Angeles, in a beautiful summer day. Park setting, it is gorgeous indeed. I'm David Worthington, and I am joined today by Ronnie Toth, and on the sound system, Tom Beachman and Ray Mars, the genius behind the lenses, the man, the director, the producer of lacrits.com on the YouTube channel. We have seen Ray Mars come from a rookie to a sophomore to JV to varsity to off the front, winning race after race in a short period of time. The man is certainly a visionary.
Some quick cycling science here. So a lot of times, say you're training on the river trail, a stranger hops on your wheel, they don't say anything, they're just sitting in the draft. Having someone on your wheel actually saves you 2 to 4%. And I bring that up because we had Marlena get lapped by Holly Breck. Marlena, in her defense, she's on the second race of the day after a solo breakaway in the women's 3-4-5 race. But having someone in your draft actually does save you energy, about 2 to 4%. So next time you've got a wheel sucker sitting on refusing to help, just be reminded of that. They close down your strip stream, help with your drag a little bit. The attacks are abundant. Tyler Mize hollering, she's attacked me 4 times.
Well, that's
but do you got legs, though?
I want to go back to something that Ronnie Toth said. And, perhaps we're starting to get the sugar start to dissolve into warm water here in the afternoon. But you're saying that if you've got a wheel sucker on your wheel, that somehow that enables you to go faster. I'm as confused as goats on AstroTurf on that one.
I will Eli 5. Explain like I'm 5. They say the true test of intelligence is not having intelligence, but be able to explain it in a non-complex way to a 5th grader. And by no means, David, are you a 5th grader. You're at least 6th or 7th middle school at this point.
Remedial reading is my thing, and one of the things I read is that the difference between genius and stupidity is that genius has its limits. That was Albert Einstein, my man.
The idiot doesn't know any better. He's like, I'm going for it. So you're saying there's a chance. Reminds me of Dumb and Dumber.
Right.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Right. Sometimes you can't let the brain matter get in the way and just make a stupid attack move. And, that's the thing about bike racing. We try to script these races, and we fail every single time. And, I mean, obviously, Holly Breck this is an exception because she's got a massive gap. But typically, you can't recognize the winning move until the winning move is established. Holly Breck, well established right now. With a 3/4 lap here.
I believe she has just lapped.
She has just taken over that. You're right. Those
She's
riders
lapped.
there, she came over the top with 10 laps remaining.
Elisa Luo. I really wish I could nail that last name. It's so short. Luo. Elisa Luo. Luo? Elisa, we are butchering your name, but you are butchering the field because you have top 3 solidified.
She's a great rider.
Well
Luo,
done.
yes. And I've asked her, is it Luo or Lo? And she says yes to both. She's not offended at all, but a great rider, very consistent rider indeed throughout Southern California. No stranger to the podium.
So to explain the slipstream thing, basically, if you have someone right on your wheel, they're helping to close down the aerodynamic drag that's kind of pulling on you. So they got to be like right on the wheel. It doesn't help if they're a bike length back. But it's so much of an effect to where Ineos was actually putting their team car directly behind Ghana in time trials. and then the UCI caught onto it and said you can't be that close. But
They got
having
deep for
something
that.
big directly behind you definitely helps your aerodynamics. Speaking of aerodynamics, we've got one of the hitters, our Southern California SCNCA district champion, rocking the jersey. That is Brandon York, racing for Farmers Agency. He has been a hitter at a lot of these races, making grown men cry and making grandma happy on the LA Crits live stream. His Abuelita is notorious for letting the fingers fly in the comment section. Brandon, you're incredible. Hurt him, Brandon. Brandon York is going to be showcased in the men's pro race. If he knows what's good for him, he will be counter-attacking the living daylights out of Corey Lockwood any chance he can get. Brandon York took the W at San Luis Rey, which was the road race for the Masters, 35-39. Did my darndest to catch him, but he left me with an upside-down smile and a pile of tears, hurting the field.
I believe Brandon, New York with Farmers raced here in May, and he doubled, and he had excellent races in both of those events. And Brandon York, it looks like he's saving it today, which is probably prudent and wise. Put it all into a 75-minute, hotly contested race coming up on the menu at 2:40. That is going to be absolute barn burner. Save your hat, hang on to your shirt, batten down the hatches, because that's going to be a blast coming up just moments away as we are 8 laps to go right out on course. The tentative course is one rider all alone by the name of Holly Breck, Team DNA.
Holly Breck looking at 8 laps, 4 miles. At this point, she's just getting a workout. She has put her stamp upon the peloton. She has lapped the field. She has lapped everyone. Second and third place included. Came straight through. And at this point is just building mental resilience for the future. The future version of her where she is being chased by adversaries and needing to stay away. I mentioned in past races that a lot of times, even if you know you have it and you're in a solo breakaway, it's good to go absolutely all in. That way you know for the future that if you had to really dig deep, that you could. A lot of times racing can be the best time to dig completely deep. We say train hard, race easy, meaning put all the work in during training, and on game day you can shine and win easier. You hurt yourself when no one's looking. Game day when all eyes are on you. It is time to go off the front and act a fool. Holly Breck looking at 3.5 miles of racing.
And what a race by Holly Breck. Today, the Tour de France Femmes finishing in the Alpe d'Huez. That's going to be magical. Kristen Faulkner coming off double gold in Paris, which is unbelievable, winning the road race with style and panache, leaving Voss and the other riders looking at each other. But certainly Holly Breck has the certain je ne sais quoi, right? That certain joie de verve to win all kinds of races. Great to have her out on course right now representing. And Holly Breck has always put in the time, and she's consistent, a class act on the bike and off the bike. Yeah, this is kind of a swan song for her, I think, for 2024, Ronnie Toth, because DNA Pro Cycling is going to, after a long run of dominance, I think they're going to fold the chairs, whatever, and next year Holly will be looking for another contract. Certainly she'll get picked up. She's a consistent warrior on the bike. If she needs to fall on her sword for her GC rider, she will do so. And there she goes now. Holly Breck under the red kite, about to lap 2 more riders, putting on an absolute show. Again, that's certain je ne sais quoi. Holly Breck.
For our non-French speakers, if you do not speak Eurotrash, that is, how do you say je ne sais quoi? She's got that, how do you say, what's the word? That ambiance, that swag, that impeccable, delectable, leaving you wondering, what's she got that I don't? She's got the ability to lap the field and probably about 300 extra watts.
Verve and panache. Panache, another one of those Euro words that we use. We've transmorgified these words, and she's got all of that. And one thing she's not is what Ronnie Toth has, and that's the word loquacious. She's not as loquacious as my partner in the booth here, Ronnie Toth. Very few are.
So loquacious, it's audacious.
Can talk a starving dog off a meat wagon.
It helps when the dog doesn't eat meat because he's vegan. 2024, even the dogs are vegan. Be careful out there, folks. Things are getting wild.
It is getting nuts up here. We are gluten-free, or some kind of freedom is enjoyed by all parties. Thank you for coming out and supporting bike racing in Southern California. Holly Breck with 5 laps to go.
I believe the rules that the vegans adhere to is no animal products and nothing with a face. So if it has a face, they will not be eating it. Does a bumblebee have a face? Does an octopus have a face? There's a lot of things up for debate.
I don't know, but a watermelon has a heart. It's the best part of the melon, man.
I'm not saying choke, but artichoke. Also possessing corazon of the non-heartbeat kind.
Artichokes are so mean on the outside, right? You know, but they are a delicacy on the inside. The heart of the artichoke, it's a nice thing. And, you know, go to Spaggy's restaurant. They've got the clam sauce, the artichoke dip. One of our sponsors here on Route 66, Spaggy's restaurant. Excellent Italian cuisine here in Upland, California.
I often described my personality as a bit like an avocado. They're a bit weird when you're young, but when you get older, they realize you're delicious. Rough exterior, a guacamole interior, put me in, coach. Nom, 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 nom.
That's nice. And speaking of avocado pits, the pit is closed. You are on your own if you puncture. When Holly Breck comes through, she'll be looking at 4 laps to go as the purple flags are starting to dance, the wind starting to build. Holly Breck can sense, she can smell the hay in the barn, and it is fresh for the taking.
Goodness, at this point, Holly Breck could probably get a double flat, not speaking that over you, double flat and effectively turn her bike into a scooter if the chain were to break, and she could scoot her way left leg only to glory. I mean, this park has a skate park that is world famous, but we do not want to see Holly Breck one-legged scootering her bicycle into space. It would certainly not be the first time that a bicycle was turned into a scooter and mountain bike races were finished on foot. Holly Breck Mechanicals Foreboding seems to have taken the George W out here. Jet fuel does not melt steel beams. Win Upland, California. The day of solo breakaways. Holly, take yo snacks, steal yo girl, ate yo lunch, Breck.
And this is the home of the Pipeline Skate Park, which is a park that was admitted to the Skateboard Hall of Fame with its 20-foot gnarly drops, combining a circular shell with a square shell, kind of like our course today. With 3 laps to go, it looks like Holly Breck is pulling a Tony Hawk. The first one to pull a 900, it took him 10 attempts. The man fell down 9 times, and he got it right on the 10th. That's what bike racing is all about. Every racer out there has fell. It's all about not how many times you fall, but how many times you rise, and that number is N+1. Holly Breck putting on a show today when she comes through, looking at 3 laps to go.
Resilience is the name of the game. This famous quote that says, your ancestors evolved from people that fought off megafauna, saber-toothed tigers, woolly mammoth with sharp sticks, wearing a loincloth. Quit acting like you're adopted. These are the people you evolved from, and Holly Breck is a testament to that grit, tenacity, and resilience that it takes to be an incredible bike racer out here in the heat, beating it up. Upland, California, one of our most spectator-friendly courses all year. Pretty much at any point on this course, you can see clear across to the other side, scope on the competition, and leaving them wishing as you repeatedly lap the field. Holly Breck is going to be seeing 2 laps to go. 1 mile of racing for Miss Breck.
With 2 laps to go, resilience required to survive the slings and arrows. Holly Breck absolutely crushing the pedals, bursting through those corners and ripping up the tarmac here in Upland, California.
Fire in the legs. Pain in the heart. Holly Breck is breaking hearts out here.
So let's not forget the battle for second and third. Tyler Mize and Lisa Luo, they are together. In the final countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Holly Breck with 1 lap to go. With 1 lap. With 1 lap. With 1 lap to go! Holly Breck is putting her stamp on this race, Upland, California.
So kind of an interesting dynamic here. Second and third have been lapped, but they are still with Holly. Looking to contest this. So they're kind of going to get a second shot at life. Able to see how things would have played out had they been able to stick with her. Holly's going to want to come across solo, actually. She's content to let off the gas momentarily. Let Elisa and Tyler duke it out for second place. Holly Breck not wanting to get in the way. She's content to saunter on in, enjoy this last quarter of a mile on our 800 meter, half a mile, 0.52 mile long course. The discount kilometer in Upland, California at the base.
And here comes our battle for second and third right now. An honest sprint as coming out of the corner. Looks like Tyler Mize is going to take it. Elisa Liu in the rear. It looks like Tyler Mize is going to take second. Elisa Liu, congratulations. And here comes our star for the day, shining oh so bright. Holly Breck has done it. She is your champion today. My goodness, the path to greatness is a lonely path. Holly Breck has shown you she can come out of the journey a hero today. Upland, California, give it up for Holly Breck.
Well done. Rounding out the podium, it's Tyler Mize and Elisa Liu.
And Feline Endres, nice sprint.
Going off at 2:40 p.m., nearly peak heat of the day. It's going to be our men's pro race, featuring a deep field talent-wise, not the biggest field as we're reaching the tail end of our season.
Oh, what a great day indeed. It's great to have Tom Beachman here on audio. The man is an absolute wizard. It's always good to work with a guy that knows much more than you, but he doesn't let you on that he's much smarter than you. So just an all-around cool dude. Tom Beachman, worked with him at, Manhattan Beach Grand Prix, LAX, many others I'm forgetting right now. But we also are going to be working together at the Hardman Classic presented by Crit Cross friends Eric Squires and Eric Bierman, November 17th. I know David Sweet will be there. I think Ronnie Toth is going to be there because it's a good race in that there's climbing. It's not highly technical. Fire roads. November 17th, we'll be climbing up the Santa Ana Mountains. And all the riders have transponders, right? So that's a whole different wrinkle, and it's really fun to have the transponders in real time. Here comes the GT500, baby.
Yes, based upon that race going over a large mountain 2 times, Ronnie Toth will not be there. The Muffin Top is indeed on fleek, but does not go upness.
It's not about that, really. You know, it's a whole different deal. Those gravel races all about just having a good time. There's no ego and amigo, man.
I know that's wisdom. What you said is being smarter than someone, but being wise enough not to let them know. I hear you loud and clear. Can we get the pro men to the starting line? Pro men to the oven starting line. Furnace, hot, heat starting line. Yes. Meander your foxy selves.
All right, if you're joining us on lacrits.com, I've got California time 2:37. This signature headline race scheduled to go at 2:40, scheduled to run 75 hot minutes. Moments away indeed, our signature event. This is going to be hotly contested. All manner of cash, merchandise, bragging rights on offer. I've just been notified by Patrick Caro, who is in a very good mood. Perhaps it's heat exhaustion, but he's going to stack another $100 bill to the winner of our next and final race. $100 more in the purse, but it's stacked to the top. I do believe Chris Black is looking for final instructions. If he's asking, he's almost looking at the announcer to shut the front door, so to speak. We've got Corey Lockwood, Kerry Water, Chop Wood is in the hizzy. We've got Luke Fetzer here, who his arms are tired. He's been flying all up in here. This is going to be spectacular. It's going to be bombastic and dramatic. Hang on to your shirts. Stow all personal items in the overhead bin. All seats and serving trays in the upright position. Fasten your safety belts. Corey Lockwood riding for Miami Blazers at the 2019 Redlands Classic. We saw this David slay Goliath in the final chapter. He's a U.S. national time trial champion. In the last couple months, we've seen Lockwood win in solo fashion. All right, I think we're going neutral right now, so we'll give you the countdown in one lap. Espen Kateris is here. The Norwegian Woodman is in the hizzy. Goodness gracious, 75 hot minutes. This is your headline signature event, the finale. Holly Breck, we love you so very much. Good to see you, Holly Breck. Maybe she'll come by and say hello on the microphone. We had a good conversation with Holly Breck at, where was that? Santa Clarita, I think. It's all so foggy at this point. But Holly Breck, what a show you put on with panache and joie de verve, all the good greatness thing, that certain je ne sais quoi that Holly Breck possesses. It is infectious. And we just talked real quick with Holly about the whole concept of getting better in this sport is, guess what? Racing your damn bike. And you do it week after week. It's not about necessarily picking and choosing. Back in the hay, at Labor Power, in those days, when you win a race, it lasts an entire 7 days because you've got another weekend to challenge yourself against real opponents and get that bib number pinned on. Because it is no longer a dress rehearsal when you're racing your bicycle. It's the real deal. And we're not talking about practice. As we come up on what is going to be kilometer 0, and in homage to the Vuelta a España, I'll try to time a 5-second countdown as they come through the woods on that bumper, and they're chomping at the bit right now. I think that Shelby GT is going to have to open up the RPMs to about 6,000. Otherwise, they might get overtaken by this hungry, frothy pack. And in homage to La España, Vuelta 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vámonos! Venga, venga! Andiamo! We are underway in the USA. 75 hot minutes.
And our women's results are live on the interwebs. We are live and getting comments. Holly Breck, first place. Tyler Mize, second place. And Elisa Luo, racing for a Faster Me. Tyler Mize, racing for Monarch Racing. And Holly Breck, racing for the UCI team. UCI Continental, DNA Pro Cycling.
And Corey Lockwood shot out like a Polaris missile. Butcher Box at the front. Looks like Lupien is there battling with Lockwood. Joseph Lupien out of Canada on Butcher Box. Trying to ring the bell very early. Good to see Frank Serrati's in the house with SoCalCycling.com. All sources for cycling, all things cycling since 1995. Joseph Lupien, a top 10 finisher in the individual time trial in Canada. Also a big fan of gravel racing. He competed in nationals, maybe even worlds, in that specific category of gravel racing, which of course is in quite extraordinary competition for road racing. Lupien, one of those guys that likes to race road and dirt, and he is tucked right there. Wheel number 3 is Lupien. We saw him at the Hardman Classic, absolutely killing it. We also saw Scott Redding there. There's Lupien, wheel number 3. And he's got a SoCal Cycling ride. It could be John Janik there, wheel number 4. We'll get confirmation when we get a start list up here. And there is your San Gabriel Mountains in the backdrop. So that means they are heading west and then turning south right now as their first south sector. Then taking the first of 2 right-handers, turn number 3 on a 8-corner circuit, 1 kilometer. There's Corey with that praying mantis position on the machine. And he's looking pretty hungry. He has been chomping at the bit, and looks like this entire field has just come off a bread line. They are hungry. You saw Brandon York with the Farmer's Insurance kit. As they hot it up. We are making record speeds, no doubt about it. Personal records and group records, PR records. These riders are smashing the Strava record. We thought that the GT500 was fast, and look out, we've got a whole new Strava record, and that's Jason Cianfrocca at the front in that white kit. He has just turned 2 laps at the front.
Our last lap was about 25 miles per hour, similar to our Category 4. But I anticipate the pace should pick up throughout the day as they get the hang for the course, find the ideal lines. A lot of hitters in this race. Jason Paez, I would say, would be a favorite. Brandon York. Luke Vaughn could find himself in a breakaway. This course is a little bit of corners. Luke Vaughn's a powerful rider, but anytime you have to accelerate or there is a climb, it benefits the leaner rider. So I would say if there's one athlete this course benefits the most, it's probably Corey Lockwood, Brandon York, or Jason Paez.
And we have
Yogi is not to be discounted either.
Oh, you're right. We talk about Luke Fetzer. We have another Luke. Luke Lynch is that rider, 113 in the red splashy kit. That's Lynch right there. Wheel number 4 with SoCalCycling.com. That splashy red kit. Not to be confused with the Miami Blazers kit, wheel number 2, Corey Lockwood, who has asserted his dominance this year, winning up the road. He's not known as a bunch sprinter, so he makes it clear and evident that he has aspirations to ride alone. He's not a big fan of people when he's delivering the watts. He'd rather be alone. Often you'll see Lockwood this looks like Giovanni Romero, iSpeed Felt coming through. iSpeed Felt, one of my favorite local teams, and because every race that they participate in, they don't just participate, they anticipate. And to me, that's a whole different level. When you're just participating, going in circles, you're following. When you're anticipating, well, that's an entire different sector where you are willing to mix it up. And iSpeed Felt coming up through right now. The Giovanni Romero gritting his teeth, putting Lockwood in a corner. This is a bold move. Giovanni Romero with giant huevos. So he's going to be pulled back, but the whole concept that I'm not going to fear, I'm not going to bow down. That's Romero, and it seems to be the kind of the makeup of that entire iSpeed Felt team, coached up by Brian McCulloch and Gil Ron.
Definitely interesting. We don't see any of the nation's top sprinters in this race. Not sure if the corners scared them off or they're at more national level races. Haven't seen the likes of Sharon, Bahati, the Williams brothers, some of the top hitters known for their ability to sprint, the closers, if you will. But this course is absolutely phenomenal and beautiful to be able to test the limits of your bike handling ability as well as your fitness.
I believe the Watson brothers and Bahati in Steamboat Springs right now in Colorado. I've actually skied at Steamboat there in Colorado. And by the way, at the end of the day, we might be snowboarding, me and Ronnie Toth. If you want to join us up here at Baldy, Mount Baldy, we're thinking about doing a couple runs there on the north face. California's awesome. You can ski, you can ride your bike, you can hike, and you can go surfing on the same day. There's Luke Fetzer, the young lion of Laguna, wheel number 3. Austin Outlaws, baby. This man is a special rider indeed. Still a teenager, a former U.S. Juniors national champ on the road and in the track. He won the Criterium a couple of years ago, battling his teammate, who's also selected on the U.S. cycling team, national team, none other than Alejandro Shea. So Shea, a great rider, a teammate of Luke Fetzer, from time to time, but now Fetzer, having raced with the Lux Junior Development Program, then Hot Tubes, and got the big call up for the Austin Outlaws. Fetzer so fast that he's let out guys like Dante Young, Lucas Burgoyne, and still folds in and gets a third, fourth, fifth, eighth at Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. He's also right there in the slot at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. So it's a special kind of rider that can deliver a sprinter to the line and not get 50th place, or 30th or 10th. He's still that wicked fast, and we don't know his limits yet. He's 19 years of age. Luke Fetzer, definitely his arc, his trajectory is tremendous.
You mentioned the name Alejandro Che. Alejandro Che pull off a heck of an upset, out sprinting the full lead-out train, Williams Brothers and Dante Young. Young BMX kid, up and coming, putting the big boys on notice, stealing the win at a recent CBR earlier this year. BMX, fast twitch, muscle fibers background. His dad has coached him well, built up quite the little monster.
Yeah, Paul Shea, and he's an amazing athlete back in the day as well. But Fetzer also took the V at VOS in Arizona. He won at the Golden State Crit in Sacramento. In Virginia, second place in the road race and first in the crit. We talked about that. In 2022, we saw Fetzer win at CBR as a 17-year-old, I believe, in the Pro Men 1, 2, 3. And in those days, Luke was representing Lux, and also, we talked about Hot Tubes, but Lux was the team captained by Roy Nickman. And Roy Nickman, you talk about a consummate professional back in the day. People might forget, Roy also won the Olympic bronze in Los Angeles in the TTT, 1984. Not to mention victories at the Mammoth Stage Race. Roy Nickman won at the Tour de Dauphine stage. He won Coors Classic. He won Hotter Than Hell in Wichita, Texas. I was there. I raced that. Saw Davis Finney win at Hotter Than Hell, the final stage in the Criterium, which was well over $1. And so we're doing pretty good. We're in the high 80s here today in Upland, California. Nickman, a Class C rider, also won Tour of Willamette, Boulevard Road Race, and Sean Bagley will appreciate this, the Dole Citrus Classic in Visalia, California, back in the day. Roy Nickman, a mentor of mentors. Also coming through that Lux program, shout out to Brandon McNulty, currently age 26.
Going to be Aero Socks, Aero Socks, Aero Socks, Aero Sock Preem. Look, you can't have Corey Lockwood's legs, but you can have his socks. Aero Socks. Looks like we had a field split. Not sure if there was a crash or if this is just the intensity of the race. Aero Socks to the winner of this lap.
Merchandise Preem coming up. Ronnie Toth ringing that bell. Don't know what happened today at the Vuelta, but again, McNulty winning stage 1 yesterday at the Vuelta España. The 6-footer from Tucson. He is also part of the Lux Farm Club system. So there's a lot of local teams also a big part of that junior development, including squads like Major Motion, South Bay Wilman, and Velosport. Velosport also is hosting and teaching up a young Waylon Zabriskie on that program. Zabriskie doing amazing work, winning a race in Belgium as a junior. David Zabriskie's son, because the apple does not fall far from the tree. I like it. All right, picking up the cash. That's our SoCalCycling.com, Luke Lynch. Luke Lynch picking up that merchandise Preem. He's a rider with really good cosmetics. His back is flat. He's got good sticks, very lean and aerodynamic. Kind of similar to Jason Paez. Similar body build, style, transference of the watts into the cranks. Tip of the hat to Pat Caro and Go Fast, your host, sponsor, racing team. They have been on time all day long, on point, ringing the bell.
$20 cash, $20 cash, $20 cash, 20 bucks, 20 bucks, $20 cash to the winner of the next lap, $20 cash.
And that's Luke Lynch with the Giovanna Romero turning the speed. 2 riders now, and it looks like Lynch has punched Romero's ticket. Romero selecting to slot out, I do believe. Maybe got a little bit sideways on that corner because he was on that wheel until he wasn't. Luke Lynch throwing it down.
Do you even like money? Start sprinting. Earn yo dollars. Luke Lynch with a gap. Somebody blazing across. Goodness, who is that coming through with incredible speed? Rider on a green bike. Women's podium. Please report to the oven, to the furnace, to the sunshine. Our women's pro podium is going to be Holly Breck taking the W. Back-to-back preems, 20 bucks, $20, preem lap, $20, preem lap. It's going to be Luke Lynch.
And that was Evan Larson, my man Larson, in between in that yellow kit on the splashy neon green bike. He's at wheel number 2. He's the one who jettisoned up the road, and he's gapped out a little bit. There he is. He's going to connect on turn number 3 with Lynch.
These cash preems brought to you by Luke Fetzer's dad. $20 a lap. Shout out $100 cash money to the winner of these next 4 laps. 1 down, 4 to go. Luke Fetzer's dad firing them up. The cash preems. If you would like to animate this race, if you would like to play Veluminati, that's the cycling Illuminati, and influence the outcome of this race, we accept cash, hats, small children. I'm kidding. That's a bad Illuminati joke. Give us cash, and we will let you give it away to animate this race.
Doll ears and dollars. Here comes Lynch, and here comes
Another preem, $20 cash, $20 cash. Luke Lynch taking home another 20 bucks. $20 cash preem, $20 cash preem. Luke Lynch.
Joined by David Kennedy in that move.
Luke taking home 2 in a row. Back-to-back hitter, 40 bucks. Love to see it. My man's got 3/4 of a gas tank in Holly Breck's Honda Civic. They're going in together. They're carpooling, saving money and keeping the dream alive. Next race on the USAC calendar is going to be the EACC, Elite Athlete Cycling Center. Might have got the CCs wrong, but that's in Chula Vista.
To Tyler Mize, please report to the giant oak tree. Say hi to Holly Breck in the shade with Elisa Luo.
Luke Lynch on fire. Might be his 3rd preem in a row if he can hold it to the line. Back preems. Another one. 20 bucks. Followed by Evan Larson. That's Evan Larson Racing for Team California, presented by Verge. Luke Lynch taking home $60 thus far.
Luke Lynch is absolutely Del Fuego right now. Corey Lockwood now starting to come to the fore. And on some level, this might be advantage Lockwood. With all these preems, he's backing off a fraction. He's wheel number 6, entering the screen behind the man in the yellow jersey. Right there. That is Corey Lockwood. He's a taller statue rider. Looks like Luke Lynch on his wheel. Back to Podium Plaza, where we're painting the plaza purple. We're going to call our top 3 taking 3rd step in our Women's Pro 1, 2, 3, a signature event. Taking the bronze, Elisa Luo. And a beautiful ride, a battle for 2nd place today in our Women's Pro 1, 2, 3. The silver bullet taking 2nd today was Tyler Mize.
Luke Vaughn on the front, lighting it up, coming through, taking 20 bucks. Luke Vaughn taking 20 bucks. 20 bucks. Next lap, $20. $20 preem lap. The Luke's on fire.
And how about a warm applause for our hero, this rider, a consummate professional riding for DNA Pro Cycling, on the top step today with panache, with the joie de verve, that je ne sais quoi, Holly Barek! Luau, Mize, and Breck, your top three today in our Women Pro 1, 2, 3.
Team Luke, Vaughn, and Lynch. Luke Vaughn, Luke Lynch taking 4 of the 5 preems. Let's see if we can get another Luke up here. Maybe Luke Fetzer rounded out for the Lukes. Ain't nothing lukewarm about these mid-race preems, $20 a pop, courtesy of Luke Fetzer's dad.
Yeah, the action has been red hot. It's been thermonuclear as this man in blue. Is that York? Brandon York taking the money.
Brandon York breaking up the continuation of the Lukes, taking the preems. B. York in the house, putting them on notice. $20 richer. He's putting it into Pepe. The meme coin should do well in a presidency here coming up. He's going 1000X, put it all on black. Brandon York, this makes me a little bit nervous because we have not seen much of Corey Lockwood other than the first few laps. He got his warm-up in. Now he's ready to turn it up to 440 watts and hurt your entire family watching on lacrits.com. Your sister is in the live stream, and she is about to start weeping at what Corey Lockwood is about to do to you. Apologies in advance.
Well, I will say for sure, I'm joined by none other than Ronnie Toth, that the sport of cycling attracts a wide range of characters, right? Or perhaps the cyclists are born with an artistic, quirky, like warrior gene that forms the embryo of the sport.
York, Brandon York, lighting it up, racing for farmers. The pace has lulled. The peloton is content to sit up and give time trial breakaway artist Brandon York some leeway. Not a wise move. Everyone is watching Lockwood. Meanwhile, York kisses the stem, drops a gear, and is doing his best to disappear. Wow. On the front with about 8 seconds as of now. Not a man that you want to sleep on.
Well, I just want to say, York, that is a brazen, bold move, and I hope that his mirrors have been properly cleaned, because he needs to check that mirror, because it could be a brilliant move. Let's say, for example, Lockwood comes across with a Fetzer. To already be in the move means you do not have to cover said move. However, you've got to be looking at all times, so you have some sort of warning to cool the jets and fan in if he gets, if this brings up a couple special riders, which it very well may do. Ringing the bell.
This is going to be a $100 gift card for a Jess Art painting. Custom painting from Jess Art. Get a photo of you off the front. Heck, you're doing it right now. Give it to Jess Art. She will turn it into a painting. Luke Vaughn on the front trying to bring it back. Luke Vaughn racing for Team 6 out of Redlands, California. Luke Vaughn had a Nationals bid, racing in 35 to 39. Brandon York as well. Both of them were out there representing Southern California. Luke managed to take home 5th. I'm not sure what metal 5th is made of. Maybe steel? Gold, silver, bronze. What would you say 4th and 5th would be, David?
The kind of steel that is needed to make bridges and boats.
Bridges into our heart.
Yeah, Fetzer, look at him. He's very confident through those corners, is he not? Luke Fetzer, definitely one of those cats who can ride no-handed and pop a wheelie like Peter Sagan. And kind of reminds me of a young Ryan Jastrop. Thinking about you, Ryan, and Megan, and the entire Jastrop family. Ryan, a very good bike handler, once won some cash on. And there's Brandon York once again. Can't leave him out.
Premium lap. We're giving out another one. Premium lap. It's going to be a Wahoo Water Bottle Endura Ace hat. Wahoo Water Bottle Endura Ace hat.
Merchandise premium, y'all.
Brandon York taking home the Jess Art gift card, $100 gift card.
So anyway, on Instagram, you can catch Ryan Jastrop. There's a video of him on Last Man Out. I think it was a $300 cash in a parking lot. He was the last man. He was elimination. You get out of the circle, somebody clicks out. Ryan Jastrop had a big smile on his face the entire time. No problem picking up the cash as the last man because he can do a track stand. A roadie with special skills and just an all-around cool cat. Shout out to the entire Jastrop family. Back to the action. Brandon York is definitely making a statement out here. Ladies and gentlemen in Upland, California and beyond, watching on lacrits.com.
Brandon York sitting right around 11, 12 second gap. 11, 12 second gap. If you can hear us, Brandon. Taking home preem after preem. This is going to be a Wahoo water bottle and Dura Ace hat brought to you by InCycle. InCycle Bike Shops. Wahoo water bottle, Dura Ace hat. Brandon York taking it home.
I was talking earlier about, is it the chicken or the egg, as these riders just come through on a razor's edge, as you're starting to see some fractures. In any case, some roadies, they can be arrogant, intimidating, slightly delusional, and at times truculent. And I haven't even begun with the false bravado of some of my sprinter diva friends. Just kidding, but, it is fun. And the great Rasan Bahati boils it all down to this. He said, Dave Worthington, I just love racing my bicycle. That's it. He boiled it down. He distilled it. I just love racing my bicycle. And that's what it's really all about. Enjoy the embryonic journey, my friends, because the journey is the juice.
About a 6 second gap. 6 second gap for Brandon York. Racing for Farmers Cycling. Got your insurance needs covered. Brandon York for Farmers, your current reigning road race champion. This is going to be a preem lap. Preem lap, product preem. There he is, sipping and dipping, staying hydrated in these temps. Now about 90 degrees. Brandon York, SSB product preem. Next lap, SSB product preem. Brandon York taking about half of our preem so far, but he seems content to sit up and let it reset and reshuffle. If Corey Lockwood was Corey Lockwood, now is the time to be doing Corey Lockwood things, going off the front, turning into a solo time trial, everyone versus me. What you got? The only factor that could kind of throw a wrench in the Corey Lockwood plan is I'm not sure exactly how fantastic his bike handling is. I know his time trialing is incredible. This course has definitely got a lot of corners, and the wind is picking up here.
Well, Dorothy, we just got the memo. The wind is definitely hotting up. You're not in Kansas anymore. Batten down the hatches. The wind is your friend. Luke Lynch now at the front doing the do-si-do. Lockwood biding his time. Maybe, just maybe, there's some erosion in the string of dominance by Corey Lockwood. Stay tuned, my friends. This race can be won by a dozen riders, if not more. And it is an absolute gambit out there to go early, to go now, to save it for later. Not your typical course. Not the kind of course where you can call it nothing but bank. All net from downtown. This is a race that requires dexterity, tenacity, bike handling, and fitness.
Yeah, that's weird. When you said this race could be won by a dozen riders, that's a strange way to spell Corey Lockwood. I've never seen it quite spelled that way. I'm kidding. No, definitely not a four corners course. So a time trial is going to do better on a four corners course. It's just set it and forget it. But the nature of this course is if he has to use too much energy getting to the front, having to brake, having to sprint, having to accelerate, I would say it definitely behooves Corey Lockwood to get off the front sooner as opposed to later, because all of these accelerations, having to brake, having to not take the ideal line, is going to take the legs off of him. The problem with having the legs taken off of you is he has the ability to ride 440 watts for hours, maybe an hour, hour and a half. But if he doesn't have the sprint acceleration to create the gap, then there's no getting away. It's just going to be towing the field.
And here comes Jason Franco. To your point, that's Corey Lockwood towing the field right on cue. Ronnie Toth, you know how to read a race like a book, and a Dr. Seuss book at that, 6th grade level and beyond. You said it. He was at the front sort of towing the entire peloton. He says, hey, I'm not, you guys, I got a ticket? Because I'm going to punch tickets here shortly. Jason, help me with this name. Cianfranca has done a tremendous job twice now, looking for that opportunity, to upset the apple cart. Jason Cianfranca is certainly a courageous rider, kind of like Brandon York, willing to roll the proverbial dice.
Snake eyes. He's got a 1-on-1, and his eyes are like the tiger, going for it, trying his best to animate the heck out of this race. Brandon York, followed by Corey Lockwood, animating the heck out of this race. Luke Vaughn sitting pretty in the middle of the pack, trying to find his way onto some helpful wheels and an opportunity to go off the front.
And Joe Lupien with a Butcher Box kit, he is following Lockwood like a barnacle on a boat. His every move. When Lockwood shifts, Lupien shifts. When Lockwood sneezes, Lupien goes for the Kleenex box. Lupien living in San Luis Obispo right now. He's from Canada. The Canuck is an all-around good dude. He likes to race gravel and road. And he is up for the challenge. So we saw him at Manhattan Beach. I believe he got 4th or 5th there. Lucas Bourgogne winning in dramatic, bombastic fashion at Manhattan Beach, led out by Luke, the young lion of Laguna Beach, Mr. Luke Fetzer, with a brilliant lead out that came through a curve in the road. So LACrits.com didn't quite catch that camera angle at Manhattan Beach Grand Prix, but trust me, folks, Bourgogne does not win without Fetzer at Manhattan Beach. It's very obvious in the drone cam at Manhattan Beach that Fetzer fell on his sword and threaded the needle between the Williams brothers, and that put an end to the Williams streak.
That was Evan Larson on the front. Team California. That last lap, 109. 109 is going to put us at 26 miles per hour. Not nearly as fast as we would anticipate, but I imagine the heat and the corners are playing a factor in slowing down our men's pro field. 26 miles per hour. Definitely on the pointier end of being one of the faster races of the day. In order to be able to survive in a pack doing 26 miles per hour, you're going to need to be able to do 22 by yourself. But you can only compare it on the similar course, because doing it on open road with no braking, no cornering, not quite the same. Giovanni Yogi on the front, followed by Luke Vaughn, 3-man break. Team California representing. It's going to be Evan Larson and Yogi of iSpeed Racing. Luke Vaughn, a 3-man break, got some promise to it. It either takes 1 Corey Lockwood, 1 Brandon York, or 3 others of a mix to stay away. Just goes to show the strength of Brandon York, Corey Lockwood.
And I'm seeing Lockwood with a modicum of frustration, targeting angled and focused on Lupien. Lupien covering Lockwood's every move. So Lockwood trying to draw Lupien out and diagonal pull to force Lupien to take a pull. Lupien 3 times now I've seen him come through. So he's not backing down, but he also is not doing what I would call a sustained pull. He has a plan, does Joseph Lupien. He'd like to be out on the patio when there is a party in the patio. That party is forthcoming in the minds of Lupien and others, including us here in the booth. It's inevitable.
That's Larson, Romero, and Vaughn. Luke Vaughn, Giovanni Romero, and Evan Larson. Group of 3 managed to stay out the front for a few laps. I don't think this is going to be our winning 3, but it is possible that they have others join them and that group swells. I could see a group of 5 doing really well on this course. I'm thinking 5 or I'm thinking 1. Either a solo Corey Lockwood or a group of 5 all in. I really don't see this coming down to a bunch sprint. I see it being a race of attrition with riders popping off the back based on the forced sprints, maybe 4 times a lap. I do not see this ending in a bunch sprint. Evan Larson heading up the break. Luke Vaughn sitting second. They only have a 2-second gap, but they are committed. If the peloton goes diagonal, they could draw that gap out. Yogi, motivated, so generous. He's giving water away to strangers. We got a crash on the backside. Looks like 2 corners to go. Rider down. Hate to see it. Looks like Butcher Box. Jason Paez. Oh, Jason Paez put in a hard spot. Probably could have taken a free lap, Jason. You may still want to consider. Our riders, heads up. If you can hear me, racers, be cognizant. We've got 3 riders down. One in a spot of bother, good amount of pain here. Hate to see it. Bike racing is essentially you are the jockey and the horse at the same time. With that comes a certain amount of risk. Watch the second corner to go. Rider down. Heads up. Yogi Giovanni coming through solo. Luke Vaughn on the front, but going backwards. Wanting to recover after that effort. Yogi content to animate this. Maybe head up the next break. Luke Fetzer patrolling the front. Hope everybody can walk away with it from this with all their skin intact. All their shifters working. And this is a reset. Yogi Romero racing for ice speed. Jason Paez doing his best to get back onto the tail end of this peloton. Jason Paez in for a 2-lap time trial minimum. Trying to find his way back onto the peloton. Talk about honor. You know, the guy didn't go down. Probably could have taken a free lap. Decides he's just going to do just a few laps at 400 watts to try and get back on. Jason Paez, a common fixture here. Always a rider to be watched. I would mark him, but he's a terrible draft. Much rather sit on all 6'7" of Corey Lockwood. Luke Vaughn, 6'12". A good draft. But hey, who am I to talk? I'm 5'14", 190 kilograms. Just so thick and delicious. All our boys together. First time it's really lulled. The Schmedium reset. 39 minutes of racing and on cue, not content to dilly-dally, not content to sit in. Reaping the harvest of his hard work all season long. Brandon York. Goodness, heart breaks for Jason Paez. He's just having to stand on the pedals for no reason, trying to find his way back. If you're going to stand, do it in a tailwind. Jason Paez, smart dude. Stand on the tailwind if you need some rest. Tuck in the headwind, get as small as possible. A lot of riders will not ride with honor in that they will be near a crash. They will not go down in the crash, and they will take a free lap. But Jason Paez is a cut above. He's got integrity, doing the right thing when no one's watching. Looks like he got caught around that crash. Didn't go down himself, but is still chasing Brandon York. Riding like a man on fire.
Brandon York riding that wagon till the wheels fall off. Definitely making a statement. York came by the booth before the race saying, "I'm feeling pretty good, gents." And he is a man of his words. He has been animating the race from kilometer 0. There's Corey Lockwood behind Jason Cianfrocco, and that's Brandon York on your screen. And the field, a mere 8 seconds back approximately by naked eye. And York needs to be checking to see what this solicits, who's coming across, what is the stock. He is all alone, and certainly a company makes a good potential for organization. Organization is key into holding off what is a very hungry, frothy peloton.
I don't think there is a better course as far as criteriums go for Brandon York. Jason Payaz fighting the good fight, but living to fight another day, has pulled the plug, realized he was not going to be able to get back on solo. Heck of a tall task. Brandon York showing us how it is done. Out of the saddle on the tailwind, down on the hoods at 90 degrees in the headwind, and he may disappear on you boys.
And if you're looking for Lockwood, find Lupien. There's Joe Lupien at the front right now with Butcher Box. He and Lockwood seem to be going shoulder to shoulder, always in the shadows. And you can see Lupien just took a turn, and here comes Lockwood. Lockwood threw another block of coal on the fire, hoping to put Lupien in a subtle box of pain. And there's only so many of those strikes until you are out. Like I said, it's counterintuitive, but the more you race in your career, the more repetitions you get, the faster you go, the slower things go. Things kind of slow down. It's counterintuitive. It might be hard to understand what I'm talking about, except for the fact most people don't get it. But you are not most people if you're watching on lacrits.com or if you're here at the scene of Upland, California, at the Go Fast Criterium, topsy-turvy, and here comes Lockwood, and there goes Luke Lynch. Luke Lynch is having a tremendous ride, Ronnie Toth. He has been at the point for several laps on and off, not full bore, although he's grabbed many preems. We haven't said his name in all of 10, 15 minutes. That is enough for him to recover. Brandon York has got to be thinking about how many more laps do I have to take to get some company up in here.
He would love the company of Corey Lockwood. Those two would be good night all she wrote if they can slip away together.
That is the pro move, is to get out there. It's not a flail if you can get a rider to come across, but it's not in your control. Your only thing you can do right now is to try to regulate your pools, to dump the watts and kind of microdose those efforts, because if you go too much, you go into broil, you go into panic, and you become fried. Died, laid to the side. York is definitely a skilled rider, but you have got to know your limits. Like Clint Eastwood.
25 miles per hour. Brandon York holding 25 miles per hour solo. All these corners.
Mike's bike at the front.
So here's something that I understand it, but I don't know why they do it. I think it's just a lack of thinking. If you're anyone other than a sprinter or Corey Lockwood, why are you helping to chase? That's what I'm not clicking, is exhaust the breakaway guy, exhaust Corey Lockwood, make him bring this back by himself, because he's still going to be strong enough even once he brings it back to go solo.
And that's what we're seeing right now. But certainly you're part of the guilt of that. Flashing out 100, 200, throwing the cash out is certainly that has incentivized those early pools. But I understand where you're coming from, Ronnie Toth. Rhymes with both and rhymes with oath. Ride with the strength of both being Toth.
So
that is,
two of us
if you're just towing without purpose, what is the incentive and motivation? Some of it, I will say, is to survive those slings and arrows, right? Self-preservation. If there's a mad scramble to the corner, I'm going to go ahead and take this. And then you get hypnotized and, well, I'll just do one more corner while I'm up here. And you do another corner, and you do another corner, and then you get the bill. You get the e-bill, and it's kind of tough to pay the bills. Again, Lupien, Lockwood, shoulder to shoulder. If you're looking for one, you'll find the other. Lupien, Joe Lupien in the red Butcher Box, kind of similar to the Miami Blazer kit. They are similar in color, different styles indeed. Corey Lockwood has more of a praying mantis position on the bicycle. Elbows are a little bit more at an angle, though he is aerodynamic. He's blessed with these long arms, and he is able to overcome that. He's a two-time national champion in the ITT, a man that will go from state to state just to pursue time trial champion, so he can championship, so he can be in the box and practice his craft of the ITT. Here comes Romero.
These conditions leave me just downright jealous. I adore when it is hot. I've been training in 140 degrees out in Palm Springs, but hey, someone's got to tell dad jokes and creepy uncle jokes on the microphone for 12 hours. Little bit of a reshuffle. Love to see it. Yogi, these conditions, perfect for my physiology. I am downright bummed I'm not out there with you guys. 91 degrees Fahrenheit, only getting hotter. Yogi, Romero, I-Speed Racing, Espen putting in some work on the front.
Two peanuts were up the road. One was assaulted. This race is going nuts, daddy joke time. I mean, it's absolutely bonkers. Hotting up. Giovanni Romero, we have seen so much action. We would think that maybe there'd be more of a broad, kind of a blocky peloton from time to time, kind of blocky like bugs on a bumper halfway to Barstow, halftime. When you get to Barstow, you're halfway to hell. But it's been really strung out. It has been game on from the start.
I mean, they're essentially in a 10-man cage fight right now. You're in the breakaway. A breakaway where only maybe 4 or 5 people are working. Race of attrition, riders popping off the back one by one, disappearing back to their cars. This race is 100% going to be a race of attrition and very likely to be a breakaway. The only way I can see it ending in a bunch sprint is if everyone is just so exhausted to where they're just saving one bullet for the end. But I would say very high chance of a breakaway. Yogi, Romero, can I have some water, please? I say that to make him giggle because whenever we're racing in the pro race together, I'm begging him for water. Like, Yogi, my bike only has 1 cage. Can I have some liquid, please? So it's become a running joke between us. Yogi, can I have some water?
Yeah, and Yogi Romero now putting out the ballast. He's saying, all right, I've had enough. I'm alone up here. I'm going to go fetch water. I'm going back into the fold. He's not popped. He's not fried, died, or laid to the side. He's just realized it's not working. It's not happening. I'm going to get back into the draft, and there he is, tucked towards the rear.
Ah, man, I think people are tired. I'm really not seeing anybody that has the ability to stay out there for 2-3 laps solo anymore.
And take a look at the pictures. No, to your point, Ronnie, take a look at the pictures. The monitors are clearly showing single file through every corner. And that is the sensation, the analogy that you broke down a little bit scientifically, and that is this is a breakaway. You're riding as if you're in a breakaway, one rider behind the other in a slipstream. This is not Peloton chemistry here. It is the shape and size of being in a breakaway. If you take a pull, you get back in line, almost like a big, fantastic TTT, right? A team time trial as they go coursing through the northern end of the course and then head south.
All right, David. Brass tacks. Bitcoin and Critcoin. How many Critcoin you're willing to put down that this ends up in a breakaway?
I'd like to put down some Bitcoin, some cornflakes. I've got a box.
Give me some little Bitcoins there, Sonny.
I'll go with the Critcoin. I'm going to go a full bushel and a half of Critcoin.
He's going full bushel. They say never go full bushel. It's hard to come back from that, folks. But David's got a full bushel down on the chances of a breakaway.
Back.
You're thinking breakaway?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, but you
guess we're both on
confused. You made such a good point. You were so astute that this is a breakaway in some way, right? We're looking at a breakaway.
Yeah, like you're in a reduced breakaway, just race of death / attrition. But I still think out of this, I think we're going to get... I'm thinking it's just going to be one rider, but it could be one or more. Earlier I said 5, but reading faces, I'm seeing a lot of guys in the box to the point of like, hey, I'm letting the wheel go and I'm making sure I go home to my wife and kids. Guys are thinking. It is hot out here. Most riders cannot hang in 91 degrees. Obviously, these are our professional men and cut from a different cloth in the lower categories. But I expect to see some movement here soon, whether it's a field split, whether it's maybe 3 to 5 off the front, or if it's just a solo rider who's feeling like an absolute savage. Corey Lockwood calls Tehachapi, California home. I know that it gets hot as Lucifer's armpit out there in Purgatory, California. So that could play into his cards. I know in the past he said that he waits until people's glycogen is running low, and then he proceeds to rip their collective ovaries out. Granted, he makes you feel like a lass when he goes off the front at his best.
All comes back to what came first, the chicken or the egg, a conundrum. But I do agree, there will be a selection in this race. Lockwood, I think he has something there, and there he's coming through there, almost kind of creating a gap.
Go fast.
The Lockwood gapped out a little bit.
Antonio.
I'm not going to start throwing up. I'm not going to hit the panic button, but Lockwood opened up about a 10-foot gap, which could be highly strategic, or who knows, a chink in the armor.
He could be forcing other people to work by making gaps open up, and in a group this small, 6, let's see, looking like maybe 12 guys, I'm counting right. Actually, I counted about 17. Still a pretty sizable field. I think he's hoping other people kind of soften him up, and then he can put the nail in the coffin. This looks like an attack on the back stretch here. Somebody's flying. That could be Lockwood. I see a red jersey with separation. All right, folks, we are game on. We have Lockwood on the front, having to use a little bit of brakes in that corner.
Did he feather his brakes? That is Lockwood through the trees.
It's showtime.
Emerging.
Most pivotal point of the race so far. He is all in. All in. Espen Kateris, mouth closed, gritting it, wanting to go for it. Still have separation. You have Corey Lockwood. I believe like one of our Lukes. I'd be Luke Fetzer with him pulling through, giving him some help.
Yeah,
could be dangerous.
No doubt about it. Put a bookmarker in this chapter with 25 minutes remaining. Lockwood attacks.
He needs to pin it right now while there's still gaps right before they get on. And he has done, oh, goodness. What is the safe word?
The safe word evidently is Mamma Mia, because he has definitely produced the face of pain. And Joe Lupien is maybe the only chance right now with the view at the front. And that does look like Lockwood might be reeled in. My goodness gracious.
Oh, no, he's gone.
Oh, man, this is
it. He's gone. This is separation, folks. Separation. And I know you can see him, but he's gone. Calling it now.
That hurts deeply. With
all in.
25
Yogi
minutes.
knows this is it. This is all in. Make or break. Yogi Romero has seen this move before. He's been to this prom dance, the Under the Sea theme. Corey Lockwood, the Little Mermaid, fluttering his tail, and Yogi has been here before. He knows what's about to happen. I helped Yogi chase at Costa Mesa. We saw the same exact nonsense happen. Wonderful nonsense, 440 watts. We got Corey Lockwood down to 4 seconds.
And Lockwood he had a number indeed. It was 25 minutes to go when he decided, after doing a couple dummy, he allowed a couple gaps to open up. It was frivolous. He started playing games a little bit, had enough, and he's gone to the front. And it was brilliant, but it also was somewhat telecast. But what can you do when the man has a knife and you've got nothing but a pea hammer, a pea ball hammer? And
it's like, what?
Go ahead.
What are you going to do? Someone's got a Bitcoin and all you've got is crit coin. It's not really a fair fight, but you got to stick it to him no less. Corey Lockwood, all in. He's going to be on 400 to 500 watts for the next 5 minutes to establish this gap. The guy's got to be put on alert. They're on their limits. Gaps have opened. The problem here is now the chase. Oh, has he done it? Evan Larson trying to find his way across. He's going in. Put me in, coach. Corey Lockwood has matched with one of your relatives on Bumble, and he is not sending the first message. It's not his fault. It's just the way the app is set up. But he has matched with her, and they are now batting eyelashes at a coffee shop downtown.
Wow.
Beware of this man.
That is a terrific effort by Evan Larson. Win, lose, or draw, and he's with Romero.
6'2" swiper of few. Corey Lockwood's Tinder profile is blowing up. He is swiping right on anything attractive, and he is about to make some matches in this solo breakaway.
This is how we do it indeed, Upland, California, and you've got to admire Larson. And here comes Luke Fetzer has left the building. Fetzer is trying to scratch and claw and get on those two riders above. Larson is looking back. And here comes Luke Fetzer. Romero also saying, come on, Luke, get on across. We can use some company up in here. 2 becomes 3 if Luke Fetzer can connect the dots.
They're not getting across. This is the same 4 seconds. We got them down to 4 seconds on a 4 corners course with 50 dudes chasing me in Costa Mesa. I'm not going to lie, I emptied myself to try and bring him back. And we got within 4 seconds, and the gap went back out to 20. David, you watched it happen with a better view than I had on the live stream. Costa Mesa, California. This is the Lockwood Express, and he is at his best. 91 degrees Fahrenheit, wind, adversity, cornering on rails. Corey, I want to apologize to you on the record here, questioning your bike handling ability. You can obviously handle your bike edge to edge, using every inch of the road, gritting his teeth, not afraid to look a little funky, hurting them. Now a group of 3 chasing. Those guys look more in the box than Corey does. I say he's gone. It is now or never, team. Wish I was out there with you to give you a little bit extra firepower. But he has let the ships on fire, and he is storming the beaches of Normandy himself. Corey Lockwood is about to save Private Ryan. He's going to make you giggle. He's going to make you smile. He's going to turn it into a rom-com. Corey Lockwood on the film that is lacrits.com, live on YouTube.
My goodness, he is definitely putting on a display right here, like the first 20 minutes of Saving Private Ryan. The metaphorical blast are going off all up in here, and Lockwood seems to be carrying the water and chopping the wood and carving up those corners like a holiday turkey.
He's just going faster and faster. We're going to get an update on his speed here. Start him off. Split is started. Corey Lockwood. It's not even a grimace. It's just a cute smile. He's like taking yearbook photos out here. Oh, senior picture today? Let me grab my strappy pants to make this happen. Give us a little grin. We now have a 16, 17-man time trial. This is Corey Lockwood versus the Worlds. He has adopted the posture of low and arrow, standing when he needs to, tucking when he needs to. Even Brandon York is now getting involved. Boys, I say turn this into a 7-man TT, or it is all she wrote. I love seeing a breakaway guy win. The strongest guy winning a bike race. None of this sit in for 74 minutes and sprint for 1 nonsense. Corey Lockwood is earning his keep. A big payday. We're going to start hitting him with back to back.
That's right, 19
$10
minutes
a lap.
to go.
We're going to start hitting him with Dash for Cash. Corey Lockwood, $10 a lap. $10 per lap. $10 per lap to Corey Lockwood. How many seconds are we looking at?
20-second time gap on the lacrits.com cameras. 20-second time gap from the eye in the sky, which does not lie. Around about 20 seconds as Lockwood makes that turn. The first right-hander, which is turn number 3 of 8 corners on a 1-kilometer course. As he turns left, now he's going south, which is a bit downhill. Remember, we're at the foothills of the San Gabriel, so anything flowing south is going downhill. He's collecting all that speed, carving out those corners, bursting through them, ripping up the tarmac, and crushing a giant pedal. The king of Tehachapi is definitely riding all alone right now. He is Han Solo on a mission.
7.5 miles, 7.5 miles, cornering on rails, using every bit of tire provided to him. Corey Lockwood flying. We'll be able to get you a miles per hour, not letting off the gas at all. Corey, we won't judge you if you look across the course to see where they're at. Look, everybody's human. You might be curious. You look left right now, you'll be able to see them at the bottom. Incredible. Evan, never say die. Larson, lighten it up.
And bike racers, you're looking at 15 laps to go. With 15 laps to go, as your entire body starts to get flooded with fatigue, you are in the vicinity of complete oxygen debt, like Ford v Ferrari. When you get up to 7,000 on the RPMs, Shelby would ask, how deep? It's a question. It's a question of how deep can you go and what are you made of? Okay, it's a two-part question. All right, it's a two-part question.
Corey
How
Lockwood
deep can you go and what are you made of?
holding 26 miles per hour. Told you get you the updated speed. So at this point, we're racing for second. I don't get out of bed to race for second. I will destroy myself to try and bring it back. These boys are wired much the same. So you better believe that they are trying their absolute darndest to catch him, but he's gone. Corey Lockwood with over a 25-second gap.
Time advantage
He's
is
about
definitely
halfway
starting
around
to
the course
grow.
at this point.
Lockwood definitely there showing that he is definitely using his entire body to generate those watts. 500 watts is the solar panels on top of the trailer here. He is toasting the bread there. And here comes Cameron York to the fore. But Lockwood, obviously, with a half a lap to go, there's no tire in him. There's no, my goodness, I mistimed this. The only thing that can go wrong would be a mechanical or something like that, or if he's abducted by aforementioned aliens, or maybe somebody spills a bag of squirrels. You know, earlier was a squirrely race in the Cat 5s.
Squirrels
A few
can get you.
crashes. So there are a few bags and barrels of squirrels that can be emptied on the course in accident, of course. Here comes Lockwood, elbows out, and he is putting another shrimp on the bobby with 13 laps remaining.
It has now come to my attention that Corey Lockwood could lap the field. It would not be the first time. He just loves riding by himself. It's not that I don't like people. It's just that I don't like riding my bike with people.
Now we got a little Charles Bukowski up here in the house. Ronnie Toth, a waxing poetic. It's, what would you say about the Shakespeare sonnet? It's on it?
It's on it like a Shakespearean sonnet.
That's right, and like a Texas blue bonnet. I do admire the field here. They're not flailing. They're just going up against a beast. He is a Terminator. He will not stop. These cats are rolling, though. It's going to be really awesome to see who's going to complete the podium with second and third out online right now. They are drilling it. It's not about them giving up whatsoever.
It's just people are at their absolute limit. You've got a few heavy hitters. Brandon York, Yogi Berra Ramirez, Luke Fetzer, Evan Larson. They just can't touch this man. He is showing you picture perfect aerodynamics. If you're looking to find out how to ride your bike fast in the wind, arms at 90-degree angles on the hoods, holding it with the pinky and the ring finger. Narrow is arrow.
Yeah,
He's got a flat back.
His style is certainly like a metronome,
Like a
tamping out the speed and the cadence. Yeah, he's got it so dialed in. Does Corey Lockwood?
I mean, nothing great happens on accident. If you want to race well in the heat, you have to train in the heat. My biggest advantage when I race is that I train in 120 degrees, and Corey Lockwood does the same thing. He lives in Tehachapi. There ain't nothing out there to do but ride your pony and crush foos. It just turns out the only foos to crush are yourself on a daily basis. Corey Lockwood, I give it a 60% chance that he laps the field. David, what do you say? You want to put any of that crit coin?
Here's what I say.
What do you
I got
think?
here.
He
Here's a
lapped the
joke.
field?
Here, Ronnie, knock knock.
5.5 laps to go. Who dare?
Emerson.
Emerson who?
Emerson, massive watts by Mr. Lockwood, laying it down. The Texas grid called, and they want some of that.
Nom, 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 nom. Just snacking away at the solo breakaway. Corey Lockwood has set a table for one, and he is having all the fun. Who needs to go out on dates when you are able to make a sous chef 5-star Michelin dinner for one? Corey Lockwood creeping up on the back of the peloton. Look, boys, it's one thing to race for second. It's another to get lapped. Let's hold him off. He's coming up on you. Stay on the gas. 38 seconds, about half a lap. growing 7 seconds from the previous lap. That's why he gets the big bucks. Our boy Tom doing the math, solving the equation, substituting X.
Corey Lockwood, 38-second time gaps. That means you are closer to the rear of the chase than you are from the front.
Corey Lockwood, $10. $10 next lap.
38-second time gap. That's a minute 18, but they're doing about a minute 9, minute 8. So yes, indeed, he's more than halfway across to lap the field. Inside of 10 to go. Don't think there'll be enough sufficient laps for him to lap at this rate, but certainly he's got it in hand. And
I think so, David. I think they're going to let off the gas, try and race for second, go for the bunch sprint, and Corey's going to come up behind him.
We've got a split, though, in the chase right now. We do have
That's a
a
good
split.
point. That's when you know they're hurting, is when accidental attacks. Like, those guys probably didn't attack. They just kind of sauntered.
Yeah, so 4 riders alone now with a gap opening up, and they will probably likely try to exploit that gap if they got anything left under the hood.
Oh, Espen is known for welding things together. Espen Gutierrez, the Norwegian Legion, he's going to bring the whole group back together, and Corey Lockwood is going to soon have visual on the back stretch. On the long straightaway, Corey Lockwood should have them in sight. He's still chipping away at 26. Peloton's probably sitting at 23, 24. There is an attack coming. It has strung it out, but all that means is it's going to lull after that. Almost having visual. You do not want to put a carrot in the horse that is Corey Seabiscuit Lockwood. Do not encourage this man. Keep the blinders on him. Do not bring him out in public until game day. That gate opens. He's going to eat the hay. He's going to eat the corn. He's going to eat the brisket. He is taking your lunch money.
Wow.
48 seconds total, I believe. It's gone up 10 seconds in a single lap. Corey Lockwood brought back 10 seconds in a single lap. He's looking at 4 miles remaining, 4 miles of racing. Corey Lockwood, 4 miles of racing, 8 laps. Yeah, you see him, baby. Look at him. Come on, Corey. Love that. He's looking at him diagonal, giving him the side eye. I see you, and I am indeed coming. So as predicted, gosh, I wish I could win a race as well as I could read one. But he brought back 13 seconds in the previous lap, and he is now about 12 seconds behind the back of the peloton. He's got 3 3/4 miles to do it. Let's see a show of hands. Hands up if you think Corey Lockwood laps the field. Hands in the air if you think Corey Lockwood laps the field. Pat Caro knows something. See, me and Pat are both breakaway guys, so we know he's coming. Corey Lockwood has looked across the garden. He has given you the side eye. He has flipped the switch of the inner savage in his heart, and he is allowing it to spill forth in the form of watts, making an absolute painting of this race here in Upland, California, at the base of Mount Baldy. Corey Lockwood has tipped the USAC motorcycle, gave her $20 before the race. She's going to give him a quick lead out and get him onto the back of the pack. I'm kidding.
With 7 laps to go, yes, we kid. Only because we're having a good time. Corey Lockwood says, I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden. He wants the garden. He wants the jacarandas, the magnolias, the full 9. He can see the back end through the rose garden here at Memorial Park. He has a target. He has the incentive to get across. Why not? See if he can ink it, get the deal done with 7 to go.
Corey Lockwood is currently sitting at 11 seconds. You've essentially dressed yourself up as a matador, grabbed a red towel from your bathroom, and you're waving at Corey Lockwood. It's just pissing him off. It's making him angry. He's going to come up behind you with the horns. He has transported you and himself into Spain, and you are going to be gouged from behind by the bull that is Corey Lockwood.
And now only 9 seconds for Corey Lockwood to connect to the train. The freight train is single file, but Lockwood is saying, I am coming up on you with 6 laps to go. Here comes Lockwood, the king of Tehachapi, with the face of pain, of determination. of the ability to embrace said pain, to block it all out, to ride through the pain, Lockwood now has the Peloton in his sights.
All right, I'm saying he does not dilly-dally. He does not even make eye contact. He drives straight from the back through to the front using this long straightaway. He's not even going to borrow the draft. He's going to go in the right lane to say, I don't need you. And he's going to lap them without ever saying a single word.
And through the trees, you can see the forest on lacrits.com, capturing every tight corner in Technicolor. There goes Lockwood leaving your screen. There's the front of the Peloton. There's the mid and the end of the Peloton. And here comes Lockwood.
On your left, Corey Lockwood, on your left.
Lockwood ringing that bell right now on your left. Larson says, I'm going to get out of here. Larson's trying to ride for second place on the road with 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. There goes Cameron York. There goes the Peloton with 5 laps to go.
$10 premium lap. We're just going to be kind. We're going to give a consolation prize.
So Lockwood escorting a moto where it should be the other way around. Moto woman with throttle down as Lockwood connects.
So the Dash for Cash, 4 of the 5 went to Lockwood. But we are going to give this one up for grabs to whoever is first across the line. First across the line could be Evan Larson. Evan Larson could really be on to something.
I like that. Lockwood has the cottage full of these things called watts, the wattage cottage thing. So Corey Lockwood is Wattswood today, ladies and gentlemen, putting on a show, a display of strength and dexterity, and he is locked and loaded, carrying the water, locking it down here in Upland, California. When we come through,
$10.
looking at 4 to go.
$10 at the line, $10. Looks like it's going to be Evan. Evan home, taking home $10. Evan Larson taking home $10.
Oh my goodness, it has been one hell of a day. It has been thermonuclear as far as the attacks and the energy here in Upland, California. And I'm Dave Worthington on lacrits.com, joined by Ronnie Toth. Rhymes with both. Take the oath with Ronnie Toth. It's been an absolute pleasure with Tom Beachman on the sound, with Patrick Caro and Holly Breck. Holly Breck winning her race. Ray Mars and Marie here in attendance, taking care of 8 cameras out on course. A spectacular day in Upland, California. There's a reason why bike racers rate this as the most flowy, wicked fast, cool courses in all of Southern California. Corey Lockwood now at the front of the Peloton with 3 laps to go. Lockwood, the king of Tehachapi, saying, this is how I do it. This is how I roll. Tonight, the strip's just right. I want to blow them off in my first heat. Because summer is here and the time is right for racing in the streets. Lockwood taking that right turn. That's turn number 3 of 8, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a 1 kilometer course. It has been absolutely ballistic, bombastic, dramatic. Every corner, there's drama with scrambling to try to navigate. It is as if you're in a breakaway from the gun. On any given Sunday, you can find something really cool to watch, and it is here right now in Upland, California, brought to you by lacrits.com and by Go Fast. All right. We got a gambler's preem. This is just forward right now, an announcer's preem. $100 gambler preem. $100 cash. $100 cash. Who wants the money? You've got a sign on the line which is dotted. Laying it down like loose electricity. 100.
Gotta love that. $100. That's enough to sprint. 1 to go. Hey, I'd throw a race away for $100. will sprint for FRNs. You make that t-shirt, I will put it on the booty of the Sunflowers. 2025. Won't be spicy. Corey Lockwood emptying whatever is left of the tank. Is he done on this lap, or are we going to have him finish with the pack? So Corey is going to finish on the same lap as the peloton. So it's going to be one to go at the line. One to go at the line. See if Corey can win by lapping the field and outright. Looks like Yogi wants to take the $100. It's going to be Yogi from iSpeed. Go ahead,
Giovanna Romero is going to be $100
One to
richer
go.
with 1 lap to go. With 1 lap. With 1 lap. With 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. Who's going to get second, right? We know the winner is going to be none other than Corey Lockwood. Big battle for second, third on the line. Cash on offer.
Looks like Lockwood is content. He's going to go to the back. He's intentionally dropping himself
Good
so
call.
that he can get the solo breakaway, not risk getting caught up in a nonsensical crash. Lockwood, don't be confused. He has intentionally dropped himself off the back. But at the front, racing for second place, Yogi being overtaken. Looks like Fetzer outside.
Luke Fetzer in position right now.
Lockwood staying safe.
2
Lining
corners
up.
out.
Fetzer is going to be first in the second to last corner, coming into the final stretch. He's got a sizable gap into the last corner. It looks like it's going to be Luke Fetzer, followed by David Michael Sweet, rounding
Right
out the podium.
on. The young lion from Laguna takes second place emphatically. Luke Fetzer. And our man, all alone, Han Solo. Or they say the road to greatness can be a lonely path. A path littered with spare parts and broken hearts. Today emerges a hero, culminating into this moment right now. Corey Lockwood, your champion in Upland, California.
On this dinner and a show, Corey Lockwood putting on a clinic. How to break away, lap the field, unlap the field, drop yourself so you can get the solo post up. Corey is known for doing an extra lap. He is just in the zone, but we finally tamed him into taking a victory lap hands-free. Corey.
That was
Lockwood,
absolute fireworks.
Lockwood. The police
Amazing.
have been called, and they are on the way to take Corey Lockwood into cuffs. The man is an absolute criminal of speed and wattage.
Oh, what a jailbreak it was indeed by Corey Lockwood. Carry water, chop wood, Lockwood. Insane in the membrane. What a beautiful day of bicycle racing here in Southern California. I'm David Worthington, and remember, folks, for every 1 mile of road, there are 2 miles of sharp curb face. That's okay. Together we'll get up the road. Together we'll share the load because we stand on the shoulders of giants. Talking about you all today who have shown proof positive that there is most certainly unity in the cycling community. I'm Dave Worthington. That's Big Dog right there. Ronnie Toth. We will most certainly catch you all on the Flippy Dippy.
Thank you for joining us today. Thank you to David Worthington for the sultry syllables on the mic all day long. Big thank you to Pat Caro and Go Fast. Andiamo, if you're looking to keep some of your cash out of the IRS, Andiamo is a 501c3 supporting youth development on bikes, providing hope via bicycle. Huge thank you to all our sponsors for keeping the dream alive, the ship afloat. Signing off, David Worthington and Ronnie Toth. Thrive on. And remember, nothing great happens on accident. You have to hunt down your best self every day.
LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars.